The Freedom. Shadows and Hallucinations in Occupied Iraq. Christian Parenti. Contents. Preface 9. 1 to Babylon 1. 2 Fear City, Capital of Chaos 15. 3 Imperium Delirium 35. 4 With the Grunts 59. 5 Meeting the Resistance 77. 6 Voyeur's Banquet, Dead People 99. 4 Breakfast and Dinner. 7 From Dreamland to Fallujah 115. 8 Land of the Lost 141. 9 Subjects of the New Regime 153. 10 Things Fall Apart 171. 11 Chaos the Sovereign 187. 12 Disneyland Burning 197. Preface. The Freedom does not provide a sweeping analysis of the war in Iraq. Instead, it offers a slice of political feeling and flavor, a snapshot of a time and place, Iraq during the first year of U.S. occupation. Of course, description always implies and slips into explanation, so this book is not without a point of view. I have chosen descriptive reportage over a more analytic approach for a number of reasons. One is the surfeit of already existing radical analyses of the Iraq debacle and post-Cold War U.S. foreign policy in general. Add to that critical literature the rash of insider exposes and the shockingly blunt official arguments made by the Bush administration and elements in the pundit class br American domination of the globe, and there hardly seems to be much room for critique. Writing and researching this book took a toll on the people closest to me. In particular, Heather Rogers was very dismayed at my return trips to the war zone. I am sorry for the stress I caused her. But despite that stress, she read part of this manuscript and gave important editorial advice and support that made the book possible. I am indebted to a number of other people. Foremost among them is Neil Smith, my boss at CUNY, who allowed me time off and tolerated my journalist detours away from my scholarly obligations. Without Neil's generosity, completing this book would have been extremely difficult. My publisher, Colin Robinson, was instrumental in getting The Freedom started and finished. Special thanks to Steve Hyatt, the most thorough and competent man in American publishing even in the face of high-speed deadlines. Betsy Reed at The Nation, where parts of this book first appeared as articles, was a superb and helpful editor. So too was Roanne Carey. Thanks also to Katrina Vanden Heuvel, who was supportive of my reporting from Iraq. Peter Garfield was generous in helping me edit my own photos, which were ultimately not used here. As for the photos that do grace these pages, I deeply appreciate the generosity, hard work, and genius of Tara Kawayama. Sarah Hughes at Corbis helped facilitate this. Link with Taru. During my last trip to Iraq, when I was dealing with the book deadline and the stresses that come with being in a war zone, she was a supportive friend with a cool head, warm heart, and good internet connection. Logistics in Iraq can be difficult and morale there is hard to maintain. My trips there were greatly facilitated by the support, friendship, and humor of Ahmed Ayad, Dar Jamal, David Enders, Salam Talib, Jabran Y. Mansour, Harb Mukhtar, Garrett Scott, Ian Olds, Scott Fleming, Rob Eshelman, Dave Martinez, and Rick Rowley. I also owe thanks to the many friends who, sometimes unwittingly, offered insights, comment, contacts, and encouragement. That list includes Mustafa Bayoumi, Naomi Klein, David Harvey, Doug Henwood, Liza Featherstone, John Marshall, Penny Lewis, Williams Cole, Ted Ham, and Chris Riley. Finally, thanks to all the people in Iraq, Iraqis and American soldiers who trusted me and spoke openly and shared their experiences. Without their contributions, this book would not exist. Christian Parenti. Brooklyn, July 2004. Ah, the freedom. Look, we have the gas line freedom, the looting freedom, the killing freedom, the rape freedom, the hash smoking freedom. I don't know what to do with all this freedom. Akil, 26, on life in the new Iraq. To Babylon. The belief in the possibility of a short decisive war appears to be one of the most ancient and dangerous of human illusions. Robert Lind, Irish essayist and nationalist. At a gas station deep in the desiccated wastes of western Iraq, a producer for Fox TV waits to meet his armed and flak-jacketed SECU righty entourage. The producer is a man in his mid-50s named Frank. Of medium height, good-looking, fit, with closely cropped gray hair. He was in Vietnam with the US military, then went straight into television and spent the next 30 years in the business. Friendly and confident, Frank wears just the right clothes, khaki cargo pants, charcoal fleece pull over, Gore-Tex windbreaker. He scans the lunar landscape and announces, "Yes, I think we're gonna have it all wrapped up by March." It is December 2003, and Frank is talking about the chaotic little war gripping Iraq's so-called Sunni Triangle. This oil-stained refueling depot on Iraq's main east-west highway is the war's front gate. Beyond here, things begin to get hot, with thieving Ababas and the armed Razis. Tanks preying on civilian traffic and military convoys alike. Usually the two anonymous gunmen are content just to loot the gear of TV journalists or empty the wallets of Iraqi and Jordanian sojourners, but sometimes it gets worse. In April 2004, the Halliburton subsidiary Kellogg, Brown and Root announced that 80 of its convoys had been attacked and more than 30 of its employees had been killed in the previous year. About the time I met Frank, 2 contractors were gunned down, then a CNN crew was fired on, leaving 2 dead and 2 wounded, then an Arab news crew working for Reuters was stopped by resistance fighters just outside Fallujah. Forced to lie face down on the ground with guns to their heads and accused of being US collaborators, the reporters barely survived. They had committed the sin of chatting with American troops at a checkpoint. Quick talking and perhaps a little help from Allah got them back to Baghdad, shaken but alive. The situation for US forces in these parts is exponentially more dangerous. In the first year of the occupation, American patrols were attacked an average of 20 times a day with roadside bombs, rocket-propelled grenades, mortars or small arms fire. By the end of its first year in Iraq, the United States had, according to the Pentagon, lost more than 700 killed in action with almost 4,000 wounded. And after 1 year of occupation, Iraq, the birthplace of civilization, lies in ruins, occupied, violent, corrupt, improvised, chaotic, mildly radioactive, and stalked by a gathering storm of religious fundamentalism, irredentist nationalisms and criminal mayhem. As for Iraqi casualties, no official figures are available. But a freelance website in Europe, www.iraqbodycount.net, uses press reports to keep a running tally, and at the 1-year mark estimated that between 8,800 and 10,000 Iraqis had been killed and an unknown number wounded. Meanwhile, the coalition provisional authorities' jails and prisons have held an estimated 43,000 suspects, thousands of whom still float in a legal limbo somewhere between. To Babylon 3. The laws of war and the nebulous legal codes of a future Iraq. Frank from Fox TV looks out at the desert and sees little of this. Instead, he apprehends a political mirage, the idea of American imperial beneficence and competence. For him, the conquest of Iraq, the war, the chaos, the Bush administration's ambitious, and openly stated, plans for global control are all part of an exciting drama in which the American national character is being put to the test. As in a movie, this narrative has a clear structure: the initial challenge, the first easy victory, then the dramatic setback, the moment of doubt, followed by recovery, renewed resolve, and the inevitable final victory. For a moment I can almost see it, too, reflected in Frank's slightly mirrored sunglasses and in that friendly American smile that invites me, his countryman, to join in and feel good, feel optimistic, feel noble, feel like a winner. But shift focus back from the screen above the empty horizon onto the more immediate surroundings, and the narrative begins to unravel. The Iraq I found during parts of 2003 and 2004 was more like a half-repressed memory of abuse than a drama of hope and redemption. This mess was the joint product of Saddam Hussein's despotism and U.S. conquest, the final phase of a long, slow-boiling war that started in 1991. With Operation Desert Storm, continued under the Clinton-era regimen of sanctions and occasional bombings, and moved into completion when the armies of George W. Bush marched on Baghdad. To travel in central Iraq is to visit modernity's junkyard. Here one finds a traditional society that in a few short decades threw off British colonialism, embraced a semi-secular nationalism, grabbed its economic bootstraps, and, with the help of oil money, pulled itself out of underdevelopment in less than a generation. But now this project is unraveling and moving backward, or rather forward, into a dystopian future of poverty, crime and religious moralism. Looters continue to cannibalize the country's infrastructure, its markets are swamped by cheap imports, and in desperation ever more Iraqis are turning to the imagined virtues and traditions of a fundamentalist past that never really existed. The Ba'ath Party, for all its faults, was Iraq's primary builder of modernity. In control of the state, the party constructed highways, canals, cement plants, universities, power grids, and modern working-class housing. Saddam was central to all of this even before his 1979 coup against his autocratic relative and mentor, President Ahmed Hassan al-Bakr. During the 70s, it was Saddam who ran the show and pointed the way forward, while al-Bakr and the even more distant figure of Ba'ath Party founder Michel Aflaq were reduced to figureheads. Saddam was a thug, but not a banana republic-style comprador, no mere tool of outside powers. Rather, he was a classical fascist who used the party and state to build the nation. The political economy of Ba'athist Iraq was that weird left-right combination of policies that has marked so much of post-Second World War development in the global south. Saddam's Iraq was a mixed economy, one in which the rentier state with its huge oil revenues both nurtured and disciplined the private forces of the market. In Ba'athist Iraq all that was solid did indeed melt into air, most of old Baghdad was torn down and replaced, and the great leader, impatient with capitalism's slow march toward industrialization, used the state's political machinery with all its terror, theatrics, grandeur and oil money to drive development. At the heart of this endeavor was the Iraq Petroleum Company, nationalized in 1973. By these means Saddam built up a cadre of technocrats, cooperated with foreign capital, and developed agriculture, petrochemicals, and manufacturing. In doing all of this, he dragged much of the population away from rural tradition and into the light of prosperity, urbanization, and cosmopolitanism. 1. But the dictator's madness, his domestic terror, his monumental van to Babylon 5. Ity and late-stage gluttony, which took the form of huge palaces and decadent sons running their own fiefdoms, led to a plague of endless wars that left his masterpiece worn down, in decline. First there was the war with Iran, which began in September 1980 when Saddam, playing the part of an ersatz Saladin, invaded his Persian neighbor. Nominally this was to settle a border dispute, but in reality the war was an opportunistic move against the newly consolidated religious revolution in a weakened Iran. Like many other massive military blunders, this war was supposed to end in a quick, decisive victory. But the Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini, ing the Shah's old military hardware and officer corps, fought back hard, blocking Iraqi ships from using the Persian Gulf and opening a counter-attack that devastated Iraq's main oil facilities at FAO. Soon Iraq was going broke, burning up its $30 billion in foreign exchange reserves in the first 2 years of the war and borrowing billions more. Before long it had ceased all imports other than food and weapon. This is how Time magazine described Iraq's plight: the government is so hard up that it conducts a form of national telethon soliciting money and gold for the war effort. Every night on TV, a newscaster reads off the names of the latest contributors, while some of the donors are shown gazing at their donations too. On the front with Iran, the fighting settled into a World War I-style stalemate where each side bombarded the other's lines, then attacked the opposing trenches in horrific slaughters that resulted in little or no progress for either army. The war's political and economic fallout brought OPEC to its knees by undermining the cartel's unity and forcing the financially desperate belligerents to overproduce oil, thus lowering prices, which led to more overproduction, and then even lower prices, and so on in a vicious cycle. By the end of the war in July 1988, Iraq, with the second largest oil reserves in the world, owed $40 billion to international 6 creditors. 3 An estimated 400,000 people died in the carnage, with up to 750,000 wounded. The majority of these casualties were Iranian. 4 Stoking the inferno from behind the scenes were the US and its regional vassal Saudi Arabia, thanks to the deft intermediary work of Saudi Prince Bandar, aka Mr. Smoothie in DC diplomatic circles. Though Saddam had links with the CIA dating back to his 1959 assassination attempt on the reformist President Qasim, he built closer ties to the US during his war against Iran. At that time Washington saw a strong Iraq as a bulwark against Iran and as protection for the Saudi royal family, which sat on an ocean of oil and ruled a restive Shiite minority. As Craig Unger explains, Washington's infatuation with Saddam went as far as providing him with the tools to make weapons of mass destruction. Beginning in 1984, the Center for Disease Control began providing Saddam's Iraq with biological materials including viruses, retroviruses, bacteria, fungi, and even tissue that was infected with bubonic plague. 2 years later the Reagan administration authorized the Saudis to send Iraq 1,500 Mk-84 bombs. Ultimately, the Reagan administration gave Iraq more than $5 billion in loan guarantees, and these funds, along with other aid, enabled Saddam to become a major military force in the Persian Gulf, one that did for a while in the late 80s and early 90s have chemical and nuclear weapons programs. 5 Then in the summer of 1990 Saddam turned on Kuwait in an effort to recoup both his financial and his political losses. The hero leader accused the emirate of slant drilling into the Rumaila oil fields on the Iraq-Kuwait border. The dictator demanded cancellation of Iraq's $7 billion war debt to Kuwait. The emirate refused to pay, and on August 2, 1990, Saddam's army conquered and occupied its neighbor. 6. To Babylon. It is said that Saddam's original plan was only to take the disputed oil fields, but that at the last minute, thinking that he had tacit U.S. approval, he decided to take the rest of Kuwait as well. Iraqi nationalists from King Faisal to the Baathists had long claimed Kuwait as a lost province, and the United States had supported Saddam's wing of the Ba'ath Party in its 1963 and 1968 coups d'état. As late as December 1983, Donald Rumsfeld, acting as President Reagan's special envoy to the Middle East, met Saddam to discuss a westbound oil pipeline through Jordan to the port of Aqaba. At that point Saddam had already used chemical weapons against Iranian troops. Rumsfeld said nothing about these crimes. Thus in 1990 Saddam's faith in U.S. support for his invasion of Kuwait was not unwarranted. Instead, the response was America's Operation Desert Storm, a war that killed at least 100,000 Iraqi soldiers and civilians and left Iraq with more ruined infrastructure, more onerous war debts, and more reparations to pay. The defeat was followed by 12 years of brutal sanctions. Some were imposed by the United Nations and managed from an office in New York that governed the sale of oil and the importation of food and medicine. Another regime of sanctions was imposed unilaterally by the United States under the Iraq Sanctions Act of 1990. This embargo included a broad array of dual-use items that were vital to running the Iraqi electrical and water systems and a modern economy in general. The list included high-speed computers, heavy-duty trucks, boilers, turbines, pumps, compressors, cables and transformers. In the north and south, Iraq's skies were policed by American and British fighter jets. From these no-fly zones the Allies launched continuous low-level punitive bombing raids, taking out a radar facility here, a communications post there, often leaving a few dead soldiers or technicians in the rubble. As a result of all this, public investment broke down, industrial production declined, and cultural production stagnated. For example, film production, a measure of national investment in the arts, stopped completely, while the death rate among Iraqi children under the age of 5, a leading social indicator, increased from 56 deaths per thousand live births to 131 deaths per thousand in 1994 to 99. UNICEF has estimated that up to 500,000 Iraqi children died because of the sanctions regime. 7. War and sanctions left Iraq's project of development and modernization in crisis. Then in 2003 came the coup de grace. Bush Jr. sent his armies to Baghdad in a quick and bloody 3-week rollover. It is upon this heap of wreckage and corpses that the current drama in Iraq unfolds. The trip into Iraq, like so many details of the occupation, encapsulates the crisis and ruin of the larger whole. In early August 2003, I left from Amman at 5 in the morning. Typically one joins a convoy of 2 or 3 GMC Suburbans. For some reason these sturdy SUVs are the vehicle of choice on the Amman to Baghdad route, but I have also done the trip in an orange Chevy Caprice taxicab. The Suburbans depart through the dark and empty streets of Amman, then head down to Highway 10, a beat-up 2-lane ribbon of tarmac that stretches east some 250 kilometers into a desert that is alternately flat or gently rolling but always densely littered with jagged, dark volcanic rocks the size of eggplants and pumpkins. Sitting on the desert surface, the rocks give the terrain an implausible appearance, as if the debris had been dumped from the sky only months ago. At other points the scene looks like a massive rock farm or a gentle swelling sea of floating black stones. Through these rock fields have been cleared pathways the width of a truck's axle. So barren and harsh is the landscape that it is hard to imagine how the Bedouins who still traverse these plains manage to feed their herds of goats and sheep. Today the desert nomads often drive high-wheeled Mercedes trucks with long flatbeds built up with wooden sides in which they haul animals, spare gas and other gear. When not rolling slowly through the desert, the Bedouins graze their sheep and goats and camp in low woolen tents. After the sea of rocks, the desert gives way to an even more empty and dusty landscape, and then one arrives at the border. There are already signs of trouble as one leaves the Hashemite kingdom of Jordan. In the quarter-mile wide no man's land between the two border crossings to the left and right of the highway are the small tent cities of the Al-Rawashid refugee camp, home to over 1,000 Palestinians and some Iranian Kurds who are stranded in an international void, a legal non-place, between the borders of Jordan and American-occupied Iraq. The refugees, who fled the U.S. invasion on temporary travel documents, or were deported from Iraq during the build-up to war, are mostly women, children and the elderly. One report mentioned 500 minors. They have been demanding return to their original countries or the right to go back to Baghdad, but the US and Jordan do not oblige. 8. Passing by the wind-whipped camp in August, I saw their hand-painted English and Arabic signs demanding aid and repatriation. When we slowed to take photographs, armed Jordanian border guards adamantly shooed us away. It was a bad omen. The ubiquitous Peter Kessler, spokesman for the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, made some noises about this floating population and its need for medical care. 9 but 6 months later the refugee camp was still there, an inconsequential blip on the screen in a region that seems more violent and unstable each week. After minimal hassle at the Iraqi border and a chat with a few of the GIs who sometimes search vehicles, sometimes just sit around, the convoys of big GMC SUVs race toward Baghdad. In Iraq the highway and the desert together looks like southeastern California or Nevada. The land is dry and flat, the road well paved, wide with divided lanes and familiar metal guardrails. This is the Autobahn of Saddam's Arab Reich. The good road allows steady speeds of up to 105 miles an hour, except when teetering around a bombed-out bridge or the occasional wrecked vehicle. The flattened frame of one car is said to be the remains of one of Uday Hussein's Ferraris that was borrowed by one of his unlucky associates in a failed attempt to flee American airstrikes. A colleague would later muse comically about hiring someone to haul it to Basra so we could ship it off in a cargo container and sell it on eBay. The second time I went in, the wreck was gone. Though I heard a credible report of an SUV being accidentally strafed by a US helicopter, the only really dangerous part of the drive is the SEC. From Ramadai past Fallujah to the edge of Baghdad. During this leg, drivers become visibly nervous. Most of them say they've been robbed. They push the heavy Suburbans into tight formations, running them side by side to block the highway with a speeding barricade to prevent gun-wielding Ababas from overtaking. And though one's chances of being robbed are slim, it is at these moments that all the second-hand stories come racing back, all the narrow misses, the images of friends with guns to their heads. On this route one arrives in Baghdad just as the sun is setting. The city opens ahead like a hallucination, a splendid, sprawling mess of flat, sand-colored homes, dry palms, Mussolini-style public monuments in traffic, roundabouts and funky, late 70s-style tower blocks. The air is punishingly hot and dry, the horizon reveals a shroud of suffocating smog. Instead of the endless straight path of the highway and the strange serene ity of a day sealed in an SUV speeding through the empty gray-brown desert, the city at sunset is vibrant with muddy orange detail. Now 1. To Babylon 11. Swerves and loops, sharing the streets with cars, donkey carts, trucks and US tanks. To the side are flat buildings, shaggy bushes, and tall, dirty palm trees, then street stalls, pedestrians, taxis and a district of shops, all interspersed with bombed-out or looted buildings housing heaps of garbage and packs of stray dogs. In times past Baghdad was considered the great summit of Arab and Islamic culture. An early example of urban planning, the city was laid out in a circle favored with fountains, gardens, and the shade of looming palms, all fed by the mighty Tigris River curving through the city's heart. Mecca and Medina might be Islam's spiritual points of origin, but Baghdad has always been Arab Islam's cultural center. It was the seat of the Great Abbasid Empire, Islam's first world power, which survived from 700 AD to the mid-12th century. Abbasid Baghdad was a multicultural world where Christianity and Judaism as well as other minor cults were treated with tolerance. This dialogic stance allowed intellectual cross-fertilization and served as an epistemological framework for flourishing international trade, which led to Islamic inventions such as long-distance banking and finance, Islam's separation of faith and reason, and the city's diversity allowed law, science, art, and trade to flourish. Ancient Greek knowledge was preserved, as were ideas from India and China, all while Europe stagnated through the dark ages of warlordism, ignorance, and book-burning Catholic fanaticism. It's a history well known to the proud Baghdadis. More recently, Baghdad has been marked by a fascistic cult of order and planning. Wide boulevards, parks, roundabouts, statues, grand monuments, and highway overpasses set the tone. It is the urban geography of oil money. Today Baghdad is a sprawling, increasingly ramshackle metropolis of 4 million people, most of them unemployed and many of them armed. 12. The city's air is nightmarishly bad. On the horizon, looming above the date palms and low-rise residential sprawl, is a set of giant smokestacks. One belches a massive black plume. Add to this the haze of smoldering garbage heaps, the stench of ruptured and backed-up sewers, and the ubiquitous dust from building rubble and frequent sandstorms, then cap and seal the mixture with the 115-degree hostility of the fierce desert sun. Or, if it's winter, mix this aerosol stew with the thick chilly river fog. Either way the air is almost unbreathable. Crossing the Jumhuriyah Bridge in the center of Baghdad, the view suddenly opens on both sides and below is the wide Tigris River. At first glance the river and the city on its banks look strangely familiar. The point of reference soon becomes apparent. Crossing the Tigris from west to east on the Jumhuriyah presents a view that is uncannily similar to crossing the Thames from south to north on the Waterloo or Blackfriars bridges. The river's width, its placid, murky surface, the long, slow arch of its bow from left to right, the spacing and size of the buildings on the riverbanks, all look familiar. But in this apocalyptic version of London the sky has been transformed from leaden grey to the burning brilliance of a smog-filtered sunset, and the Houses of Parliament and Big Ben have been replaced by futuristic petroleum-funded trophy architecture, stunning slabs and towers of poured concrete with hanging balconies and cantilevered outcroppings, beautiful but charred and hollow. The last bit of robust forward-looking optimism in these structures was stripped away, along with the furniture, wiring, and pipes, by the hordes of impoverished looters who followed in the path of the U.S. takeover like locusts. Across the river and down among the side streets, life appears normal but the mood bristles with tension. Crime is rife, electricity is in short. To Babylon 13. Supply, and even water flows erratically. Garbage and sewage fester on empty lots. Prices are soaring as wages stagnate. The nights echo with gunfire. Traffic is infuriatingly congested thanks to the roadblocks on major arteries, powerless traffic lights, and wave after wave of duty-free imported cars. Cement blast barriers and coils of sharp concertina wire are everywhere. Fuel shortages are common and the lines of cars waiting hours and sometimes even days for gas stretch for up to a mile, snarling traffic even more. The basic infrastructure is still in tatters. One of the city's main water treatment plants received a direct hit from American bombing, and several others were damaged by 12 years of sanctions that limited importation of vital spare parts, Still other plants were ravaged by looters, who stole computers, tore out pipes and ripped up cables. A city without adequate water, power, and safety, a city forced to live in its own wastes, is a breeding ground for violence, despair and, in this case, theocratic revolution. Fear City, capital of chaos. Once you've got Baghdad, it's not clear what you do with it. It's not clear what kind of government you would put in place of the one that's currently there. How much credibility is that government going to have if it's set up by the United States military when it's there? I think to have American military forces engaged in a civil war inside Iraq would fit the definition of quagmire, and we have absolutely no desire to get bogged down in that fashion. Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney. April 29, 1991. On the streets below Baghdad's high-rise ruins, chaos and fear reign. Saddam emptied the prisons in October 2002, and in May of the next year Paul Bremer III fired the police and disbanded the army, but allowed the citizenry to keep their Kalashnikov assault rifles. In the capital, people are allowed to own one machine gun, one pistol, and one antique firearm per household. In occupied Iraq the criminal is king, while fear and growing hopelessness corrode the social fabric. Drivers get executed for their vehicles, girls are snatched up and gang raped, while the wealthy live in constant fear. 16. Of ransom-seeking kidnappers. 60% of Iraqis are out of work. Guns, sex, and pharmaceuticals flood the underground economy. 1,000 Valium tablets costs less than $5 in most pharmacies. In the summer of 2003 a friend of mine was offered hand grenades for $3 apiece in Fallujah. Bizarrely, the background music to this madness is the lilting and dignified Arabic verse of the 5 daily calls to prayer. The crew I am with on my first trip in consists of the filmmaker Red Scott and a Bay Area lawyer cum writer Scott Fleming. Through an other filmmaker, James Longley, we've linked up with a translator named Akil. He's tall and thick-set, almost heavy, with a shaved head, wrap around shades, hip goatee, and a goofy sense of humor that belies his hard man persona. In many ways he is a big kid, with a head full of pop culture references and fantasies of the perfect girl. But he is also deeply nationalistic. As my colleagues and I unload our gear, 2 men drive by our cheap hotel, flashing small submachine guns. 40 minutes later nervous American soldiers from the 1st Armored Division move in looking for bad guys. Heading out for breakfast the next morning we find 3 big plainclothes Iraqi cops beating and interrogating a suspect in the lobby of our hotel. With their pistols drawn the cops turn and smile politely as we pass out of view, then the beatdown continues. The bound and thumb-tied perp is an accused kidnapper. When stage 1 of questioning is over the battered detainee is loaded into the trunk of a Chevy Impala and driven away. This is liberated Baghdad, an endless game of cops and robbers with loosely improvised rules. No accurate crime statistics are kept here, so journalists go to the morgue for numbers, at least they did until the Coalition Provisional Authority, wishing to project a more stable image, put pressure on the 17 city morgue to keep its doors shut. According to the morticians there were 470 known murders in July 2003, up from 10 the year before. In August, 518 Baghdadis were killed with firearms. But many Iraqis, fearful of the authorities and observant of the Muslim tradition requiring a quick burial, don't bother to bring their dead to morgues to be counted, so no one knows the real number of crimes. 1. And not all authorities keep statistics. In the slum of Sadr City, which was once called Al-Thura, then Saddam City, and is now named for the father of the 31-year-old outlaw Shiite cleric, Muqtada al-Sadr Shiite militias keep order on the streets and maintain a network of private jails. The main force in this impoverished sprawl of cinder block homes and jerry-rigged wires running from house to house is the Mahdi army, or Jshi Mahdi. Loyal to Muqtada al-Sadr. The force is named after Shia Islam's once and future 12th Caliph or chosen one, the Mahdi. Al-Sadr's parastate activities take place off the books. Journalists don't get stats on the number of rapes, robberies, and murders cleared by the Mahdi, so it's impossible even to guess the real crime rate in Baghdad. More generally, Iraq's legal system is now a patchwork of negotiable codes, customs, and political favors. Bribery and nepotism are rife. Tribes and courts compete for legitimacy, police officers are often clan sheiks and in that capacity moonlight as community mediators or informal judges, arbitrating disputes and presiding at informal tribal courts called fasals. These gatherings handle cases, such as murder, that in any functioning state would fall within the criminal code. One press account described a deal in which a killing was resolved by means of a cash payment of several $1,000s. The Fasal's mix of Bedouin custom and Quranic teaching could be seen as a model of dialogical or restorative justice, but that would obscure important questions of unfairness based on 18. Gender, class, and social prestige. One Shia sheikh told me that his grandmother as a young woman was given to the family of the murderers of her brother so that the two feuding families could make a new person to replace the dead man. Amid the chaos of occupation, this traditional mistreatment of women is making a comeback. Ironically, Iraq is home to what was probably the first written legal code. The sixth king of Babylon, Hammurabi, wrote down national laws sometime around 1700 BC. 2. By the late winter of 2003 there was a force of 60,000 new Iraqi police officers in the country, only about 4,000 of these patrolled Baghdad and most of them stayed in the central areas, leaving the outer neighborhoods to their own devices. The IP's job is rough. Statistically speaking, they have one of the most dangerous occupations in the world. Their casualty rate has been consistently higher than that of the American occupying forces. During the joint Sunni-Shiite Intifada of spring 2004, an estimated 10 to 30% of the Copts in Shia areas of the south switched sides or stayed away from the fighting. As for crime, the U.S. troops, the Quwat al-Ihtilal, or forces of occupation, are stretched too thin to provide law and order. Beyond that, the U.S. military has little understanding of Iraqi culture or politics. Many soldiers arrive with minds freighted with Orientalist notions of Arabs as backward sheep herders in need of a firm guiding hand. As one Army captain explained to the New York Times, "You have to understand the Arab mind. The only thing they understand is force, pride, and saving." Phase 3. Iraqis hate this sort of arrogance, and the more of it they see, the more they hate the occupation. As one highly educated and bilingual Iraqi told me, the Americans think we are Indians and that this is the Wild West. Another Iraqi, the relative of someone killed at a U.S. checkpoint, asked rhetorically why the U.S. soldiers always used such strange names, like Camp War Eagle or Task Force Panther, then offered his own 19. explanation: "It shows that they do not respect us, that they hate us. When U.S. troops do mean well, they face the almost impenetrable barrier of language. Both soldiers and the civilian staff of the occupation are very short on Arabic language skills. The Bush administration and the military brass keep quiet about this issue, but former diplomats and intelligence officers worry openly about the language gap." Former U.S. Ambassador to Saudi Arabia Charles W. Freeman, now of the Middle East Policy Council, has likened the situation in Iraq to a badly managed Pentagon-operated theme park, adding that, as of October 2003, only 54 foreign service officers were fluent in Arabic. He estimated that a similar number of case officers in the intelligence community also spoke Arabic. The ambassador pointed out that this leads to communication problems for at crime scenes US troops can just as easily arrest the victims as the perpetrators. A human rights worker told me the story of a beauty shop that was attacked and robbed. Some of the women were almost kidnapped. When the US troops showed up and were met by a small crowd of hysterical Baghdadis, the soldiers were about to arrest some of the victims and witnesses until a bilingual Al Jazeera reporter intervened and translated. Not surprisingly, most people in Baghdad are armed and edgy. Under such conditions, community solidarity takes on increasingly violent forms. An Irish peace activist, Michael Birmingham, who works for Voices in the Wilderness, a peace and human rights group that has tried to document and witness the misery of Iraq for almost a decade, saw the new vigilantism firsthand. 3 carjackers took a vehicle at gunpoint in midday. In response, pedestrians started throwing stones at the thieves. Shopkeepers started firing AK-47s, disabling the vehicle. Then the crowd surged in, dragging one of the carjackers onto the street and beating him. 20. They were jumping on his head and his chest. I don't think he made it, explained Birmingham in a deadpan Dublin brogue. Birmingham was himself beaten by a mob around the same time while he was watching a protest outside the Palestine Hotel where unemployed workers were demanding jobs. The assault was brief and he eventually escaped down an alley. The staff of a youth-run newspaper, Al Muwajahah, tell similar stories. The paper shared space with Voices in the Wilderness in that group's bare, 2-story cement offices and apartments just off Karata Street. On some of the hottest August afternoons I'd sit around with these young, broke reporters waiting for the electricity to come back while listening to their tales of horror about who among their friends had been robbed or attacked. 2 people's relatives had been killed in carjackings. Ahmed, a young dental technician turned press fixer and driver who worked with friends of mine, told a story of how his brother was kidnapped and held for $100,000. After the family paid almost $30,000, the boy was freed. Then the entire family, except Ahmed, fled to Syria without saying a word to the police. During the Intifada of April 2004 there was a rash of kidnappings against journalists, and many of these detained reporters lied about their nationalities and then did not report their detentions so as to keep working in Iraq. Before that, journalists were getting whacked intentionally and unintentionally killed in the crossfire. There was the Reuters cameraman, Mazen Dana, who was shot and killed by US troops outside the massive Abu Ghraib prison. In early July 2003, a young British freelancer, Richard Wilde, was murdered by a lone assassin who probably thought his tall, broad-shouldered victim was a soldier. A Cambridge graduate who had served in the British Army, Wilde wanted to be a war correspondent. After only 2 weeks of freelancing he was dead. Word on the street that 21 summer was that Wilde had been wearing shorts and had spoken to US troops in front of the Natural History Museum just before he was shot execution style in the base of the skull with a small caliber weapon. 3 GIs in the area had recently died the same way, at close range, in the neck, from behind, with a pistol. Wilde had been staying with Birmingham and the other Voices in the Wilderness activists. When I visited Birmingham, only 3 weeks after Wilde's death, the tragedy already seemed far away, since every day brought new assaults and kidnappings. Barely a month after Wilde was murdered, May Ying Welsh, a stellar American reporter who then worked for Al Jazeera, was almost killed while interviewing U.S. soldiers. Standing on the second-floor atrium of the Coalition Provisional Authorities Convention Center, beneath a Dy Bathist mosaic that depicts American cruise missiles raining down on Iraq along with doves and someone who looks like Saddam but is dressed like Saladin, May recounted her experiences with an air of blank serenity. She was doing a story on a Muslim GI who was on a humanitarian mission handing out books. The whole thing was something set up between Al Jazeera and the First AD, explained Welsh. The story was going fine until in the middle of an interview a grenade dropped right in between us like a ripe piece of fruit. Everyone ran, but I have this really bad habit of freezing when things get dangerous. So I just froze. The grenade rolled under a Humvee, and the shrapnel somehow missed Welsh when it blew. I think I was behind the tire, she says, taking a long drag on her cigarette. Her film crew and the 2 GIs she had been talking to were not so lucky, all were wounded, one badly. 22. The Baghdad offices of the Iraqi Workers' Communist Party were, for several months after the conquest, housed in the remains of a looted bank near the base of the Jumhuriyah Bridge, just across the Tigris from the Coalition Provisional Authorities' massive fortified green zone, which occupies the grounds of Saddam's old Republican palace. The bank is bare, stripped to the naked brick by looters. First they took all the money, then all the equipment and furniture, then they ripped out the marble paneling, light fixtures, door frames, windows, wiring, pipes, and floor tiles. The bank is now shared by 3 interrelated organizations: the Workers' Communist Party of Iraq, the Unemployed Union of Iraq and the Organization for Women's Freedom in Iraq. Upstairs too, homeless families squat in some of the rooms and the party has a little one-room radio station. To keep out the hostile militants of Muqtada al-Sadra's Mahdi army, the party, and the UUI post-armed guards. Just inside the bank's front door sit 2 young men in sandals, slacks, and loose shirts. Kalashnikov rifles lie across their laps. They smile politely at passing guests and comrades, but keep a watchful eye on the infernally hot noonday street outside. As we pull up to the bank, some scavengers nearby exit the bomb-ventilated burned-out shell of a once sleek modernist office tower across the street. They load long strips of aluminum into a waiting minivan and drive off. The scene feels simultaneously apocalyptic and totally prosaic. In a cool dark room toward the back of the stripped bank I meet Yanar Mohammed, head of the Organization for Women's Freedom in Iraq and a member of the Workers' Communist Party of Iraq. She is meeting with activists from out of town, middle-aged, middle-class women, wearing sensible, modest clothes. They look like librarians. On the metal desk in front of Mohammed is a laptop computer. Her guests sit in plastic outdoor chairs like those that fill the restaurant patios. Across the cheap 23 carpet extension cords run to a generator out back. We want a secular, democratic Iraq where women are full members of society, explains Mohammed after the visiting delegation leaves. A self-professed ex-Muslim, Mohammed scorns the veil and is defiantly beautiful. She's in her mid-40s with long black hair and intense eyes. And the top few buttons of her tight denim shirt are unfastened to reveal just a hint of cleavage. In the face of Iraq's brutal misogyny, her presentation of self is not flirtation so much as it is politically combative. Her look semaphores female agency, secularism, and a desperate hope. The death threats are constant. When she travels the streets, bodyguards go with her. Mohammed has already faced several abduction attempts. How did she get to this place? Mohammed explains that for years she was a refugee from Saddam's regime, living in Toronto and working as an architect designing high-rise condos. I saw my husband taken off to war every 3 years. Our lives were being destroyed. I had to leave Iraq. In Toronto she hooked up with the IWCP's Canadian branch, and when the American conquest was wrapping up in mid-April she and her comrades rushed back to Iraq to start organizing the revolution. They launched the only feminist newspaper in Iraq, Al-Mosawwad, and slowly recruited members. Yanar Mohammed explains that the class suffering most routinely, horribly and silently under the new regime of chaos is women. She tells me of marauding men in misery gangs that kidnap and rape women and girls at will. Some of these victims are dumped back on the streets only to be executed by their disgraced male relatives in what are called honor killings. Many women and girls stay locked inside their homes for weeks at a time for fear that they will be assaulted on the street or because male relatives will not allow them to go out. Increasingly those who do venture out wear veils, since the misogynist ravings of the more funday men. 24. Talist clerics have warned that women who do not wear the hijab should not be protected. Unlike Western feminists, we put the liberation of women in the context of class liberation, explains Mohammed. The party in turn sees the liberation of women as the central catalyst for class revolution in the Middle East. In some ways gender in Iraq is like race in America. But the condition of women has been deteriorating. In the 50s and 60s, my mother wore sleeveless shirts and walked at night along the river here. Young women wore skirts, all the Western fashions, had jobs, went out at night together without men, says Mohammed. This current situation, this fundamentalism, is not natural, it is not even traditional. It is desperate and reactionary. Iraq's war on women started well before the US occupation. During the conflict with Iran, Saddam invoked religion and patriarchy with greater frequency as things at the front fell apart. After his defeat and expulsion from Kuwait in 1991, the hero leader began to abandon the discourse of Arab nationalism and turn toward political Islam for a new set of rhetorical props with which to reinvigorate the theater of state. In the late 1990s this took the form of the so-called Al-Hamla al-Imaniyya or Faithfulness campaign, in which, Mohammed says, over 200 women in Baghdad and Mosul were accused of immorality, dragged from their homes, and beheaded in the streets by Saddam's Fedayeen, a sort of paramilitary shock troop of Ba'athist black shirts, young suicide fighters and thugs responsible for fanatical forms of intimidation and moral hygiene. It was during this campaign that Saddam added the words Allahu Akbar, God is great, to the Iraqi flag, which bore the Arab nationalist and Islamic color scheme of red and black bands across the top and bottom and a white band in between with 3 green stars. He also incorporated some of the more backward elements of Iraq's tribal code into the country's 25 broader legal code, which Mohammed says encouraged so-called honor killings. With the crisis of occupation, the patriarchal violence has grown worse. And so Yanar Mohammed and her comrades attack head-on. Honor killing is their top grievance. The UN Commission for Human Rights has reported that more than 4,000 Iraqi women have been murdered in this way since 1991. 5. The OWFI says some victims were as young as 13 and 14, murdered by uncles and brothers after being raped. According to Mohammed, scores of other teenagers have killed themselves to escape forced marriages. The Organization for Women's Freedom claims that it has saved 250 women who were threatened with honor killing by spiriting the intended victims away to new homes or temporary shelter. From 1998 to 2000, the OWFI, together with its parent organization, the Trotskyist-oriented Workers' Communist Party of Iraq, operated a women's shelter in the semi-autonomous region of Iraqi Kurdistan. Since the end of the Gulf War, Iraqi Kurdistan has functioned as a de facto mini-state run jointly by two rival parties, the Patriotic Union of Kurdistan and its sibling the Kurdistan Democratic Party. Seeking refuge in the north was an established practice. The mainline Communist Party did the same thing. While in Kurdistan Mohammed's comrades set up a shelter for women threatened with honor killings. But Mohammed says the party ran afoul of the local Peshmerga, or Kurdish guerrillas of the PUK. They said we were teaching women to go against society. They banned our party and shut the shelter, says Mohammed. The PUK is very reactionary. It allows and even supports honor killings. The PUK denies these charges, but both Kurdish parties have well established reputations as corrupt, brutal, and politically shallow. Most institutions in Kurdistan are absurdly duplicated so that both parties can have 26 a piece of the aid game. During August of that first summer, other issues on Mohammed's mind are the threats from al-Sadra's Mahdi army, which had recently ejected the party from its offices in Najaf, and the survival of her organization's newspaper, Al-Mosawat. She worries that the coalition forces might shut them down, as has happened to other anti-American papers. At the end of our long interview, Mohammed sums up, our demands are simple: no veiling, no sexual apartheid, shelter for women. There are other pieces of a secular left in Iraq, but not many. The most prominent is the old, formerly Soviet-oriented Iraqi Communist Party. Once the largest communist party in the Middle East and the second largest party in Iraq, the ICP sent Qatar to Kurdistan in the late 60s, where the mountains and the Peshmerga shielded them. The ICP always had a large number of Baghdadi Kurds in its ranks, and this helped its militants to acclimate to life in the north. Yanar Mohammed and other leftist critics of the Iraqi Communist Party condemn it for collaborating with the occupation by taking a seat on the US-appointed Governing Council of Iraq. Mohammed says that the ICP's long association with the blunt nationalism of the Kurdish parties has had the effect of watering down the party's politics from revolutionary to mildly reformist. As part of my search for signs of a hopeful Iraqi future, I visit officials and members of the ICP on several occasions. The party puts on a brave face, but it is an institution marked by deep trauma. Saddam killed and tortured to death thousands of communists. That, after all, was why the CIA backed his clique within the Ba'ath Party during its 1963 and 1968 coups d'état. We are coaxing back the old members. The survivors are rebuilding, explains Mufid Jazahiri, one of the party's Baghdad leaders. He won't tell me how many members the party has, but he claims that it has always 27 been and still is very popular in Iraq. But most of the survivors I see are gray-haired urban professionals. In reality, the young excluded and working masses follow the simple message and green flag of Islam. The political traction of Islam can be seen everywhere, perhaps most obviously in the increasing number of women wearing the hijab, or headscarf. This trend started during the war with Iran and continued through the first war with the United States and into the sanctions regime. Now it is almost de rigueur, the sure sign of a society in deep crisis. More disturbing is the number of people who openly admit that the hijab is a mere convention or conceit rather than a true act of faith. The mother of my colleague and translator Akil started wearing the hijab during the sanctions regime. He described her late life change to the headscarf as due to her faith, but also as just what is done now. Ahmed, the dental technician turned fixer, explains the new vogue with a matter-of-factness that obscures the implied violence. My wife wears the hijab. I told her to. He smiles slyly. But she wears jeans and Western Clothes. Ahmed is working for several journalists I know, and occasion ally I catch rides with them and plumb him for insights. He is Shia, and says he prays regularly but in other ways seems little concerned with Allah and Ali. If she did not wear a scarf, men on the street might say things to her and then I would have to fight them. It's just better to avoid trouble. At Baghdad University, male followers of Muqtada al-Sadr are known to threaten women who do not dress modestly enough or who violate other Shia moral strictures, like not listening to music during the sacred month of Muharram, during which fasting, prayer and self-denial are recommended. 6. Of course, being chaste isn't easy in a society with endemic poverty, a collapsing education system, few career prospects, and a huge population of cash flush, sexually frustrated foreign soldiers. The Palestine and Sheraton hotels, located just off the river, were once quite fancy and catered to oil men, visiting notables and upscale tourists. Today the high-rise towers and big empty lobbies, lounges and conference rooms are lonely and run down. Just next door to each other, the hotels form a single armed camp surrounded by tanks, Humvees, barbed wire, blast barriers, and sandbagged gun towers. Inside this perimeter live the highly paid TV journalists who broadcast live from that third-story roof deck with the floodlights illuminating the blue-domed mosque just beyond Fardos Square. The compound also houses businessmen and is frequented by spooks in their undercover spook outfits, as well as the semi-spooks, the private soldiers of Blackwater Security Consulting, the Hart Group, DynCorp International and the other mercenary firms. Fleming summed them up as those former special forces guys who blew out a knee on the last jump. They sit around the lobby in their postmodern colonial Gap wear, light trek boots, cargo pants, wraparound shades, and subdued polo shirts under slim black flak vests. Near to hand are their tricked-out M4S or X pensive Heckler & Koch MP5 submachine guns. Lately the Palestine Sheraton compound has been subject to ever more numerous mortar and rocket attacks. The insurgents launch their assaults from empty lots only a quarter-mile away, in full visibility of off-ER non-militarized hotels. Just outside the compound's wire is the Karada district, a long urbanized peninsula in the Tigris. Across from the hotels toward the river is a stretch of garbage-strewn wasteland, its brown dirt occasionally broken 29 by clumps of trees and dotted with bits of tacky, decrepit sculpture. This was once a park, but now it's a no-man's land, home to crazy people, trash fires and diseased feral dogs. On one occasion, when entering the compound from the riverside, several colleagues and I met a large, sickly, molting and vicious mutt just in front of the gate. The beast is sleeping in a mud puddle, but upon our approach it rises from its stinking ditch and moves forward with a deranged growl. Its backside is totally bald and leathery, its mouth, a small window into a wet hell. We keep it at bay by yelling at it and pelting it with rocks. I find the courage to walk past it only when a young African-American GI comes to the edge of the wire with the stock of his M4 against his shoulder, the barrel pointed down but ready to swing up. "It's cool," he says. "I gotcha covered. Man. Somebody's gotta whack that mutt," says Fleming, running a big hand over his stubbly scalp. If the first AD wants to help build democracy in Iraq, they should start by wasting that stinking, evil, nasty dog. We all agree, nation building, one dead canine at a time. In the parking lot of the Sheraton it seems as if the sun is in a rage, strangling the city with heat. The GIs on the tanks all wear black leather gloves, touch the metal without protection and your hands burn and blister. One tank has a bumper sticker on the barrel reading question. Internal combustion. How hot is it in there? I ask the soldier on the turret. Man, it's, like, 270 degrees. Dude, water boils at 240, says Fleming. Alright, so it's like 150 degrees. I don't know. It's just really fucking hot. We have come to this hotel fortress from our more anonymous digs. For some Turkish coffee and air conditioning and to use the high-speed 30 internet cafe. I am physically drained, soaked in sweat and mentally fried. From the heat, the driving, the interviews, and the constant, gnawing. Low-level fear. We all drift off in different directions. I am back from checking email, headed for a couch and more coffee when I see that a young woman has joined Akil in an empty side lounge. Akil waves me over, and we chat for a bit. The young woman speaks some English. She wears tight blue jeans, has dyed blonde highlights in her curly hair, and says she is here looking for a job. I wander off again, but Akil soon finds me. He's convinced she is a prostitute. What makes you think that? I can just tell. You should do an interview with her. So let's ask her. No, it's better if I ask her, away from you. After a few minutes, the two of them come back and we relocate to a corner of the Sheraton's musty, catacomb-like hallways and sit on a couch for the interview. She won't give her name, but through Akil's translation she explains the details of her work. For $15 a SES. Zion, she has sex with American soldiers. She's 17, has her own car, and wants to go to college or maybe just leave Iraq. Her father works with the Americans and comes to this hotel on business but has no idea what her work consists of. She says she is not afraid of misery gangs because she has her own car and is careful. Her customers include soldiers. One regular is a captain in the 1st AD. Do you use protection with the soldiers? She blushes and pauses. She says she takes the pills, explains Akil. Does she know about AIDS? No condoms? I ask. She blushes more deeply and answers directly in English. Some times. 31. Iraq once had a strong and vibrant working-class movement. In fact, the Baathists were always reacting to that movement with a combination of repression, co-optation and aesthetic and rhetorical imitation. Mohammed's comrades in the Iraqi Union of the Unemployed are trying to resurrect a real workers' movement, or a movement of the excluded. In a park across from the so-called Assassin's Gate, the IUU holds regular demonstrations. In a way, these Qatar could be anywhere in the world. They are the same collection of diehards, misfits, self-appointed leaders, and solid, noble regular folks who protest injustice everywhere. Only here they are so outnumbered and the political context so hopeless that it is very hard to willingly suspend disbelief and see the revolution coming unless it's the one waving a green flag and wearing the black shirts of Muqtada al-Sadra's militia. The US troops meet the IUU demonstrations with a combination of indifference and repression. At the group's biggest mobilization in the stifling heat of August, some 50 of the comrades were arrested by US soldiers and held for a day. One of those detained was Hamid Abdiya. He is in a wheelchair and wears a red headband. Even though I am in a wheelchair, the US soldiers insulted me. But I have the right to a job and to live, says Abdiya, the next day back at the site of his arrest. The IUU is on the street again, but their crowds, as far as I can see, rarely reach even 1,000. Ultimately, their message of worker communism makes little or no sense to the people of Iraq. Where workers' symbols were the currency of the old Baathist plutocracy and where Islamist religious rhetoric is now the prevailing discourse of all sides. As we leave the IWCP's looted bank one day, Akil steps into the street to hail a cab and light a cigarette. He comments, "CP, Iraqis will never 32 follow these people. I don't know why you're spending so much time with them." From one of the IUU demos that had finally been broken up by the SUF. Focating heat, we move a mile north to explore part of the looted Ministry of Film and Television. Its courtyard is bleached dry, its second story mosaics look forlorn. On the ground we find a Republican Guard uniform and some old, trampled spools of Celluloid, a movie from the 70s showing a family driving through a calmer, Technicolor Baghdad. Then we come across a grenade. Akil wants to pick it up, claiming that it is somehow inoperable. It sits in a dry blue-tiled fountain. He's reaching for it. "Hey. I am sure you're right, but please do not pick that up." He is dissuaded. Further on is the blasted wreck of an Iraqi tank, and living nearby is Ibrahim Khidam, squatter and father of 9. He explains that he lost his foot in the Iran-Iraq war, and then he lost his home and kebab shop to some of Uday Hussein's boys. Now he squats in these ruins with his wife, 9 children, and a shaggy and bleeding ewe. He says he loves George Bush. Khidam can't work, so he lives off the meager wages of his children, some of whom do odd jobs in a local market. Khidam says he was recently told by some of the new Iraqi police that he and all other squatters here must leave these government buildings within a month. Some 65 other families from Khidam's old neighborhood also squat in the rubble around him. They all moved here more or less together, though as a network, not as an organization. When asked if they will resist the eviction order, Khidam says no. Everyone will have to find their own way. I ask Khidam if he knows about the IUU. No. Maybe they can help me. As we talk, a bleary-eyed child approaches with a very realistic-looking 33 plastic pistol and levels it at Fleming's bald head. The gun only shoots plastic pellets. Someone's gonna waste that kid if he keeps pointing that at Strang. ERS. This is a really fucked up country, says a rattled Fleming. Along with the wages of his children, Khidam survives on World Food Program donations of flour, legumes, oil, salt, sugar, and tea. These allotments are distributed to all 25 million Iraqis, about half of whom depend on the rations for bare subsistence. Yet the scheme, a direct continuation of the Oil for Food program of Saddam's era, was scheduled to end in November 2003. The quick young minds running the coalition pro-V Sional Authority and within the Halliburton-dominated Reconstruction programs had a better idea: they would make room for the magic of the market. From the physical and social rubble of Khidam's home, the future of Iraq looks grim, fragmented and desperate. Imperium delirium. We dominate the scene and we will continue to impose our will on this country. L. Paul Bremer 3, June 29, 2003. A thick plume of black smoke rises from a section of Quetta Street, where U.S. military patrols often stop to buy air conditioners and DVDs. An American Humvee making just such a stop has parked on a wide traffic median and been blown to pieces by a remote-activated improvised explosive device, or IED, buried in a dirt planting square. By total chance, my 3 friends and I are the first press on the scene. Behind us come the 2 guys from Kent News and Pictures. Most journalists are busy elsewhere. They have a better story on the other side of town, where the Jordanian embassy has been hit with a massive car bomb, the first of many to follow. The entire international press corps has been on the perimeter of that mess for about 2 hours. We heard the news of the embassy bombing late, and we were finally headed there when we saw this other column of smoke rising close behind us in our rearview mirror. Turn around, Fleming demands. That's not a trash fire. 36. We bail out and jog toward the smoke. Quetta Street is empty and totally quiet except for the shopkeepers who huddle in their doorways and occasionally call out to us in Arabic and English, "Be careful." We move to the side of the street and creep along past the stores, staying low and near the cover of the parked cars. Then we get close enough to see what is going on. About 20 feet away sit a military transport truck and two Humvees with a handful of American soldiers crouched behind them. 30 feet beyond that are the flaming remains of a third Humvee, blown to smithereens by the massive IED. Bizarrely, there's no firing, no yelling, no talking, no radio traffic, no one screaming, but two US soldiers are down. They've been pulled into one of the vehicles ready for evacuation. So far there are no reinforcements or helicopters overhead. All one can hear is the billowing updraft of the flame and smoke from the obliterated Humvee. We crouch and watch, feeling slightly scared and slightly silly, scared because we can see that this really is war, and silly because we all know how to act, or think we know how to act, thanks to childhoods full of war movies. Then it starts. At first a few loud pops and cracks, then a cacophonous barrage. It is hard to tell what is happening, but it seems that the ammunition in the burning Humvee is exploding and the troops in the street are firing, and someone in the upper floors of a 3-story office mall is shooting back at them. As soon as the storm of lead starts, Fleming and I are behind a small Toyota sedan. I try to merge with the rear wheel to keep as much metal 37 as possible between me and the madness a few yards away. The shooting subsides. We consider our options. Stay here. Go to that shop. This engine block is pretty solid. Yeah, and half our bodies are behind rubber tires. We move to the doorway of a shop. Another round of blasting commences. We hit the ground, pressing our bodies into the dusty concrete. After a moment it's quiet again. Garrett and Akil have crossed the street. Fleming and I look at the angle of things and figure it's best to be on the same side of the street as the US troops who have most of the guns and are doing most of the shooting. We cross over, walking quickly but not running, as if the firefight is a big dog that has to be psyched out. The 4 of us take up position in the doorway of a refrigerator store next to another store selling shoes. Now armored personnel carriers arrive and disgorge scores of soldiers from the 82nd Airborne. The firing continues, and occasionally we hear a few return rounds. They pass with a sound like hot razors slashing open the air above our heads. Sick. The really close bullets sound like loud cracks. "That's Kalashnikov, I know the voice," says Akil. There is a clear bit of national pride in his tone. His countrymen are fighting back, never mind the fact that we are now mixed in with the most forward US troops and getting shot at. He and Garrett are cool and collected, rolling video and sound with total equanimity. Fleming and I are a bit less collected. During some of the loudest and most crowded blasts of .50 calories, M4S, and answering acts, I lose my nerve completely and duck from the doorway deep into the back of the electronics store. The 2 shopkeepers are equally freaked out but still very polite. The owner, Ali, offers me water. 38. We make simple conversation in an improvised pidgin of Arabic, English, and fear. War, bad. La war. No fucking good. Nam, la war. Inshallah salam, salam Iraq. In Iraq, peace, God willing. Inshallah. Inshallah. The firefight goes on for about 2 hours, and about halfway through the fight we start moving down toward the targeted building as US troops start moving past us. The whole action is slow and methodical. In many ways it encapsulates the larger dynamics of the war, confusing and labor-intensive, overly and dysfunctionally technological, awkwardly urban. The US troops have far more firepower than they can use, but they don't know exactly where or who the enemy is. There are civilians hiding in every corner. The ground floor of the target building is full of merchants and shoppers. An undisciplined fire will mean scores of dead civilians. There are the 2 GIs down. I can't see them, but I am told one has lost his legs and is probably set to die. When a medevac helicopter arrives just overhead, it, too, like much of the military's technology, is foiled. The street is crisscrossed with electrical wires and there is no way the chopper can land to extract the wounded. The soldiers around us look grave and weary. Eventually some Bradley fighting vehicles start pounding the building with mean 25mm shells. Whoever might have been shooting from upstairs is either dead or gone. The street is now littered with overturned air conditioners, fans and refrigerators, the consumer amulets of progress and domesticity. We've moved up to a point just across from the target building. A store on its ground floor starts burning, and the shopkeeper sobs into Akil's chest as his life savings go up in smoke. The flames spread to some bushes in 39. Front of a house next door. Nearby a cooler of sodas is spilled forlornly on the sidewalk. Further away 2 civilians lie dead, caught in the cross fire. A soldier peeks out from the hatch of a Bradley and calls over to a journalist. "Can you grab me one of those Cokes?" That evening we returned to Kareta Street hoping to unpack exactly what had transpired during the attack and the following firefight. But, like so much in occupied Iraq, the harder one looks the less one sees. We find that the burnt-out shop hasn't been totally destroyed, but most of its goods are ruined and miraculously all of the customers and merchants trapped on the ground floor during the firefight are fine. Toward the end of the shooting we had seen them emerge waving their underwear as white flags and then sprint to safety. The fire next door engulfed only the parched bushes in front of the house. The owner of that home and his 8 family members had hidden in a small cellar made for just these sorts of occasions. A crowd of men mill around in front of the scarred office mall. Boys sift through ashes where the Humvee had been. Its charred hulk was hauled off earlier by US troops. A kid of about 10 holds up the vehicle's tire iron. 2 guys, one of them on a bicycle, start shoving each other. The mood of the crowd is both celebratory and a bit angry. The light is orange and fading to dusk. I interview some witnesses and survivors of the shootout. Garrett wanders into the crowd. Fleming, in a political daze, mutters "Abo I how. This is totally fucked up," and disappears into the building's carbonized interior. A boy shows me the undamaged slugs from some burned out M4 rounds, clearly debris from the Humvees. 40. "These are the bullets the Americans shot at me," he says in Arabic, then adds, pointing to the wall, "These are the holes from where the bullets missed me." Akil tries to suppress an incredulous grin as he translates. Other boys bring shell casings and pieces of the Humvee and request photos. I am interested in reconstructing the insurgency's MO and trying to see how much support it has. But it is getting hard to do interviews. I can't pin down many of the day's details, since everybody keeps chiming in, interrupting each other and offering pieces of the big picture. The Americans made this happen. They have destroyed Iraq. There is no economy. They force even good Muslims to sell sex movies just to survive. Israel is behind all of this. They had made America do these things. We all knew this would happen soon. The Americans are ruining everything. And then rather cryptically an old man says, "Many of the young people here are not from Kareta." What did that mean? "I don't think we should ask about that," says Akil. "It seems to be some sort of resistance reference. At one level what happened here wasn't anything specific. It was sim. Ply the local and momentary iteration of occupation and resistance. The war is everywhere like a specter but only erupts into view for hot moments of chaos, terror, and death. With this round of shooting over, the war's larger causes seem to stalk the street, animating the conversation. A television and radio producer in his mid-30s steps forward. The man has nice clothes, short hair, and a neatly trimmed 5 o'clock shadow, the polished ruffian look preferred by the hip young men of Bog. Dad. Akil knows the man from times past, when the producer worked for an English-language pop music and listener call-in station owned by Uday Hussein. Akil was one of the station's star callers. He lived in Michigan for 2 years and has a faintly American accent and a vast 41 knowledge of American and British pop culture, so when things were slow the radio station would even call Akil and put him on the air to offer shout-outs to his peeps and request songs. The station even invited Akil to a few of its private parties. The whole scene was a fetishized imitation of some hodgepodge imaginary suburban American youth culture, and broadcast across Baghdad it served not as a cultural fifth column but as an aesthetic buttress. To shore up, legitimize and brand Saddam, his regime, and his crazed Playboy sons. In others' words, a fascist at war with the US, in the process of transforming his image from that of Arab nationalist to political Islamist, used a weird mix of Limp Bizkit, the Red Hot Chili Peppers and Michael Bolton to lull and woo the middle-class youth of his capital. Just one more example of Saddam's bizarrely theatrical flexibility, similar to his donning traditional Kurdish dress during public visits to Kurdistan, while simultaneously repressing the Kurds, or praying at Shia mosques while assassinating Shia clerics. That was long ago and worlds away. Now the producer is livid. Where is the electricity? Where is the water? This is the freedom. In 1991, Saddam had the lights back on in 2 months. 2 months. Are you going to tell me the superpower cannot make the lights work? I do not believe it. This is a plan to destroy us and take our oil. It is a sentiment I begin to hear frequently. The phones do not work because they do not want us to be able to communicate, says a taxi driver. Where is the electricity? They are stealing our oil, explains a shopkeeper. One can almost watch the political fallout in real time, every night that the lights blink out or the tap runs dry. More Iraqis turn away from America and the freedom and reorient toward the resistance, al-Mujahideen. As the radio producer drives home his points, an American tank rolls to 42 toward us and stops some 50 yards away. Fleming is on top of the building now, snapping photos. A crewman on the tank's turret scans his weapon. Across roofs, Fleming is snapping in their direction, and the tanker pauses, aims and then passes on without incident. When Fleming descends he's indignant. Dude drew a fucking bead on me. 2 weeks later Mason Dana, a Reuters cameraman, is killed in almost the same situation, pointing his camera at a tank. We tease Fleming. Yeah, you should file a writ 10 complaint with the war's manager. Gotta get these honkies to stop pointing their guns like that. At the center of this sprawling war zone, like the eye of a storm, is a clean, air-conditioned oasis, a land of dreams. Welcome to Saddam Hussein's old palace of the Republic, now the much-storied Green Zone, the fortress headquarters of the Coalition Provisional Authority. This huge complex of high modernist architecture, manicured lawns, gardens and palm trees is the spot where L. Paul Bremer III and his army of freshly minted MBAs spend the first year of the occupation fantasizing about a future that will never be. In these confines bold young ideologues rule the roost, working in splendid isolation on governance issues and privatization. The palace is a blur of pleated khakis, Oxford shirts, laptops, backpacks, and coiffed blonde hair. As Garrett Scott would later put it, Iraq is the most important internship of their lives. The young experts of the CPA live in total fear of the very cities and people they are charged with governing. They are mocked as occupati ans by their own praetorians, the multicultural, working-class GIs from Fresno, Philly, and the nowhere hamlets of Arkansas who guard the green zone palace. Lacking experience with the real Iraq, these postmodern 43 colonialists, the ideological anti-Arabists of the American empire, spin wildly unhinged plans and dole out vast sums of unaudited, practically unmonitored cash to U.S. contractors. Meanwhile, outside the walls one hears the boom and rumble of IEDs. If the blast goes off at the top or bottom of the hour, it is just the military engineers, an explosive ordnance disposal squad cleaning up a booby trap with a controlled blast. If the blast comes at any other time, it means something bad. One early and particularly brilliant Occupodean plan was to end food rationing by November 2003. It didn't happen. Among the parties opposing this idea was the U.S. Army, which recognized that such a massive and final pauperization of Iraq's people would have negative effects on stabilization. Another Occupodean plan was to privatize all productive state assets. That scheme bogged down when potential buyers were scared away by threats and escalating violence. Most dramatically, the manager of the state vegetable oil company started firing workers in an effort to streamline the firm, which makes cooking oils, soap and other related products, and prepare it for privatization. Verbal protests and pleas from workers went nowhere, so an unknown gunman followed up these supplications with a bullet to the manager's head. Suddenly, members of the Iraqi Governing Council grew reticent on the issue of privatization. 1. To my mind, the essential character of these carpetbaggers was summed up in the form of Joseph Broad, a multilingual business consultant and author who was hired by the CPA to consult on reconstructing the economy. To his credit, Broad did write an informed cultural and historical guidebook to what he imagined would be a pleasant post-war Iraq. Descended on his mother's side from Baghdadi Jews, Broad had never actually been to Baghdad when he wrote his book. When I interviewed Broad, he was cagey about what his contract with the CPA stipulated and how he thought the freedom was progressing in 44 Iraq. As it turned out, his stint with the CPA was ill-fated and short-lived. After his first short foray to Baghdad, customs officials at Boston's Logan Airport found 2 priceless Mesopotamian carvings secreted in Broad's luggage. The pieces were estimated to date from 2340 to 2180 BC and were known to be swag from the Iraqi National Museum because they bore engraved museum ID numbers. Broad told customs officials that he knew the items were probably looted from state vaults when he bought them for $200 on the streets of Baghdad. Too bad for the Occupodians, since they could have used Broad's talents. He speaks Arabic and clearly understands the nature of the American mission in Iraq. At one edge of the CPA's oasis sits the convention center. During that first summer of occupation, the CPA offered journalists a weird sort of blackmail. Every day at 3 o'clock the coalition provisional authorities' spin doctors would address the press in a large air-conditioned auditorium. In Vietnam style, we call these confabs the follies. At first, these press conferences happen every day, then only every other day or less frequently. The ritual begins with a slew of statistics about the good progress being made. But the numbers are often mumbled like a Latin mass that no one really understands or cares about. One begins to feel that the driving force is faith, not reason or planning. In the last 24 hours coalition forces have detained 149 individuals, conducted over 1,000 patrols and 20 raids, says the pale and pudgy Colonel Shields one day. We have confiscated 110 diesel smuggling tanker trucks, and destroyed more than 20 IEDs. Coalition forces completed 4 civic action. 45 projects in the Basra area, and on it goes until the colonel gets stuck on the word adjudicated. Several of these cases will be rated, that is, adjudicted, I mean. Ask Shields how many Iraqis have been killed by US troops, and despite his reams of stats he doesn't know. How many women have been raped by misery gangs? No number. How many US soldiers have committed suicide? Any troops busted for looting? Can't say. Then in the auditorium below a loud snore, followed by snickering laughter from surrounding journalists, the Los Angeles Times man, just in from Jordan, is passed out cold. He told me he hadn't napped last night during the dangerous 13-hour drive in, and obviously the combination of Shields nattering on and the wonderful air conditioning had a powerfully soporific effect. Sharing the GMC in with him was Thomas Friedman, who seems like he can barely keep his eyes open during the numerical incantation. Who can blame him? On the way out of the press conference, the LA Times man tries to play off his nap. Did the colonel say that 50 or 150 oil smuggling tankers were confiscated? I missed that bit. The Follies essentially offer journalists a way to be comfortable and not work, yet feel important and productive. The byproduct is that a lot of pre-digested, spoon-fed pro-coalition gibberish gets passed along as news. This equation applies not so much to the full-timers but to the endless slew of quickly rotating staffers from those mid-sized metro dailies. Tales of press corps incompetence are legion. Michael Birmingham relate a story of an American journalist who wanted to write about honor killings and misery gangs but couldn't find any rape survivors who would go on record. It's a Muslim culture. What are these people thinking? He says over a bowl of oatmeal during one indescribably hot afternoon. 46. The CPA's Convention Center presents the very essence of disingenuous, obfuscating political dissembling. Journalists pretend to ask questions, and the occupation's spokespeople pretend to give answers. Back in the day, one of the stars in this circus was Richard Heatley, a goatee sporting trilingual New Labour Oxbridge Pratt who loved to put on the pretense of sparring with the journos. No doubt, I am sure you will subject me to all manner of cross-examination on this point, but I assure you that the coalition blah, blah, blah. This is of course a form of cryptic flattery that most journalists love, so they play along, offering softball questions. Like how well integrated are the international forces into the coalition's overall plans? At somber moments like these, when the Fourth Estate is busy assiduously serving the sovereign, we raise our hands with difficult questions, but rarely seem to get called on. At one Arabic language-only press conference we score a direct hit. Akil asks Bremer about soldiers hiring prostitutes. We wanted to know what sort of efforts the military was making to stop the spread of venereal disease to Iraqi women. Bremer didn't like the question and ended the press conference almost immediately. The next day Akil is a star on the streets of Baghdad. His jab at the boss man had been on Al Jazeera. Why did he run away from you? Asks one shopkeeper facetiously. You were so mean to the Americans with those difficult questions, says a cabbie with a wry grin. When we can't get called on during press conferences, Fleming and I inevitably start making each other laugh by scheming up ways to get hold of rubber Saddam Hussein masks, jock straps and raw chicken so we can Start shooting scenes for Jackass Baghdad, our version of a popular MTV stunt show with a similar name. Later in the occupation there surfaces Dan Senior, a robotic GOP op. 47. Irrative and former press secretary for Spencer Abraham, the Michigan Republican who became Bush's Secretary of the Department of Energy. Getting real information from Senior was like trying to run across a swimming pool full of warm chewing gum. The CPA press office was in fact stacked with former Bush campaign workers, political appointees and former Capitol Hill staffers, by and large a pack of self-deluding zealots. Below these ranks are other flaks and helpful soldiers officially tasked with facilitating the flow of information. My favorite of these is Sergeant Ingram, a slow-talking, earnest Southerner. He never forgets a name and always talks to you as if you're an old friend, but he never gives an inch. I'll look into that for you guys. I know we had a group that went down a while ago. I'll see what I can do. Maybe if I rattle their cages a little bit up there we can get some movement on that, cause I know that time's important to you. But for Ingram time is of no importance whatsoever. He exists in a world where every day is Friday followed by a weekend during which all tasks are either forgotten or taken care of by someone else. Well, I probably don't need to tell you guys that the gears up there, well, they tend to turn kind of slow. Etc. Etc. Sergeant Ingram could have you waiting forever and feeling good about it. That man is a professional, says Fleming. Man, I'd buy a whole swamp from him. I am telling you, don't fuck with Ingram. Soon we just sum up Ingram's country talk mind control by quoting the scene from Star Wars where Obi-Wan Kenobi hypnotizes the Empire's stormtroopers just by telling them what to think. So when our requests for interviews and a tour of Abu Ghraib prison are again being worked on and looked into, we walk away and tell each other, these aren't droids you're looking for. Nope, they are definitely not, says Fleming. In fact, I don't even 48 want to see that prison anymore. Now all I want is a big, ice-cold Coca-Cola. Deep in the cool interior of the CPA's compound sits the coalition's hand-picked Interim Governing Council of Iraq, a body of 25 notables, many of them former exiles. During its first year, the IGC was known mostly for its duplicity, vacillation, inaction, timidity, and interminable deadlock over small and irrelevant decisions. It took the council almost a month just to create a 9-member rotating chairmanship. More concrete tasks like writing a new constitution, creating government institutions and reviving the economy were left to the CPA and later the U.S. Embassy. The CPA, a policy wonks Disneyland at the center of hell, rests on a base of brutal and difficult military labor. In that regard the occupation is the product of toiling soldiers who face heat, cold, sand, stench, violence, and fear to keep the Occupodians and their Iraqi quislings safe and sound. Inside the bubble. No air conditioning out here and 40 pounds of body armor. It sucks, says a grunt standing guard at a military complex in Baghdad, where Garrett and I have come to deal with some bureaucratic hurdles while trying to set up an embed. I relate to the young grunt how guys like Heatley and Shields say everything is getting better and better every day. In every way. Don't listen to these guys. We're the working class. I can't believe my ears, but SBC Peter Zuhan, lately of Linden, New Jersey, was raised in Slovakia, so concepts like the working class are not so alien to him, just as they are quite fitting for this situation. Whatever they tell you, says Zuhan, it's bullshit. They're camouflaging. 49. The real function of the CPA seems to be the intentional mismanagement of reconstruction contracts. the U.S. government's fanatical devotion to firms like Halliburton and Bechtel plus its cultic fixation on market solutions like failed privatization efforts have resulted in social and political disaster. By early fall, Reconstruction had largely stalled. The $8 billion to $11 billion spent on Reconstruction could have won, or bought, lots of hearts and minds. The political project was simple. Co-opt the opposition, construct and buy the loyalty of a puppet government. Reconstruct the economy so that average Iraqis had a shovel in hand rather than an RPG. Call it nation building or colonization in the age of ethics, or just call it looting and the freedom like Akil does. Either way, the project of dominating Iraq was bogged down in a morass of corruption from the moment it started. The avarice and graft of the many businesses feeding at the trough of contracts is complemented by the dysfunctional neoliberal hallucinations of the CPA and the Bush team. Their ideological holy grail of market omnipotence, omniscience, and beneficence could not be questioned or re-evaluated. It seemed that the Bush administration lacked the core of old-school imperialists needed to discipline firms like Halliburton and force them to invest money, contract to local businesses and hire Iraqi workers. To create a functioning colony and prevent the Shia Intifada, the U.S. needed to turn on the lights, provide clean water, give people jobs, impose law and order, and display at least the pretense of respect for Islam and the Iraqi people. This was not an impossible set of tasks, yet the U.S. with Bush and Bremer at the helm headed straight for the rocks. If one were to follow the best advice of the counterinsurgency experts, like Maj. John Nagel, author of Counterinsurgency Lessons from Malaya and 50. Vietnam, Learning to Eat Soup with a Knife, there would be near total subordination of the military side of operations to the political side. In other words, the winning of hearts and minds, reconstruction, and job creation would have been considered the central tasks. But on this front, the deepest structures of the occupation have always been profoundly flawed, even within the narrow new American century parameters of pure conquest. The occupation suffers from a lack of local knowledge, linguistic isolation, bureaucratic incompetence, Orientalism, arrogance, and brutality. But one dynamic above all others has destroyed the American project in Iraq: fraud. Iraq reconstruction is a racket. The vast majority of the money allocated for tasks such as rebuilding schools, hospitals, and utilities has disappeared into the accounts of Bush administration connected firms like Halliburton and Bechtel. It is worth recalling the backstory to all this. Since the details are almost unbelievable, Vice President Dick Cheney receives a monthly stipend of $13,000 from Halliburton, a firm he once ran. The U.S. government gives Halliburton roughly $1 billion a month for work in Iraq related to reconstruction and military service contracts. Cheney's legacy to Halliburton was that he bought Dresser Industries for $7.7 billion. Dresser turned out to have billions in outstanding asbestos-related damages to pay. 3. Without the Iraq contracts, Halliburton, which had a net loss of $947 million in the fourth quarter of 2003 despite year-end revenue that was up by 63%, would probably be in bankruptcy thanks to the asbestos payments and other problems connected to creative accounting. That is a mere sliver of the madness. By mid-2004 the United States had pledged $18.4 billion for reconstruction in Iraq, more than one-third of the $55 billion the World Bank estimates will be necessary to get the country back on its feet. But as investment banker turned journalist Nomi Prince writes, you wouldn't know. 51. That we were dealing with such enormous quantities from the glaring absence of consolidated financial reporting on Capitol Hill. In fact, an endless gush of money keeps streaming out of Washington faster than the White House seems to be keeping track of it. As she found out, no single agency is keeping track of the reconstruction money spent in Iraq. So there is no central accounting mechanism for overseeing the CPA and the contractors. There is no mechanism to determine if money allocated as reconstruction funding even gets spent. A spokesperson for the anti-corruption campaign group Transparency International estimates that 20% of reconstruction money has been lost to corruption. Another estimate puts the amount spent on actual rebuilding at about 5% of the total outlay, since real oversight is minimal. The CPA's Inspector Gen. employs only 58 staff, while the Defense Department manages its Iraq contracts with only 24 auditors. 4. The U.S. taxpayer and the Iraqi public are left to trust the companies involved. But in April 2004 the Associated Press found that 10 companies that had previously been fined or convicted due to their corrupt practices had received billions of dollars in Iraq reconstruction contracts. In the lead were Halliburton and Bechtel, which hold the lion's share of the contracts and have paid heavy penalties for overbilling and other shenanigans in the past 3 years. Another firm in the top 10 was given a $780 million contract in Iraq despite convictions for fraud on 3 federal construction projects and a total ban on receiving U.S. government work. Together, the 10 companies have paid to resolve 30 alleged violations in the past 4 years. 6 paid penalties more than once. But the companies have been awarded $7 billion in Iraq reconstruction contracts. This was all made possible by the Bush administration when it repealed regulations promulgated by the Clinton administration that had allowed the feds to stop government contracts to firms convicted or penalized in the 52 previous 3 years. 5. Not long after the AP report came this item from The Washington Post of April 28, 2004. The U.S. Army has yet to reach a final agreement on price or the exact work to be done under nearly $1.8 billion worth of contracts for Iraq reconstruction projects that are already underway, a situation that exposes the government to cost risks and reduces the chance for savings, according to a draft report by the General Accounting Office. The work encompasses oil fields, the electrical grid, training for the Iraqi army and support for the occupying authority, the draft report states. GAO auditors also found several instances in which Defense Department contracting officers overstepped their authority and ordered millions of dollars of no-bid reconstruction work that appears unrelated to the contracts. The draft cites problems with oversight, including on work done as part of a $24 million contract in which some experts hired to advise occupying authority officials and Iraqi ministries failed to report for duty, did not do the work as expected or had stopped working. The draft concludes that federal agencies generally complied with the laws and regulations governing no-bid or limited bid contracts, an issue that has drawn congressional attention. But the GAO reviewers do note shortcomings in the tasks ordered under various existing contracts. The GAO review covers nearly $3.7 billion worth of private contracting work committed to as of last September, a sliver of the $20 billion that Congress has appropriated. 6. In October 2003, the British charity Christian Aid alleged that $4 billion in oil revenues that had been banked by the old Iraqi state, seized by the CPA, and earmarked for reconstruction had simply disappeared into the opaque bank accounts of the CPA and its friends on the Iraqi Interim Governing Council. When confronted with these charges, Bremer simply waved them away, claiming that all funds were being spent in a completely transparent fashion. 53. In late 2003, when U.S. journalist Pratap Chatterjee went to various reconstruction project sites to compare facts on the ground with what was stated in the bills and inventories, he found that even the few projects allegedly rebuilt had barely been touched. His report, published in Southern Exposure, showed that key pieces of Iraq's infrastructure, power plants, telephone exchanges, sewage and sanitation systems had either not been repaired, or had been fixed so poorly that they didn't function. One repaired school was overflowing with raw sewage. A teacher at the school also reported that the American contractors took away our Japanese fans and replaced them with Syrian fans that don't work and billed the US government for the work. According to Chatterjee, inflated overhead costs, Byzantine subcontracting relationships, and chronically late payment of wages and fees were the name of the game. He estimated that of Halliburton's initial $2.2 billion in contracts, only about 10% had gone to meeting community needs. 7. Of course, the war is about much more than contracts or even access to oil. Iraq is part of an ongoing project of ever-expanding U.S. power. This vision of a Planet America was laid out quite bluntly in the Bush administration's National Security Strategy document of September 2002, and all three post-Cold War U.S. presidents have in varying forms sought to extend U.S. power as far as possible. Central to these efforts has been prevention of the rise of a great power competitor. The two possible candidates for this are an independent European Union or, down the line, China. The now infamous report from the Project for a New American Century, called Rebuilding America's Defenses, framed geopolitics in these same terms. Alumni of the PNAC like Richard Pearl were key players in shaping George Bush's war plans. Thus, if we pull back from the hot streets of Baghdad, zoom out from the immediate situation, it becomes clear that the project of conquering Iraq was from the first tied to a larger strategy of global control. In his superb book The Global Gamble, Washington's Faustian bid for global dominance, Peter Gowan points out that during the Cold War, the other two poles of world capitalism, Europe and Asia, were beholden to the US for protection against Soviet power and regional communist rebellion. After the collapse of communism, that set of dependencies dissolved and a new question emerged: how would the US maintain its power over its friends, particularly the developed economies that might become possible peer competitors? In this, oil is key, or rather, American military control and influence over the Persian Gulf and Caspian Basin. Europe imports more than half of its oil, mostly from the Middle East, and the EU's dependence on foreign petroleum is expected to rise to almost 80% by 2020 as North Sea reserves run dry. Economies in Asia are even more dependent. In 2002, China got almost 60% of its imported oil from the Gulf, and its energy consumption is expected to double or triple in the next 2 decades. Japan has only 5 months' worth of reserves, and 88% of its oil is imported from the Gulf. India is likewise consuming oil at an accelerating pace. The American economy, on the other hand, only draws about 1% of its total consumption from the Middle East. The bulk of U.S. oil imports come from Canada, Mexico, and Venezuela. Thus, conquering Iraq is not about putting more Arab oil into American SUVs so much as it is about positioning U.S. military might as the sole security arbiter upon which all advanced economies are dependent. Permanent U.S. bases in Iraq would greatly enhance this role. Securing 55. The Middle East and its oil reserves would give America important political leverage over the EU and East Asia. As energy gendarme, the United States could dissuade friends and foes alike from, say, imposing trade tariffs or favoring local firms over U.S.-based multinationals in contracting. It could help open markets to heavily subsidized U.S. agricultural products. It could help line up European and Asian votes when U.S. business and political elites engage in negotiations on topics ranging from environmental regulation and debt relief to the Security of Israel. The US as oil gendarme would be able to keep the ER core economies in their role of junior partners in the global north's domination of the global south. But in the end this grand strategy has turned out to be a pipe dream. There will be no clean victory in Iraq. Maria Ruzicka is one of the occupation's NGO groupies. She is the type who gets 10% of that 10% that trickles down to the ground. Known for her dyed blonde hair and flashy style, Maria is talking up the fact that she had leveraged $10 million from the US government so her organization Civic can aid the victims of US military action. She and Civic and the US occupation authorities do not use the term compensate because that would imply American culpability. The US government maintains that because Iraq is a war zone, its military is not legally liable when it kills innocents, and so the operative verb is aid. I interview Maria at the Hotel Agadir, a dive favored by Eastern 56 European journalists and broke American freelancers. It turns out that Maria hasn't actually received $10 million, USAID captured the grant, and the money will not actually be dispersed as aid to the survivors of US military actions but will instead be spent on unspecified development projects that will indirectly aid war victims. When I press Maria further, it turns out that Civic is directly serving only 5 families who have been negatively impacted by US military operations. Meanwhile, Iraq's hospitals and other public institutions wither. In late April 2004 my colleague Dar Jamal visited Al-Qina Hospital, the country's main facility specializing in rehabilitation services for the disabled and war-maimed. He found that the hospital had not received an emergency order for prosthetic supplies it filed 9 months ago with the US-funded Ministry of Health. Doctors at the hospital, which house a prosthetics workshop, also complain they are only receiving 5 million Iraqi dinars per month from the Ministry of Health, when the prosthetics workshop alone requires at least 3 million Iraqi dinars per month to properly serve its patients. In Ramadai I visit a local maternity ward and a children's hospital. Aired into its bare halls by armed guards, I meet with several young doctors and staff who frankly explain that the hospital has nothing and that they live in fear of the Americans just as they had once feared Saddam. Then Dr. Hames Hussein, General Director of Health in Ramadai and an bar, comes rushing in. He is fluent in English and informs me that he will now answer my questions. Dr. Hussein is officious and frosty but at the same time nervous and suspicious. He examines my press pass slowly and asks several times, "Who are you? What do you want? Do you have enough medicine here?" "No," he says hesitantly. "The quality is better now, but it is imported and too expensive and we have too little, almost none." Dr. Hussein X. 57 explains that the Anbar region's whole healthcare system, which serves Ramadai, Fallujah, and a dozen major towns, is trying to operate on an $800,000 grant from the CPA. He says he's been running several hospitals and clinics on that cash for almost 4 months. The money is almost gone, no one is getting paid, and he doesn't know when more money will be disbursed. To buy medicine he has gone to Jordan and made purchases on the open market. "You only received this cash? No aid groups sent supplies?" "No. They send us biscuits and cookies, but no medicine. We have supply closets full of cookies." I had seen several children in Baghdad with enlarged heads and huge veins bulging from their skulls and been told that this condition and other bizarre cancers and childhood diseases are linked to roughly 1,700 tons of depleted uranium-tipped weaponry that the United States used on Iraq during both wars. The NGO Child Victims of War says that the number of Iraqi babies born with serious deformities has risen from 3.04 per thousand in 1991 to 22.19 per thousand in 2001. Babies born with Down syndrome have increased nearly fivefold, and there are a rash of cases of previously little-known eye problems. 9. I asked Dr. Hussein if he sees many children with symptoms related to possible radiation poisoning. The director says nothing. His staff of neatly dressed skinny young men stand awkwardly around the office. This is an important issue. The world needs to know about these things. Do you see children who suffer from radiation sickness or not? It's a simple question. I cannot answer. What do you mean? Why not? Another long pause. Dr. Hussein's tough composure softens and he offers something of a coded apology. This is the freedom. With the grunts, human beings become pawns, manipulated and moved around like chess pieces. Those struggling to survive in a more ally bankrupt universe find that there are few restraints left. Chris Hedges, war is a force that gives us meaning. An M16 rifle hangs by a cramped military cot. On the wall above is a message scrawled in thick black ink: Ali Baba, you owe me a strawberry milk. It's a private joke, but could easily summarize the worldview of many American soldiers here in Baghdad, the fetid basement of Donald Rumsfeld's House of Victory. Trapped in the polluted heat, often poorly supplied, and cut off from regular news, many soldiers find themselves fighting a guerrilla war that they neither wanted nor trained for, nor fully believe in or understand. Here, the high-tech weaponry that so emboldens Pentagon bureaucrats is largely useless, and the grinding work of counterinsurgency is done the old-fashioned way by hand. On the urban battlefields of central Iraq, shock and all the other new way of war buzzwords are drowned out by the din of diesel-powered generators, Islamic calls to prayer and the occasional pop of small arms fire. 60. It is noon and the mercury hangs at 115 Fahrenheit. Garrett and I are embedded with Alpha Company of the 3rd Battalion of the 124th Infantry, a National Guard unit made up mostly of college students from North Florida. The commanding officer, Captain Rodney Sanchez, assigned us to 2nd Squad, 3rd Platoon, led by Staff Sergeant Creed Howell. Best and the brightest, says the executive officer, Captain McLean, as he leads us to meet Sergeant Howell. It's the dog days of August in Iraq and the heat is so intense as to be otherworldly, it almost passes hot into some other state. The ensuing risk of dehydration and disorientation means that Alpha Company has to limit patrols to 3 or 4 hours a day. So most of our time with Howell's squad is relatively uneventful, spent hiding out from the heat, lying low and talking. At age 31, Creed Howell is a bit older than most of the other 8 men in his squad. Muscular and clean-cut, he was never in the regular military straight guard, he says. He comes across as a relaxed and natural leader with the gracious bearing of a proper Southern upbringing. Most of the guys here are white, but there is a sizable minority of black and Latino soldiers as well. Many have done time in the regular army, often with elite groups like the 82nd and 101st Airborne, and roughly 65% of these soldiers are or were in the public university system, most of them at Tallahassee State. They've traded 6 years with the Guard for free tuition. There's also a smattering of poor country boys who didn't go to college or couldn't get into the army, or wanted to be soldiers but didn't want to leave home. Typically, time in the Florida Guard means occasional weekends in the Pine Barrens or directing traffic during hurricanes. These guys got sent to Iraq. Mobilized in December 2002, this battalion crossed over from Kuwait. 1. On day 1 of the invasion, Serving in the war by guarding Patriot missile batteries just behind the front lines, they saw lots of grim things but not much action. Now they are stationed in Baghdad, bivouacked in the looted remains of a Republican Guard officers' club, a modernist slab of polished marble and tinted glass that the GIs have fortified with plywood, sandbags and razor wire. Surrounding the base is a chaotic working class neighborhood of square 2- and 3-story sand-colored homes and apartment buildings. Not far away is the muddy Tigris River. Just to the north is Adhamiyah, one of Baghdad's most restive and tenaciously Baathist areas. Alpha Company's mission is to police this neighborhood in a manner called peace enforcement. In other words, there is no peace to keep and no clear enemy to fight. The mission is urban counterinsurgency with all the brutality and frustration that implies. Since they got here, the guardsmen have been conducting regular raids and receiving low-level attacks with RPGs and small arms. 2 guys from Alpha Company were shot, 1 lost a lung. A few Hajis GI slang. 4 Iraqis have been shot, and many more arrested. But there seems to be no end in sight. For every bad guy busted there are always 2 more punks rolling by with grenade launchers, or another IED discovered in a heap of trash. The work of pacification is taking on a deadly, dehumanizing and workaday quality. The longer they stay here, the more hardened these soldiers become. At first the 3rd of the 124th was supposed to be in Baghdad for only 3 months. Then it became 5 months, then 7, and eventually it would be a whole year. Each time the unit's deployment is extended, the orders come at the last minute as if specially designed to demoralize the soldiers and dash the hopes of their families. Behind the sleek but somewhat battered tinted glass box that is the old Officers' Club is a 3-story dormitory, a warren of small 1-bedroom 62 apartments, each holding a 9-man squad of soldiers and all their gear. This is where we spend most of our time. One side of the dorm has an open-air stairway and terraces lined with black marble looking out onto an apartment building housing Iraqi civilians. Off these open walkways are the rooms into which are packed about 150 guys. Their sweaty fatigues drape the banisters while inside the cramped dark rooms the floors are covered with cots, heaps of flak vests, guns and, where possible, big water-based Iraqi air conditioners called swamp coolers. In one room a guy plays guitar while around him sit a group of glum grunts, stripped down to black shorts and gray t-shirts emblazoned with Army. On a cot nearby another kid wears big headphones and watches a war flick on a laptop. The walls are inscribed with carefully lettered graffiti poems, slogans, and bizarre jokes. On the ground floor is the company's makeshift little exercise room where the Joe's Knave built a chinning bar and a bench press and have some crude metal weights. A message on the wall reads, "Pain is temporary. Glory is forever." This is nice to have weights, I say to Sergeant Golder, a huge blonde, pale-eyed NCO who is connected to the command post but hangs out and lifts with Howell. "We bought them from some locals," he says between sets. "But like everything else in this country, they're stolen." Up in the 2-room suite where Howell's squad lives, Sergeant Jace Sellers is lounging on his cot. "We're getting just a little bit stir-crazy," explains the lanky Sellers. "We've watched every one of our movies like 100 times. I've seen every one of our porn flicks so many times I know every freckle on every S. I don't even need to watch them anymore, I just rerun the scenes in my head." His demeanor is typical of this squad, friendly but serious with a wry and angry sense of humor. On the side of his helmet Sellers has, in violation of regs, attached the unmistock 3 able pin and ring of a hand grenade. Next to it is written pull here. 1. Gets the impression that if there were ever to be a mutiny among these troops, Sellers would be the guy to kick it off. Back on planet Earth, Sellers is a sign painter in Port St. Joe, a small beach town on the forgotten coast of Florida's Panhandle. Before Col. Legg and the Guard, he was in the military as a tanker with the 3rd AR. Moored Cavalry Regiment. The 3rd ACR is also in these parts. They spent much of the first year of occupation wreaking havoc all over the Sunni Triangle. At 29, Sellers is more self-reflective and open than most of the younger soldiers. Leaning back on his cot, he is drawing a large intricate pattern on a female mannequin leg. The wall above him displays a photo collage of pictures retrieved from a looted Iraqi women's college. Smiling young ladies wearing the hijab sip sodas and stroll past buses. They seem to be on some sort of field trip. Nearby are photos clipped from Maxim of coy young American girls offering up their pert round bottoms. Dominating it all is a large hand-drawn dragon that's in honor of an ex-girlfriend, total bitch, and a photo of Jessica Lynch with a bubble caption reading, "Hi, I am a war hero. And I think that weapons maintenance is totally unimportant." The boys don't like Jessica Lynch and find the story of her rescue ridiculous. Most of the soldiers I met in Iraq didn't like Lynch. They felt that her story was all hype and blamed her rather than the Pentagon spin doctors who concocted the tale. The frequent anti-Jessica comments also carry a gendered subtext: girls shouldn't be crashing our macho fantasies. Here in Iraq, Howell's squad had been down the same road a day before. Lynch's unit was ambushed and they are entirely unsympathetic. We just feel that it's unfair and kind of distorted the way the whole Jessica, quote, rescue thing got hyped, explains Howell. 64. In other words, you'd have to be really fucking dumb to get lost on that road, chimes in the less diplomatic SBC. John Crawford. I wasn't gonna be that blunt, says Howell with a smile. Howell has the type of hospitable but stressed out demeanor that one sees in other men of his age and rank, staff sergeants, responsible for 8 guys' lives, old enough to handle the job but still young and inexperienced enough to be deeply freaked out by the responsibility. Just off the squad's main room is a small windowless supply closet, loaded with packs and gear. There's just enough extra room in the closet for a chair and a little shelf on which sits a laptop. Crawford is at the computer. Hanging by this tiny desk is a handwritten sign from the management requesting that soldiers masturbating in the supply closet remove their donations in a receptacle. Instead of watching porno DVDs, Crawford is here to finish a short story. Trying to start writing again, he says wearily. Crawford is a fan of Tim O'Brien, particularly the things they carried. He shows me his short story, which is about a vet who is back home in North Florida trying to deal with the memory of having mistakenly blown away a child while serving in Iraq. The story is fiction. Crawford is 3 credits short of a BA in anthropology and wants to go to graduate school. Howell, a Republican, amicably describes Crawford as the squad's house liberal. Crawford's not sure that he is a liberal, he just thinks that the war is about global conquest, not WMDs or terrorism. We're a pretty Republican squad, says Howell. Is The Nation a Republican magazine? Along with Howell, Sellers, and Crawford, the squad includes several other large personalities. Sergeant Tyler Brunel, like Sellers, is a team leader. He's tall and skinny, confident, and talkative. Brunel, it turns out, did not have to deploy because he was in a special training program. But 5. His college roommate and some close friends were all in his company. If they were going, so was he. So he volunteered for his friends. Brunel's closest buddy is John Wiggum, whose body can't process the abundant calcium in the Baghdad water, so he carries kidney stones ranging from 5 to 9 millimeters, and he can't get home for treatment. Frederick Pearson, aka Diddy, is the only African American in the squad. At home he is a court clerk and hopes to go to law school. All the Hajis think he's Sudanese, says Brunel. I tell em, nope, it's Panama City, man. Panama City. TJ Hightower is sweet and retiring, short with glasses, and unlikely soldier. Guy's a Haji magnet, says Howell. They just love him. Hi. Tower is so relaxed, or maybe just lax, that he is known to remove the heavy ceramic plates from his flak vest when heading out on patrol. Then there's SBC. Omar Ortega from Peru, he's another very unlikely soldier. Short, boyish, bespectacled, almost pudgy. Ortega seems depressed and very shy. As we prepare for our first patrol, Howell and Brunel say they are confident that the military can keep a lid on Iraq and eventually mop up the resistance. But it's not always the Joes who have the upper hand. Increasingly Haji is setting the agenda. Not long before, Garrett and I had spent the afternoon pinned down on Correda Street inside that cacophonous, furious gunfight. After that shootout, while sucking down beers in our hotel room and watching the strange offerings of Libyan state TV piped in by satellite, we promised ourselves we'd stay out of Humvees and away from US soldiers. But that was yesterday, or the day before. Now John Crawford is helping us get into some borrowed body armor, and soon we are headed out on patrol. 66. The heat is stifling. It seems that time itself creeps under the weight of it. As we move out with the 9 soldiers, the mood is somewhere between tense and bored. Crawford, gum-chewing and cocky, in narrow wraparound sunglasses, carries the squad automatic weapon, or SAW, a huge bipod M249 machine gun that shoots 750 rounds a minute. The official name seems deliberately ironic. As we leave the gate, Crawford mockingly introduces himself to no one in particular, John Crawford. I work in population reduction. Watch the garbage. If you see wires coming out of a pile, it's an IED, warns Howell. It's a bizarre scene, a military patrol walking through a crowded city full of civilians and cars. It doesn't seem like war, but that's the way Iraq is most of the time. We walk fast through back streets and rubbish-strewn lots, pouring sweat in the late afternoon heat. Local Razi Dents watch the squad with a mixture of civility, indifference, and open hostility. On one narrow street some children crowd around. We're pretty safe if there are kids around, cause Haji usually won't kill kids just to get at us, says Howell. Yeah, Haji doesn't kill kids unless, you know, he's just in the mood to kill kids, says Crawford, still smacking his gum and scanning the scene. From behind his shades, the heavy saw strung along his waist. Sometimes we sham, explains Howell. We'll just go out and kick it behind some wall. Watch what's going on but skip the walking. And sometimes at night we get sneaky dayaki. Creep up on Haji, so he knows we're all around. We walk along this way and that, up one street, down another. An Iraqi man shouts, When? When go? The soldiers ignore him. I am just walking to be walking, says the laconic Diddy. I just keep an eye on the rooftops, look around, and walk. We move up and down more streets, then loop through a derelict lot. 7. Dotted with palm trees and piles of garbage and ash. The squad is looking for IEDs. Sellers kicks an empty paint can and knocks through the heaps of trash with his boots. More walking and then we stop at a gas station. To check for people illegally selling gasoline from jerry cans. Then more. Fast walking, weaving through the streets and traffic, down to the river. To another lot. 3 months from now one of the guys in Alpha Company, a 20-year-old kid named Alan Wise, will be killed by an IED at the edge of this lot. The blast will send metal up under Wise's helmet and through the side of his head, spilling his brains into his helmet and down onto his flak vest. Howell's squad will have to bring his body in and clean the gore off his gear. But today there is no IED, only some men drinking and selling beer. The squad stops a few cars and searches for contraband, and convinces one plastered motorist to let a friend drive him home. "Hey, I drink beer too, man." "But you're drunk," says Howell affably. Then it's back to the club to rest before another patrol. Inside the wire and back in the relative safety of the base, the soldiers strip down to loose black shorts and lounge around in the heat trying to rehydrate. The 124th is on a water ration, only 2 liters of bottled water a day. After that the Joes are forced to drink from the water buffalo, a portable chlorination tank on wheels that turns the amoeba-infested dreck from the local taps into something like hot swimming pool water. Mix this with bright orange or green powdered Gatorade and you can wash down the famously bad MREs. The water ration is just one way in which the military treats these soldiers like unwanted stepchildren. Among the American troops in Iraq, there is a 2-tiered system. First class is for the regular military, reserve ists and the National Guard populate second class. During the first full 68th year of occupation about 40,000 of the total U.S. troop strength of 130,000 are these citizen soldiers, the neo-draftees. These men and women tend to be older and better educated than the regular army but very poorly treated. This unit's rifles are retooled hand-me-down M16s from the Vietnam War. Most regular army units have upgraded to a similar but improved weapon called the M4. They have inadequate radio gear, so they buy their own, unencrypted, Motorola walkie-talkies. The same goes for flashlights, knives, and some components for night vision sights. The low-performance Iraqi air conditioners and fans, as well as the one-set Elite phone and payment cards shared by the whole company for calling home, were also purchased out of pocket from civilian suppliers. To top it all off, the guardsmen must endure the pathologically uptight culture of the army hierarchy. The third of the 124th is now attached to the newly arrived 1st Armored Division, and when it is time to raid suspected resistance cells, it's the seasoned guardsmen who have to kick in the doors and clear the apartments. The first AD wants us to catch bullets for them, but won't give us enough water, don't let us wear do-rags, makes us to roll down our shirt sleeves so we look proper. Can you believe that shit? Sergeant Sellers is pissed off. The soldiers' improvisation extends to food as well. After a month or so of occupying the club, Captain Sanchez allowed 2 Iraqi entrepreneurs to open shop on his side of the wire. One runs a slow-speed internet cafe, the other a kebab stand where the Joes pay US dollars for grilled lamb on flatbread. 9. The Haji stand is one of the only things we have to look forward to, but the first AD keeps getting scared and shutting it down. Sellers is on a roll, and he's not alone. Even the light-hearted Howell, who insists that the squad has it better than most troops, chimes in. The one thing I will say is that we have been here entirely too long. If I am not home by Christmas, my business will fail. Back in Panama City, Howell is a building contractor. He has a wife, a baby, equipment, debts, and employees. Perhaps the most shocking bit of military incompetence is the unit's Lack of formal training in what's called close-quarter combat. The urbanized mayhem of Mogadishu may loom larger in the discourse of the military's academic journals like Parameters and the Naval War College Review, but many U.S. infantrymen, including this unit, are trained only in large-scale open-country maneuvers, how to defend Germany from a wave of Russian tanks. Since the end of the war, these guys have had to retrain themselves in the dark arts of urban warfare. The houses here are small, too, says Brunel. Once you're inside you can barely get your rifle up. You got women screaming, people and furniture everywhere. It's insane. The stories that flow from these men are alternately funny, sick and sad. There's Howell's failed attempt to shoot a dog he missed despite being sniper qualified. For months afterward guys occasionally address him as Sergeant Howell. There's the story of Howell's succession to staff sergeant after the squad's old leader, Sergeant Garcia, got busted looting stockpiled cash from a suspected resistance operative. A local informant had passed a tip to Garcia while he was guarding the gate. The informant said a leader of the Fedayeen was holed up near the club with huge sums of cash and some guns. Instead of handing 70. This bit of intelligence north, up to Co Sanchez and the intel folks, Garcia got the bright idea of launching his own secret raid. He gathered half of his squad and half of another squad and without permission slipped out the back gate of the club. Brunel was one of the soldiers that Garcia brought on the maneuver. Hunched on the edge of his cot, Brunel recalls the shambolically unorthodox heist raid. We hit the door and this guy's in there with only his fam. He doesn't try to resist. We look around and find the suitcase full of $20 bills, maybe $20,000. But then we got into this closet and found these, like, laundry bags full of millions and millions of dinars and more dollars. That's when I was like, what the fuck is going on? We've got to report this. But fucking Garcia tries to get all slick and keeps some of the money and some guns and walkie-talkies. Brunel shakes his head and takes a swig of bright green sugar water. Eventually the CIA got involved and the squad was sent to CPA head quarters in the Green Zone. The Fedayeen man was flipped, turned into an informant. I guess the CIA gave him a sat phone and said, "You work for us now." And then turned him back out to the street, says Brunel. Once he was free, the Fedayeen operative asked the CIA for his stolen money, pistol and walkie-talkies back. Fucking Garcia gave one of the Terps one of the dude's pistols. So Garcia was busted down a rank and moved to another squad. Howell was promoted, and the whole thing was more or less papered over. Nobody fucking liked Garcia, anyway, says Crawford. Surprisingly, there seemed to be fewer sexual shenanigans between U.S. troops and Iraqis than one might imagine. This is due in part to the Grunt 71. Lack of safe rear areas. The situation in Baghdad and other urban centers is simply too dangerous, and the local interpretation of Islam militates harshly against such exchanges. In Iraq the cities are the front lines. There is no RNR among the bright lights of Baghdad. But when I ask about the sex trade, one story surfaces about 4 soldiers who tag-teamed a 17-year-old prostitute in an empty room near the club's back gate, away from the eyes of the co. It's a story like so many that reflects in specific form the general tendency of imperial warfare to corrupt then liberate the appetites of soldiers, administrators, and even journalists. It started when a young woman came to the back gate and offered sex for $20 per man. Ficky fick, she asked, using the Iraqi slang for sex. As one of the guys put it, I was like, damn, I could die tonight. This could be the last time I ever have sex. And so the young men, far from home, desperate for release, armed and allowed to tear apart PLE's homes, put guns to strangers' heads, and arrest, detain and threaten anyone they see fit, did the obvious and took the young prostitute up on her offer. She really earned her pay that day. Eventually the talk turns to the Rodney Sanchez. I immediately liked Sanchez when I met him, but I soon learned that his men almost uniformly loathed him. The sins began with his first address to the troops upon taking command of the company a few months before the war. As one soldier explained it, Sanchez committed the ultimate military faux pas by immediately bragging about his background in the active duty National Guard Special Forces. At the first company address he allegedly dipped his shoulder and crassly pointed out his long tab. The patch reading Special Forces. "You just don't do that shit," says Brunel, himself a former ARN 72 Ranger. Like a lot of the young men in Alpha Company, his father served in the military Vietnam and saw lots of combat. Brunel and Crawford, both from military families, have absorbed that ethos of macho modesty. Respect is earned, decorations and qualifications are not pointed out or bragged about. The next mistake was to get most of his company wiped out in a war game exercise. We started taking fire, and he didn't wait for the PL to report, he just sent us running through the woods and we all got wasted, explains a soldier. Sanchez's final sin was committed during another botched war game, when he called in a fake artillery strike on his own forward observers. "In the regular army you'd get canned for that sort of thing," the guy comments. As a warm-up for the invasion of Iraq it did not bode well. Then in Iraq, Sanchez did things like micromanage ambushes and screw them up. Howell's squad was once sent out to catch a crew of insurgents who were planning to hit the club with RPGs, but Sanchez refused to give the squad permission to fire on the carload of attackers, even as the vehicle circled the building several times. In the end the insurgents managed to hit the club with an RPG. Sanchez of course blamed Howell, even though the had prevented the squad from firing on the attackers when the chance presented itself. On another occasion the ordered Howell and Brunel to sweep an area on foot where there was a known IED. By the time Alpha Company was garrisoned in Baghdad, the soldiers under Sanchez by and large thought of him as an inept and arrogant amateur. It's not just the traditional thing of the grunts hating the officers. This guy really sucks, says Sellers. With the grunts 73. A common theme in soldier talk is the gore and horror of war. Lots of grunts trade digital photos of Iraqi corpses and the lumps of burnt flesh that are sometimes the only remains. Sellers and Brunel matter of factly show us a few digital mementos of a recent encounter. These guys shot at some of us, so some of our guys lit 'em up, put 250 cal rounds in their vehicle. One went through this dude's head and into the other guy's hip, explains Brunel. The third man in the car lived. His buddy was crying like a baby, just sitting there bawling with his friend's brains and skull fragments all over his face. One of our guys came up to him and is like, "Hey, no crying in baseball." I know that stuff probably sounds sick, says Sellers, but humor is the only way you can deal with this shit. And just below the humor is volcanic rage. Someone mentions how he recently kicked the shit out of a 12-year-old kid who menaced him with a toy gun. There's the story of a friendly fire incident in which a guardsman shot an armed Iraqi during a house raid, only to be shot by his own sergeant entering through the back of the house. Later on comes the story of a soldier in Bravo Company who has children back home and mistakenly blew the head off a little girl in Baghdad to pick at the psychological wounds, and maybe to banish their own demons and sorrows. Some of the guys get on the radio net and start provoking the father/soldier with anonymous necrophilic jibes. Man, what's wrong with you? We would have given you $20 if you'd brought her corpse over here while she was still warm. These young guys from rural and suburban Florida feign a callous disregard for the world, but it is clear that the war is eating at them. They are proud to be soldiers and don't want to come across like winners, but they are furious about what they've been through. They hate having then H/ES disrupted and put at risk. They hate the military, or at least the Guard. 474. Its stupidity, its blowhard brass living comfortably in Saddam's palaces. Its feckless lieutenants who do stuff like raid the wrong house despite clear directions and worried suggestions from the grunts to consult the intelligence. They hate Iraqis for trying to kill them. They hate the country for its dust, heat, and sewage-clogged streets. They hate having killed people. And because they are, in the main, just regular, well-intentioned guys, one senses the distinct fear that someday some of them may hate themselves for what they have been forced to do here. To assuage these pressures, many turn to pharmaceuticals. In the big city of Baghdad, the freedom means cheap drugs. No law and order means no need for prescriptions, so Baghdad is awash in high-quality steroids, painkillers, and sedatives. Military squads will stop on patrol and take on supplies from the local pharmacy. A lot of soldiers, in Alpha Company and elsewhere, are juicing on steroids, taking a subcutaneous shot in the butt once every week. It's the drug that makes you stronger. Mean and angry, how could the army object? And to calm those same roid-hyped emotions, there is always plenty of cheap Iranian Valium to help you get a solid night's sleep after patrol. Among the regular Valium heads I met in Baghdad were journalists, NGO workers, alcoholics from devout Muslim families hoping to hide their abuse, hotel staff, and an upright young college girl whose father and brother were lost somewhere in Abu Ghraib prison. People talk about it openly, just like they talk about IEDs. Yeah, I know it's all very stressful. Have you discovered Valium? At times it seems like the whole city is high, floating in a diazepam haze, coasting through one deranged situation after another with pharmaceutically enhanced ease. War and the risk of being killed give one license to do all sorts of self-destructive things. With the Grunt 75. On our last time out with Howell's squad, we roll at night in 2 Humvees. Now there's more evident hostility from the young Iraqi men loitering in the dark. Most of these infantry soldiers don't like being stuck in vehicles. We're legs, infantry. I hate these Humvees, says Howell while scanning the rooftops and doorways with occasional blasts from a floodlight. At the sight of a particularly large group of youths clustered on a blacked-out corner, the Humvees stop and Howell bails out into the crowd. There is no interpreter along tonight. Hey, guys. What's up? How y'all doing? Okay. Everything okay? All right, asks Howell in his jaunty, laid-back North Florida accent. The sullen young men fade away into the gloom, except for 2 who shake the sergeant's hand. Howell's attempt to take the high road, winning hearts and minds, doesn't seem to be for show. He really believes in this war. But in the hot Baghdad night his efforts seem tragically doomed. Watching Howell, I think about the civilian technocrats working with L. Paul Bremer III at the Coalition Provisional Authority. I recall a group of them drinking and laughing poolside at the cushy Alhambra Hotel. The electricity is out half the time, most people are unemployed, and the occupodians hold endless meetings about nothing. Meanwhile, the city seethes. The Pentagon, likewise, seems to have no clear plan, its troops are stretched thin, lied to, and mistreated. The whole charade feels increasingly patched together, poorly improvised. Ultimately, there is very little that Howell and his squad can do about any of this. After all, it's not their war. They just work here. Meeting the resistance. People say to me, "You are not Vietnamese. You have no jungles and swamps to hide in." I reply, "Let our cities be our swamps and our buildings be our jungles." Tariq Aziz, Iraq's Deputy Prime Minister. April 7, 2003. Adhamiyah is resistance country. The graffiti in this heavily Baathist and Sunni neighborhood strike a defiant posture. Saddam, in our souls and with our lives we will sacrifice for you. Or, God protect and guide the hand of al-Mujahideen. The U.S. military considers Adhamiyah one of Baghdad's most dangerous sectors. American patrols are regularly attacked here, and when the Shia rose up in April 2004, this was one of the first Sunni strongholds to express solidarity with al-Sadra's Mahdi army. The neighborhood's focal point and political center is the Abu Hanifa Mosque and its surrounding walled sanctuary, which sits at the tip of a wide peninsula formed by a bend in the Tigris. Spreading out to the east from Abu Hanifa is a shopping district and the Adhamiyah Souk. Its streets are old, tight, and dirty with rotting food, flies and muck. Its tiny shops sell everything from inexpensive silver and cloth to vegetables and fresh, greasy strips of raw lamb, kebabs and strong tea. Abu Hanifa is the last 78th place Saddam was seen before going underground. And it was in this same spot that two-time journalists were badly wounded by a grenade assault. The blast sprayed the famous war photographer James Nachtwey with shrapnel, lacerating his hands, abdomen, groin, legs and shins. His colleague Michael Weisskopf lost his right hand when he pitched the grenade out of the Humvee in which it had landed. When Saddam was captured 3 days later, the neighborhood streets exploded in spontaneous protest. Masked resistance fighters emerged holding grenades and Kalashnikovs, and the protests ended in nighttime clashes with U.S. troops. Howell and the Florida National Guardsmen of the 3rd of the 124th patrolled the area just south of Adhamiyah. When they finally left in January 2004, Alpha Company had lost 1 Kia and taken 7 wounded. The troops stationed just north of them, in Adhamiyah proper, had numerous killed and maimed. The mostly Sunni people of Adhamiyah count among themselves many former civil servants, mid-level government functionaries, Ba'ath Party members, military officers, and intelligence operatives. These people actually love Saddam. When you ask what they think of the deposed and humiliated dictator, the answer is always the same. He is our president. Life was better under Saddam. I love him. He is a strong man. He helped Iraq. Dig further, and it turns out that more than a few of these same people have a family member who was in some way abused by the old regime, a brother jailed for avoiding military service or press-ganged into the Fadayin, a father forced into the Ba'ath Party or shaken down in some protection racket masquerading as Ba'athist activism, a sibling killed in one of Saddam's ill-advised wars. But now all that is forgotten. Such is the cultural imprint of a totalitarian society. There is no history, only useful rhetoric, the endless present in which the powerful continue. 79. Ally rewrite the past. And now in Sunni Iraq many people genuinely love Saddam for the sovereignty, better times and power he symbolizes. More practically, they love the resistance. Aqil knows people in Adhamiyah. He lived there for a while, and when I tell him I want to meet the resistance, he is at first concerned and emotion he reveals with an uncharacteristic blank stoicism. Then he gets excited. "Okay, CP. We'll see. We'll go up there and talk to some people. Aqil is in his element when the job is dangerous. He was in the Iraqi army and forced to train with an elite unit but was relieved of duty after an injury. As my colleague and interpreter, he gets bored and strains to stay focused during interviews about humdrum subjects such as broken electrical systems or empty hospital shelves. But if the job is to plunge into the hostile unknown, to drive fast toward the loud noise, or show up unannounced at some whacked-out Sunni mosque in the boondocks, he is as nimble as a cat, full of smiles, jokes, crazy stories, always ready for more cigarettes, more tea. And when necessary he is somber, sad, deeply moved, knowing when not to translate until later just to make a host feel safe. The performance, which is both very genuine and classic journalistic guile, usually puts people at ease. During the first year of occupation, Iraq's Sunni-dominated armed underground had almost no overt political presence. There was no force to play Sinn Féin to the underground's IRA. The Shura Council, a body of Sunni clerics and religious parties formed in January 2004, appeared to be taking on this role. But the closest thing to an Iraqi Sinn Féin are the mosques, and they are less a force than a collection of forces, a world marked by countless competing personalities and doctrines. Other than scat, tiered flyers and occasionally issued communiques taking credit for attacks or threatening traitors and collaborators, the guerrillas speak to 80. The world only with their IEDs and RPGs. 1. Despite its secrecy, the basic contours of the resistance seem clear. There are distinct but overlapping networks of groups, organized into autonomous cells. The most common type of resistance cell seems to be Ba'athist and made up of former military or intelligence veterans, many of whom are also deeply religious and work with the community ties in their mosques. These are former regime elements, as the coalition spokesmen like to call them, but they are not necessarily Rumsfelds. Dead enders, hopeless Saddamists fighting for a restoration of the hero leader. After all, Iraq was always more than just one man. Saddam's security forces always contained factions, interest groups, bureaucratic official DOMs that were self-serving and semi-autonomous. These forces still exist, or pieces of them do, as a networked nationalist underground with an Islamic, though not fundamentalist, worldview. It is worth pointing out that Saddam's regime was secular in that its laws were mostly not based on religion. But in this case, secular did not mean the absence of religion. Rather, it meant a pluralism of faiths. The motifs of Islam always figured prominently in the state's trappings, but some of Saddam's closest advisors were Christian or Sufi. The resistance also includes non-Baathists, nationalists organized along lines of religion and clan. But even these forces usually interface with components of the fallen regime's more than 400,000 strong SECU righty forces, and beginning in the winter and bursting into full recruits since during the spring of 2004 were the Shiite militiamen of al-Sadra's Mahdi army, or Mahdi, who formed another enemy of America. As the crisis grew, many mainstream Shiites joined the Mahdi in their fight, if not in their religious beliefs. There is also speculation that some renegade elements of the Badr 81 Brigades, the 15,000-strong military wing of the mainstream Supreme Council for the Islamic Revolution in Iraq headed by Abd al-Aziz al-Hakim, may also conduct operations against American troops. Finally, there are the small and isolated Wahhabi terrorist cells of Ansar al-Islam and Ansar al-Sunnah, groups that are said to have connections to al-Qaeda. Operatives like Abu Musab al-Zarqawi. Their actions, often using suicide bombers, are spectacular but do not make up the bulk of the resistance to the US-led occupation. All pieces of the underground, by design or lack of it, operate in highly compartmentalized form, they don't use cell phones or computers and are thus hard to track electronically. They hold their meetings in mosques or moving cars. They pass messages by word of mouth. Their organizational cells operate on a need-to-know basis only. Strategy for this diffuse collection of fighters is simple, almost intuitive. First, undermine the legitimacy and operations of the occupying powers by creating chaos and fear through sabotage and terror. Second, attack America's allies and the occupation's weak points so as to isolate the U.S. Third, attack and co-opt Iraqi collaborators, like the police and the new National Guard. Fourth, kill and maim American troops to wear down the occupiers' morale. It's simple and brutal, but vast sections of world politics hinge on the outcome of this struggle. The quest for the resistance in Adhamiyah begins outside one of the local internet cafes with some contacts among a clique of young men who play an online interactive video game called Net War. The cafe is covered in tinted glass and nestled into the ground floor of a ramshackle building that looks like it was built in the 1920s or 1930s. Akil knows some of the guys here from his pre-war student days whiling away the 82 hours as a cyber assassin, gunning it out in the back alleys and bunkers of virtual cities under virtual occupation. Whenever these games pit terrorists against uniformed troops, these 20-something middle-class sons of Baathists all vie for who gets to play the guerrillas. I am really good at these games, says Akil with a wistful twinkle in his eye. After some bullshitting on the street corner out front, once the REQ meeting and greeting of old friends and the ice-breaking jokes are done, Akil and I peel off with one of the young men. He knows English fairly well, but Akil tells him the score in Arabic. One can almost see the pride and adrenaline wash across the young man's face. He'll see what he can do. He has relatives who were high up in the military, plus he knows people who know people. This first meeting leads to others. Eventually, I meet Abu Hassan, a thin, stern, chain-smoking former army captain who now imports machinery and with some of the Prophet's funds resistance operations. He wears a long dark dashadasha, a type of full-body shirt that falls to the ankles. We stroll down a side street and chat quickly. I have nothing to do with them, says Abu Hassan. I nod in understanding. But never mind that, the word is out, Abu Hassan is a key funder for the Mujahideen in this area, and despite his claims that he lacks connections, he says he might be able to introduce me to some of the fighters. I'm told to come back tomorrow. At our first real sit-down meeting in a secure location, one of Abu Hassan's sons shows up with a pistol. The young man empties the gun's chambers into his palm and shows me the flat-tipped and highly destructive dum-dum bullets. Abu Hassan warns me to be completely honest about my identity and tells me to bring copies of the books I've written. Otherwise some people might think you are CIA, he says with a smile. I am told that to meet the resistance I might be taken to Ramadai or Fallujah. 83. That prospect doesn't sound safe. Akil thinks it's a bluff. They won't take us to Ramadai. They won't want to be in a car with a foreigner. There are too many checkpoints. True, there are now usually Iraqi police checkpoints on the roads in and out of Baghdad. Our meetings with Abu Hassan are awkward but friendly. He is prone to abruptly changing the subject, switching suddenly from something heavy and political to something totally mundane and then, in a bit, back to issues about the resistance. At the next meeting, in the divan or living room of a Baghdad house, a well-dressed older man arrives halfway through my strangely disjointed conversation with Abu Hassan. The man speaks English but won't give his name. He says he is a former general in The Iraqi army. Over little glasses of strong sweet tea, he tells me that he, too, is not connected to the resistance, but that he wants to see my books and be interviewed. What unfolds is a torrent of hurt pride, legitimate anti-coalition critique, some wild lies and occasional sidebars of vitriol about the duplicity of the collaborator Shia. They lie to exaggerate their numbers, says the general. All that you must do is go to the food program. Every family is registered there, and count the Shia. They are not 60%. The Sunni are 53%, the Shia are 43%, and the rest are Christians and Kurds. The registration rolls of the World Food Program are a hot topic these days. Many people say they could easily serve as the basis for election rolls. The CPA, wary of popular control and of Shia domination, denies this. As for the general's claims, he may in fact be correct about the number of Shia Fahmy lies on the food program rolls, but the Shia often registered as Sunni to avoid Saddam's repression. The Shia know nothing. The Sunni must govern Iraq, growls the ex-general. But his main grievance is America. We could not fight their weapons. They bombed us from the sky. 84. The Iraqi army was very strong, very important. It was very bad when America destroyed it. The former general is on the edge of the couch, gesticulating, driving home his points with an intense, contained rage. Behind him on a TV screen, a black and white Cary Grant chatters away in silence. Toward the end of the meeting, the general's pretense of having no connection to the resistance seems to slip away. We read Mao on guerrilla warfare. We are prepared. The war never stopped for us. We just came home and now fight in new ways. When the general leaves, he takes the copies of my books from Abu Hassan. For the next meeting my instructions are simple: go to a certain street corner and wait. Someone in a car will pick me up. The sky is a wet, wintry gray as Akil and I arrive at the designated street corner. Akil points to some nearby graffiti. This one says, "Death to all spies and COL." Laborator/nearby stands a well-dressed young man with close-cropped hair and a boxy leather jacket. He's holding a spiral notebook and looks like a typical 21-year-old middle-class Iraqi college kid, but he is waiting for something, and it's not a bus. His gaze always returns to fix on the two of us. The resistance is said to have many eyes. Most cells retain scores of people who do nothing but watch and report on what they see. Man, do you realize this is fucking crazy? Why, says Akil with a big grin. It does feel a bit sketchy at the moment. Then a black BMW pulls up. The driver is Abu Hassan, and I am relieved to see a familiar face. Get in, he says. We drive fast and in silence away from the area where we were picked up. Abu Hassan is tense and smoking cigarettes. He again warns of the 85 dangers. If anything goes wrong, they will find your hotel and kill you, he says, turning to look at me with an expression that is both threatening and concerned. Then he tells me to swear on the Bible, or, as Akil, who is now very somber and contained, translates it, the Christian book. Swear that you are honest. From the plush back seat of the speeding BMW I swear to him that my intentions are honest. By now the winter light has faded, night is falling across the city, and the electricity blinks out in large parts of northern Baghdad. After a circuitous trip through the dark city, we stop at a side street. Abu Hassan bangs on the metal gate of an empty house. No answer. We move on and soon arrive in the cramped and muddy Adhami Yasuk. Its old streets, crowded with stalls, shops and garbage, are too narrow for US Humvees to enter. At one point the BMW's path is blocked by a truck unloading produce, Abu Hassan, looking like the prosperous Baghdadi burgher he is in his de rigueur winter season leather jacket and dark pants, gets out and berates the truck's crew, and they meekly move their vehicle. Back in the car he's bitter. There is no respect, he says in English, then in Arabic, this sort of thing never used to happen. The Americans have destroyed this town. Try. Akil translates quietly. Further into the souk we stop in front of a shop whose lights are on thanks to a loud gasoline generator. Abu Hassan gets out without telling us what is happening, then returns with 2 small fluted glasses of hot lemon tea. He chats with the shopkeeper, but mostly he just waits around outside the car. Then we move out again, away from the generator lit shops into the gloomy side streets, and stop to pick up a man whose face is wrapped in a keffiyeh. We keep driving. The man, in his late 40s, says he was a professional soldier and that he now runs a team of resistance fighters that has launched many operations. He says he is fighting because the war shamed and destroyed 86. A once proud army, and because the occupation is abusing and humiliating Iraqis and Islam. The goal of his cell, which is made up of less than 20 local men, is to repel the invaders and restore sovereignty. I ask if he expects to militarily defeat the US, or if the strategy is political. He explains the fundamental logic of asymmetrical warfare, stripped down to the raw essentials. No, we will not drive them out with military means alone. We will kill American soldiers until the people in America get tired and bring them home. Does his cell have a name, or is it part of any larger group? He pauses. As the car lurches around a corner and then snaps, we are al-Mujahideen, using the generic term for holy warriors. Elsewhere the fighters are called Muhammad's army. But the names do not matter. We are all fighting for our country. He adds that our leaders have contact with Saddam's Fedayeen, referring to the old regime's paramilitary terror squads and special forces trained in suicide tactics and directly loyal to Saddam Hussein. When I ask about his group's theory or ideology, he says, "We believe in the ideology of the Ba'ath Party and of Islam." He says his men are mostly former soldiers. They are loyal to Saddam, but they never took orders from him. Will Saddam's capture affect their fight? No, we will keep fighting. Our goals are clear. We want sovereignty. We will force the Americans to go home. He claims that his team works with other cells on planning and executing larger attacks. He says that his team and one from Al-Quds plus one from Ramadai were responsible for recent attacks in Karbala that killed some Thai soldiers, and that contrary to press reports no car bombs were used. Some of our RPGs and small Katyusha rockets hit cars with gas in them and they exploded. Our real target was an American intelligence building on that base. At the time I don't think much of this comment. But several months later it turned out that contrary to the official story, 87. There was in fact a group of US soldiers and other operatives working with the international forces in Karbala. As for the Fedayeen, the masked fighter says they are still around, working on their own and, when they need to, with local cells like his. He also claims that the Iraqi resistance had nothing to do with the recent suicide bombing that destroyed an upscale restaurant and killed several Iraqis. We do not kill Iraqis, unless they are military interpreters or spies. And for these traitors his team maintains a black list of names, several of which have already been crossed off, that is, assassinated. To bolster his claim about not hurting Iraqis, he points out sites around Adhamiyah where there have clearly been IED explosions. See, there are no shops here. The roads are wide. He says that his group has many eyes working inside the police and in the new Iraqi army. This is totally believable since there are continual Reports of Iraqi police and ICDC men firing on American patrols. The occupation's puppet army is a thoroughly booby-trapped tool. Use it too aggressively and it might blow up. He won't specify whether any of his team have been killed or captured, but he says that many people in Adhamiyah have been arrested. When I ask about new American methods for jamming the freakin' size used to trigger IEDs, he says, we have our engineers. They use the remote controls of car door locks and garage door openers and other devices. Sometimes it is just wires. He says their bombs are usually made from disabled artillery rounds or plastic explosives molded with plaster to fit into walls or look like rocks. He says they work on finding ways to foil the American military's technology. We are constantly changing our patterns. It would be very difficult to prove or disprove this masked man's assertions, short of watching him in action. But the man's genuine nervous 88 ness, the ubiquitous but discreetly stashed pistols, and the real risk to any Iraqi who would pretend to be a guerrilla give credence to his claim of being a resistance leader. As for the underground structure and methods, the man confirms a general picture that has been gleaned from other press accounts and recent military intelligence. The resistance is highly decentralized and is kept so by fear of spies and lack of secure communications. Often fighters are related and operate in units that are all kin. Other cells are more formal and maintain their anonymity from each other as much as possible by using noms de guerre. Cells operate in small networks or completely alone. Compartmentalization is their key to survival. It makes the underground forces resilient and hard to crush because it limits every U.S. victory and inroad into the resistance. The military could bust the cell in Adhamiyah and torture the truth from each of its members, but how far would the trail lead? Eventually the U.S. forces would be back at square one, getting bombed and not knowing who was doing it. In short, the mind of the resistance is everywhere. There is no head to cut off. Its strategy does not take the form of a plan but rather that of a logic or sensibility embedded in Iraqi culture: repel the invader. And this leaves American forces baffled, striking at shadows. Brigadier General Martin Dempsey of the 1st Armored Division, which controlled Baghdad for the first year of occupation, acknowledged this in one of his press conferences. When we were looking at those cells, we were never sure exactly what existed above them. We really didn't know how the cells in Adhamiyah related to the cell in the Abu Ghraib or the cell in the Al-Jihad neighborhood too. But compartmentalization and the ever-shifting horizontally organized networks of cells also limit the resistance's ability to coordinate large actions, build support networks, or even control its own cadre. If a 89 guerrilla army is entirely informal, who is to stop fighters from dropping out or defecting at will? The strange dialectic of this real-life version of net war means that the underground's unique structure is both its greatest strength and greatest weakness. After an hour or so, Abu Hassan and the resistance fighter want to end the interview. I thank them and they drop Akil and me off at the site of a recent IED blast in Adhamiyah. Oh my God, we just interviewed the resistance, says Akil, lighting a cigarette. We check out the IED blast, wander around the empty streets in an adrenaline-fueled euphoric daze, congratulating each other on a job well done. Then as the damp chill begins to bite, we sober up and realize that we should make our way to a main road, flag a cab and get the hell out of Dodge. Ultimately, this meeting leaves the impression of a resistance that is ideologically and organizationally so fragmented as to verge on incoherence. It has superbly simple tactics and the perfect tools for guerrilla warfare, but no clear strategy and no clear political vision other than the very broad teachings of Islam. The Sunni guerrillas are less a movement in the traditional sense than a collection of nationalists and soldiers with serious grievances, military training, and ready access to both weapons and targets. Is this diffuse constellation of armed cells throughout the society a sign of success, the brilliance of asymmetrical warfare taken to a new level? Or is it a failure, the manifest inability of the resistance to be more organized, more united, and more politically coherent? As we look for a ride out of Adhamiyah, it's hard to tell. One thing is for sure, this is an insurgency that will be nearly impossible. 90. Bleed to crush. The resistance will never win militarily, but as the cell leader who rode with me in Abu Hassan's BMW explained, maybe it does not need to. Reports from the western desert towns of Fallujah, Khalidiyah, and Ramadai paint a picture of a resistance that is perhaps slightly more Islamist but not necessarily of the Wahhabi fundamentalist or the Al-Qaeda variety here. Tribal affiliation is more important than in Baghdad, but at the same time the Ba'ath Party and the old organs of state appear to play an important role in the resistance. Two pieces by the Christian Science Monitor's Nicholas Blandford profiled a resistance fighter who called himself Ahmed. He described an anonymous cell of local men, including many army veterans, who were inspired and led by local Sunni clerics, some of whom had secretly served with Muslim forces in Chechnya. The cell's leader, named Saad, would plan operations and pass on his instructions by word of mouth. As Blandford described it, the cell's members received little training. Ahmed served 2 years in the Iraqi army and had been taught how to fire pistols, automatic rifles, and light machine guns. Once in the Razis tents, a former army sergeant showed him how to fire a rocket-propelled grenade. But Ahmed never got to practice or actually fire the weapon until his first combat operation, and then he missed his target, a Humvee. U.S. soldiers call this style of shooting spray and pray. 3. A report in Iraq Today, the country's English-language paper, portrayed the resistance as somewhat more organized than most observers had thought. According to this description, the resistance, or at least some parts of it, operate with a higher level of organization in which the Fedayeen hardcore serves as a link between exiled Ba'athist elites and the local cells. This fits with the Adhamiyah cell leader's cryptic. 91. Comments about the Fedayeen playing a special role in the resistance. According to the Iraq Today story, a Fedayeen fighter named Fadl described the formation of underground cells just after the war ended. Fadl's commander ordered him to send his family to safety and rent a house for himself outside Baghdad. His unit was to move to areas where they were not known, lie low and await orders, then resume operations as guerrillas. All of this he did. After Saddam's capture in early December 2003, Fadl was summoned to Amman, where former leaders of the security forces had rented large houses. Fadl says that at a meeting of old Fedayeen comrades, resistance leaders from Iraq were instructed to shift the focus of their attacks from U.S. forces to remove Iraqi people who were agents of the U.S. January 4, February and March were indeed bloody months for the newly minted Iraqi security forces. As Mao recommended, in guerrilla warfare, select the tactic of seeming to come from the east and attacking from the west, avoid the solid, attack the hollow, attack, withdraw. Deliver a lightning blow, seek a lightning decision. When guerrillas engage a stronger enemy, they withdraw when he advances, harass him when he stops, strike him when he is weary, pursue him when he withdraws. In guerrilla strategy, the enemy's rear, flanks, and other vulnerable spots are his vital points, and there he must be harassed, attacked, dispersed, exhausted and annihilated. Clearly Saddam was not at the apex of any resistance movement. As one U.S. intelligence official told the press, the notion that Saddam was in charge of the underground was just flat wrong. 5. Nor was his capture followed by mass roundups, though there was a series of U.S. offensives throughout the Sunni Triangle. An April 2004 Pentagon study of the resistance painted a picture RIMI 92 lar to the one supplied by Iraq today. According to the New York Times, the report found that Iraqi officers of the Special Operations and Anti-Terrorism Branch, known within Saddam's government as M14, are responsible for planning roadway improvised explosive devices and some of the larger car bombs that have killed Iraqis, Americans, and other foreigners/6. These findings were based on documents seized by the Iraq Survey Group and on the interrogation of high-ranking M14 members in U.S. custody. Scott Ritter said pretty much the same thing in an article published months before the Pentagon report appeared. Ritter said that as a weapons inspector he had seen pre-war evidence of planning for a post-invasion guerrilla war while searching the premises of an organization known as M21, the Special Operations Directorate of the Iraqi Intelligence Service. Ritter's account is worth quoting at length. While I found no evidence of WMDs, I did find an organization that specialized in the construction and employment of improvised explosive devices, the same IEDs that are now killing Americans daily in Iraq. When we entered the compound, 3 Iraqis tried to escape over a wall with documents, but they were caught and surrendered the papers. Like reams of other documents stacked inside the buildings, these papers dealt with IEDs. I held in my hands a photocopied primer on how to conduct a roadside ambush using IEDs, and others on how to construct IEDs from conventional high explosives and military munitions. The sophisticated plans, albeit with crude drawings, showed how to take out a convoy by disguising an IED and when and where to detonate it for maximum damage. Then at another facility, I saw classrooms for training all Iraqi covert agents in the black art of making and using IEDs. My notes recall tables piled with mock-ups of mines. 93. And grenades disguised in dolls, stuffed animals, and food containers, and classrooms for training in making car bombs and recruiting proxy agents for using explosives. 7. All of this summons the image of a profoundly determined foe that, even prior to the invasion, anticipated and accepted a long period of guerrilla warfare. No doubt when the intelligence nets haul up informational detritus like this, it must cause the blood to run cold in the veins of the smarter spooks and military planners. And how do the guerrillas supply themselves? Getting weapons. One of the primary difficulties faced by most insurgencies is not a problem in Iraq. Central Iraq is absolutely littered with weapons. Some were hidden before the war, some were just dumped when Saddam's army melted away in April 2003. As one report put it, the rapid capitulation of Hussein's regime also left the best part of 2 divisions intact north of Baghdad, untouched by the 4th Infantry Division's stalled pincer sweep from the north. This alone meant an estimated 350,000 tons of ammunition is unaccounted for. In the early days of the resistance there were also millions of dollars in cash in the hands of former intelligence officers or stashed with the weapons. The U.S. military has seized much of this money, but the underground's methods are quite low cost just as they are low tech. The danger of meeting the resistance was pointed out to me by a journalist whom I respect very much. On the way back into Iraq for my winter trip, traveling with my friend and fellow journalist Rob Eshelman, I by chance ran into Rajiv Chandrasekharan of the Washington Post. I first met Chandrasekharan just after the Quetta Street firefight. He was on the 94 security perimeter as we were leaving and the site was being cleaned up. I was high on adrenaline, in a nasty mood, and I had been rather rude in answering his questions. Chandrasekharan had been a complete gentleman, and when we met again he didn't remember me as being an asshole. Wow, was that in August? He said. That's when things really started to go haywire. It's all blurred together at this point. Chandrasekharan explained that, for the moment, he and his colleague Anthony Shadid had decided to steer clear of direct contacts with the resistance and had instead focused on reconstructing the biographies of dead resistance fighters. This is a more reliable way of discovering who the rebels really are. We think meeting with these guys is actually quite dangerous. It's not out of the question that they'll pull a Danny Pearl, start kidnapping and killing journalists. It's not like that hasn't happened in this region before. Several months later, that's exactly what starts, at least the kidnapping part. One victim was my old friend David Martinez, a filmmaker from San Francisco and Austin who was held for a day by the resistance outside Fallujah. At the same pit stop where I talk with Chandrasekharan, I meet the inimitable David Rife, who writes for the New York Times Magazine. He is also the son of Susan Sontag. Tall and immaculately dressed, Rife looks like Frank Zappa as fastidious intellectual. Adorned in heavy Santa Fe style turquoise jewelry, sporting a big mane of silvered black hair and a finely sculpted goatee, he wears a small, neatly folded keffiyeh draped over his shoulders like a tennis towel. Rife has a totally different view of the resistance. In a languid and nasal tone he explains that the Bush administration doesn't have an Iraq problem, they have a Baghdad problem. Or a Tikrit to Bakubatarama de problem. Maybe he's right, I thought. After all, this was early when 95. Before the Mahdi army rebellion and the siege of Fallujah. Who are the resistance? Asks Rife rhetorically. They have no leader, no demands, no clear organization. They are a nuisance, sure. It's awful. For the families of those killed. But does it really mean very much? With that, Rife reaches under his windbreaker into his suit jacket, producing a little cylindrical metal container cast to look like a stack of old coins. Unscrews the top, retrieves a brightly colored pharmaceutical, and ends his statement by putting the pill on his tongue and washing it down with bottled water. As the Rife Chandrasekharan convoy drives away, Eshelman and I watch in silence. That was weird, says Eshelman, face blank, hands thrust deep in his pockets against the chill desert wind. At a farm on the muddy floodplains near Balad, a provincial town about an hour north of Baghdad, Akil and I managed one more meeting with the resistance, this time with a rural cell that has no connection to the one in Adhamiya. These men are farmers, all brothers or cousins and devout Sufis. They claim to have momentarily halted their fight against the Americans. They will give the occupiers one last chance. Maybe they will fix the roads. We will see. I spend a long time by the river talking to one of the brothers about what the Americans have done here and about farming. He grows cucumbers, eggplants, dates, everything. Then we move inside to the divan and sit on cushions, and slowly the rest of his crew shows up. Cross-legged on the floor of the cold farmhouse we wait for a lunch of fried chicken, rice, and soup. As usual, the women are behind a wall, cooking and watching the children. The man from the riverbank explains, my brothers and I did many operations against the Americans, but at Afuljan 96. Jeros to talk about this. We spent a lot of money on remote controls. In these tightly knit villages, the resistance seems to be even more formally structured than the network cells in Adhamiya. Sometimes a group of brothers or cousins will do an action, explains the former fighter. Or maybe someone from Abu Hishma might ask you to help with an action. You'll go to a field and you will find, maybe, some of your friends and maybe other people who you don't know. He says that fear and religious differences have kept this network of overlapping cells from uniting. According to this young farmer and his brothers, the guerrillas around Balad all have different reasons for fighting. Some fight for Islam, some for Saddam, some just to get the Americans out, and some for revenge. These young men seem to have fought for all of the above. They lost their father to an American bomb, they feel humiliated by the occupation, they are intensely religious, and a few of them really like Saddam. So why have they stopped their attacks in the last few weeks? The young man doing most of the talking thinks for a bit, then, revealing the deep war weariness of many Iraqis, says, "It's hard to fight and kill other people." He adds, "The Americans are very brutal, they are monsters. They have killed whole families and arrested a quarter of the men in this area." Indeed, U.S. pressure is intense. American troops conduct some 1,400 patrols and raids across Iraq every day. And there is a notoriously tough U.S. Colonel, Nathan Sassaman, running counterinsurgency in this area. Along with delivering severe repression, he has promised some real reconstruction. And then, as if on cue, two deafeningly loud and very intimidating Apache helicopter gunships sweep low over the farm. "Last night they were shooting at the other bank of the river," says one of the men. Just before lunch is served and the political talk winds down, the for 97 Mayor guerrilla concludes, perhaps the resistance is just resting, waiting to see what the Americans will do next. A young boy unrolls a plastic sheet on the carpeted floor and then brings in heaping plates of fried chicken, rice, pickles, salad and bean soup. Other than the soup, we eat from communal plates with pieces of crisp, leathery flatbread fresh from an oven hidden somewhere back in the women's part of the house. Returning to Baghdad, it is clear that while some in the underground may be giving up, the war is still in full effect. 3 truckers working for the Coalition Provisional Authority have been shot, one was killed. A week or so later, another huge car bomb goes off at the aptly named Assassin's Gate, one of the main entrances to the coalition's fortress. Green Zone. Racing through a gloomy morning of thick, cold smog, David Martinez and I get to the blast area just as American troops are pushing back the first wave of reporters. The bomb has killed more than 20 and wounded close to 60. It is the usual hellish scene of gore and wreckage. The party, or cell, that set off this bomb has released no statement, made no demands. But the brutal semiotics are clear. Among the casualties are 3 U.S. soldiers and 3 American contractors. The rest were all Iraqis who, whether as maids or managers, worked with the coalition. Voyeur's banquet, dead people for breakfast and dinner. If your pictures aren't good enough, you aren't close enough. Robert Capa. The explosion hits just as our omelets arrive and just as Crazy Dave, the trilingual daredevil-cum-journalist, is launching into his morning soliloquy. It is something about the Frankfurt School and the Taliban. In many ways it is a typical morning at the Hotel Agadir, an 8-story budget hotel filled with Iranian Shiite pilgrims, Bangladeshi construction workers, and about a 20 or so European and American freelancers, filmmakers and assorted nut jobs. The Iranian pilgrims had all eaten their complimentary breakfasts and loaded into their aging Mercedes buses to head for the holy cities. Now, at 8 o'clock, the crews of coffee-starved Eastern European, American, French, and Italian journalists roll in and meet up with their Iraqi colleagues, the translators and drivers. But that morning the wake-up process skips to fast-forward. In mid-sentence the air shakes and conversation is brought to a stunned halt by a forceful sonic jolt. 2 blocks away a small convoy of U.S. Humvees has been hit by a powerful IED. From across the dining room are 100. Post-blast trance is broken. That's close. Booms Attila, a long-time war correspondent from Hungary who rules the roost. He is in the doorway as if he'd been waiting for this moment all along. Let's go. His roar is that of a coach, encouraging, concerned and slightly disappointed. We dash up 8 flights to the roof, with each calm plummet of crumbling marble steps sucking in the gas fumes that emanate up from the generator in the basement and fill the hotel's stairway. Look! On Kareta! Shouts Attila. You can see the people running. Down we plunge, jumping the stairs 3 and 4 at a time and then running down the block. It's a 4 Humvee convoy, 2 blocks away. The IED was plastered into the concrete median strip and went off between the last 2 vehicles, blowing out their windshields and scattering shrapnel and concrete for yards in every direction, wounding several. The street is filling fast, and pandemonium reigns. A crowd of men has formed. Some are tending to the wounded. Others are yelling for help, yelling for people to get out of the way, yelling for God. One man is clearly dead, lying on his back in the street, blood spreading around him. Journalists start arriving, joining the freak show. From the Agadir, some people snap stills, and Attila has his video camera hoisted high. The soldiers are yelling, trying to clear a perimeter around the dead man. Get back! Get back! Hey, I got a job to do, shouts the staff sergeant in charge. Then he pats his M4 with a gloved hand. You know what LL hap pen if shit gets out of control. So please, get back. It is no use, the crowd closes in. They're angry, yelling at the soldiers, standing defiantly in front of the rifles. Others close in around the dead man. Someone covers him with a cloth advertising banner, painted in Arabic script. Blood seeps through and pools up around the corpse. Soon the dazed staff sergeant orders the squad to move their vehicles 50 yards up 101 the street. The crowd takes the corpse. A shaken older man wearing glasses and a leather coat, blood running from his hand, approaches and volunteers his account. The bomb went off, and then he hit the ground. He got up and everything around him was smashed. Now he's bleeding. His name is Abdul. He is an engineer for the city, working on street repairs. He is trembling. I am getting worried that someone will suck one of us journos deep into the crowd for a beatdown. Then I start anticipating a secondary blast. We'll all be ripped to shreds, I can feel it, and my skin tingles in anticipation. Then this wave of fear washes back out into the ever-present, bigger pool of fear, the shark tank, that is just part of Iraq's emotional landscape. I move up to the soldiers and ask what happened. Was that an IED in the median? Affirmative, 1 dead, and our interpreter wounded, with protruding fractures on the collarbone and forearm, answers the super amp squad. Medic. Hey, Callahan. Come on. Yells the staff sergeant, pointing with 2 fingers to his eyes and then the rooftops. The semaphore is clear, your 15 minutes of fame are over. Shut up and watch for snipers. Out of nowhere, but perhaps not surprisingly, since this is a country that has weathered 3 major wars in 20 years and is still at war. Now a simple wood coffin appears and the dead man is placed in it. The coffin is hoisted aloft and the crowd carries it a half block down the street to a small mosque, chanting Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. CP, you know, I walked right past that spot 10 minutes before the bomb went off, says Akil. He had spent the night with his future wife, a crazy social worker/activist from Birmingham who has set up a shelter for Baghdadi street kids and takes pleasure in verbally harassing US troops whenever possible. Everyone gets a thrill from these near-miss events. It's not just the adrenaline. There's also a dirty survivor's euphoria. But these quotidian tragedies are of course profoundly depressing and have a way of stripping any hope, full meaning out of the political big picture. Got some good close-ups of the dead guy, lifted the sheet. It's crazy, Dave. When we went to the roof he disappeared to the street, and now he has popped up, as he often does at such moments, to offer some bit of bad news or madness. Dave, you're sick. No firefight follows the attack, it's a single element engagement, so eventually it's back to the hotel. Our eggs are waiting, cold but covered with clean plates. The headwaiter welcomes us back with a flat smile and fresh tea. Just like Sarajevo, laughs Attila upon seeing that breakfast has resumed. The coach is pleased. On one level the Hotel Agadir is an anomaly, a strangely bohemian oasis in the largely square, center-right, big-money journalism scene that rules the press space in Baghdad. But the Agadir is also tainted by all the parasitic voyeurism and licentious careerism of any other Imperial War press pool. For much of my time in Iraq the Agadir was home. It was in its own way a little village within the sprawling mess of Baghdad. Unlike the mainstream journalists, who were usually boring and polite Ivy Leaguers, the cast at the Agadir was made up of eccentrics. 103. Enter the Agadir's small, dark, mirrored lobby, and at the desk you meet Baba, an intense and thoughtful man. In his late 40s, Baba has grey hair and weary pale blue eyes. He is fluent in English, remembers everyone's name, and is always watching out for us. Be careful out there. Christian, are your friends back from Fallujah? Baba had been a merchant. But when looters emptied his shoe shop during liberation he was forced to take work at the Agadir and suffer under the hotel's tyrannical skinflint of a manager. This is the freedom, sighs Baba, peering out across a haze of freshly exhaled smoke. Outside the traffic is in gridlock because of a checkpoint or cordon search up the road. Across from the desk in a low overstuffed chair is Mr. Khalil, a Jordanian businessman who is invariably clad in a dark blue Armani and tie, or a beige velour tracksuit. His hands are always occupied with a cigarette, a coffee, or amber-colored plastic worry beads. The right side of Mr. Khalil's face bears a huge and dramatic scar, the type left by saber slashes across the cheeks of Hollywood bad guys. I never had the presence of mind to ask how he came by that memento. At midday, one might find Mr. Khalil meeting with Natalie-clad sheiks in the second-floor dining room alcove, but usually he is just hanging around the lobby, smoking, flipping his beads, watching people come and go. Then sometimes he shows up in a cafe across town, near a cordon search, or at a demonstration, always watching, always patient, always friendly, but always distant. You think Mr. Khalil is a spook? Someone once asked us incredulously. No, I just want to know why Mr. Khalil always happens to be where we happen to be, explains David Martinez, a filmmaker, activist, and fast 104. Talking, wisecracking old friend of mine from San Francisco. Upstairs live the journalists. There is the ubiquitous Crazy Dave, known to us as David Michael, that is, until he skips out on a $50 hotel tab and Baba tells us that his passport gives his name as David Stahl. Crazy Dave is the type one wants to dislike but ends up appreciating anyway. I like him because he is smart, he reads books. The scion of an international banking family, as he puts it, Dave was raised in France and educated at Berkeley. For the last 8 years he had been traveling in war zones, North Cambodia with the still-armed Khmer Rouge, then Afghanistan under the Taliban, and then in Afghanistan again when it came under US control. Now he is here with us, sent like some giant avenging mosquito to camp out on the war-frayed nerves of low-budget freelancers. Usually Dave stays in a $1 a night rat-infested dive nearby. He bragged endlessly about the hardship, but at times he sleeps on a couch in the lobby of the Agadir. Crazy Dave is one of 4 guys at the Agadir, named David, the youngest being a 13-year-old Assyrian Christian street kid named Dud. He doesn't live at the hotel, but hangs out there all the time. Best of all, Dud is not actually a street kid, he lives nearby with his middle-class uncle, who has even bought him a Nintendo set. In reality, Dud is just a rambunctious, devious little ruffian who enjoys conning gullible honkies by claiming that he is a glue-sniffing street urchin. He has what he claims is a bullet scar on his head. A guy named Aaron, we call him Aaron the art capitalist, had given Dud a camera and asked the boy to shoot short films of life in Baghdad. Aaron promised he'd send money back to Iraq if Dud would give the tapes to the concierge at the Palestine Hotel, who would then DHL them to AAR On's loft in New York City's Dumbo neighborhood. Dud would end all his video reports with the dramatic newsy sign-off, Dud, dis Baghdad. Then there is Dar Jamal, brave, sober, honest, and hard-working. He is 105. A lefty Alaskan now, but was originally from a right-wing family in Texas of Lebanese descent. Dar had been a mountain rescue paramedic who worked on contract with the Forest Service and the National Park Service in Alaska. This trip to Iraq is his first foray into journalism, the horizontal mountain of information and narrative and lies. Like many freelancer writers, he can fall into angry moods, worn down by the deadlines, logistics, money problems and routine fear. But Dar became one of my closest and most trusted friends in Iraq. For a while Dar's roommate is a Hungarian guy named Mihaly Mazaros, whom we call Meshi. Thin and angular with slicked back black hair and a black beard, Meshi speaks with the accent and slow cadence of Count Dracula, not surprisingly, since he is originally from Transylvania, near the Romanian border. A devout Muslim, except when he guiltily sips an occasional beer, he reads the Quran at night. Ask him what he is up to and he explains apologetically in his Count Dracula accent that he is making really crap movies, totally crap about things like Baghdad's Arnold Schwarzenegger bodybuilding club, which is near the BBC compound. It is totally stupid. But this is what my boss wants. So, I shoot the footage for him. Down the hall is the crew from Radio Polskia, Tomasz and Michael. Tomasz is tall and blonde, wears silk scarves and undresses young men with his eyes. He is the flamboyant flying ace of Polish radio. I have a weakness for porcelain, he once confessed. Old porcelain. I collect it compulsively. Do you like it? Some of it here is very nice. He says stuff like this, then sizes you up flirtatiously and heads off to find the bang bang. His colleague Michael looks like he just stepped off the streets of Green Point, Brooklyn, decked out in a hooded sweatshirt, baseball hat, and baggy jeans. Under the brim of his Radio Polskia cap his eyes are dark and baggy with fatigue. In Poland he had hosted a talk show about cars. He 106. Ended up in Iraq was always unclear, even to him. Michael knows that the situation around him is profoundly unhealthy, and after several months of filing 2 stories a day he is ready to split back to Poland. But his departure for home is delayed at the last minute. After a raucous going-away party, a drunk Romanian journalist, also named Michael, runs an Iraqi police checkpoint in Radio Polskia's little Mitsubishi SUV. The Iraqi cops shoot up the SUV but amazingly do not hit Romanian Michael, who is nevertheless hospitalized for injuries sustained when he lost control of the vehicle. R.A. Diopolskia Michael is forced to stick around and deal with the fallout. The top floor of the Agadir is the domain of the laundry room, where two Iraqi men, Muhammad and Qasim, spend their days manning ancient industrial washers, folding towels, or reading the papers. Next to their engine room of suds and cloth is Suite 800, the Agadir's control tower. Home to Adila, our unofficial leader. Tall and big-bellied with a frowning, fleshy mug, Adila Penzriki has a penchant for cheap Iraqi silver and leather jackets. He peers at the world through tiny square-rimmed glasses that make him look all the more like a sullen caged bear. He sells stories to pretty much all of his homelands: radio, TV, and print media. When the news is slow, he also sells cheap Iraqi silver to the Hungarian soldiers billeted in Hilla, a town about an hour southwest of Baghdad. Mr. Khalil calls Adila the Sheikh of journalists. Dare calls him the ogre. Adila had come to Iraq just after the conquest and found the Agadir as it was reopening. He claimed the top floor as his lair, and on the roof he set up satellite dishes and would rent DSL internet access to whoever wanted it. He would just drop a length of cable over the side of the hotel and down 4, 5, or 6 stories to the rooms below. While still in college at age 21, Adila left his native Budapest for Yugoslavia to document the meltdown of that country firsthand. For the 107 next 13 years he pursued war, skipping from the Balkans to Turkish Kurdistan to Rwanda, Sierra Leone, Nigeria, and Kosovo. He's been under fire too many times to count. His stories, bitter and tragic, are doled out with a feigned reluctance. He says that his 2 worst moments were getting caught in crossfire while traversing the river between Burundi and Rwanda and seeing a friend of his get shot in the head by a sniper during a supposed ceasefire in Croatia. We had to collect his stuff, says Adila, recounting that awful day. In his jacket he had letters from his kids and wife. That is when it really hits you. Adila's speech is clipped, sharp and heavily accented. He sounds like he is yelling, no matter the actual volume of his voice. Are we on holiday? Or are we journalists? When the mayhem slows down, Adila gets depressed. He sulks around, chain-smoking in silence. At such moments he confesses that being a war correspondent is morally corrosive. Sometime in the mid-90s he had come upon a massive car accident in Hungary and immediately started taking photographs. Several minutes of snapping shots passed before he remembered that he had a cell phone, one of the few available in Hungary at the time. The fact that his first instinct had been to harvest images from the carnage rather than help the wounded with a call for emergency services had sickened him, and he swore he'd quit journalism. He resigned his job and got in his car to go on vacation, but the holiday turned into a road trip back to war-torn Yugoslavia. Like a junkie's solemn resolutions to stay away from needles and dope, Adila's recovery is always getting postponed for just one last time. Adila has the aura. He goes places in Iraq that even the bravest translators and drivers refuse to visit. For example, he raced into an armed night-time protest in Adhamiya for a funeral procession attended by a company of grenade-wielding fedayeen. When there is mortaring or rocket attacks in the south of Baghdad, Adila rushes into the night looking for the action. 108. When shooting or bomb blasts of any kind occur, Adila leads the charge. But when Dare and I try to get him to climb the ancient spiraled minaret of the Abbasid Mosque in Samarra, he declines. I am afraid of heights. Ever zinky I fell to the bottom of a cave in the Czech Republic and broke my leg. The other key location at the Agadir is a 2-room suite called Room 100, home to my old friends Rob Eshelman and David Martinez, both late Lee of San Francisco. David is lugging around cameras for a Spanish TV crew. And shooting footage for a documentary of his own. Rob is pitching rise to lefty rags in the United States. Bunking with them is a very French Trotskyist peace activist named Thomas. We joke that Thomas is so French that he looks like he is smoking a cigarette even when he isn't. Also a frequent guest in room 100 is Akil, my translator and friend. Akil is in many ways a sad barometer of the situation in Iraq. In the summer when we worked together he was professional and diligent. By winter he is devolving into heavy drinking and self-deluding despair. This isn't helped by the fact that most of the journalists he has worked with regularly collect horror stories. There's a family out in Ramadai, they say US troops executed the father and 2 brothers. Wanna check it out? How much of that can a man take? I notice another change in him as well. When we first met in August 2003, he disliked Saddam. Fuck Saddam. He stole from my people. By January Akil inexplicably loves Saddam. I really like his personality. And you know, he was so smart. When Saddam was captured Akil broke down in tears. It was like all of Iraq had been humiliated. This is all the more bizarre because some of Akil's family had been badly treated by Saddam. A young man close to Akil, who also worked as a translator on Aqsa Zion, had been press-ganged into the Fedayeen, a paramilitary terror force. 109. Run by Uday Hussein. The man in question, whom I interviewed at length, had been forced to watch innocent people thrown from helicopters, put through a brutal survival course in the desert, and trained to be a suicide bomber. Eventually the tormented young man, then only in his late teens, shot himself in the knee in hope of a medical discharge. His officers instead accused him of being a spy and jailed him for 32 days, during which he was tortured and sexually humiliated. His captors put out lit cigarettes on his arms and threatened to electrocute him. After a month they realized their captive was not an enemy spook, just a teenager desperate for a normal life, and they released him. Another habitué of room 100 is the young, quick-wit Dave Enders. He showed up in Baghdad just after the conquest and helped start a newspaper called Baghdad Bulletin. When that venture crashed and burned he stayed on to freelance and did some great reporting. Only 23 years old, ambitious, and well-educated, Enders is the sort of young man one might expect to be arrogant and competitively insecure, especially around a crew of guys 10 years his senior. But quite the opposite, Enders is relaxed and generous. Most of the guests at the Agadir were Iranian pilgrims. These sojourners are an increasingly important part of the Iraqi landscape. As a Shiite state, Iran is full of people who want to visit the holy sites of the Shia faith, which are in Iraq, where the most important of the figures of Shiite Islam, the first 12 caliphs, descendants of the Prophet Muhammad, starting with Imam Ali through to Imam Hussein and others, led the faith, and were then usually murdered with swords or knives. Since the U.S. conquest, Iraq's borders have opened, and what was, according to the Iraqi per al-Shira, once an officially regulated flow of 500 Iranian pilgrims a day, had by the beginning of 2004 surged to more than 3,000 pilgrims crossing 110 into Iraq daily. Some reports indicate that this semi-legal and illegal flow of pilgrims is aided by members of the Islamic Dawah Party and the Supreme Council for the Islamic Revolution in Iraq, led by Iraqi Governing Council member Al-Bakr Hakim. For a mere $50, it is said, Shiite activists and malicious ferry pilgrims past official border posts and into the holy cities of Najaf and Karbala, south of Baghdad. It is chaos. Anyone can come in and we can't control this, complained the head of a customs post on Iraq's eastern border. 1. The pilgrims at the Agadir are not only not Iraqi and not Arab, they are also not urban, not young, and not well traveled. From what we can glean, they are all middling peasants who had saved and scraped for years so they could visit the Shia holy cities. The men are wizened and hunched, thick-limbed and short, never taller than 5'5". All of them wear the same uniform, sweater vests underneath a beat-up dark suit coat, loose dark pants and dark wool caps. Their facial hair ranges from mustaches with thick, graying shadows to full beards. The women are even shorter, just as weather-beaten, and all wear headscarves and abayas, the head-to-toe black robes preferred by conservative Shiite women. Invariably the ladies carry battered plastic thermoses of tea. Frequently these travelers, out of their element in the extreme and having trouble with urban gadgets like elevators, mistake foreign journalists for hotel staff. It is not uncommon for some Iranian grandmother to stop you in the hallway and demand in a rural Farsi dialect that you help her open a door or make the elevator work. They never gesture or pantomime their requests, they just keeping speaking Farsi and expecting a journalist or Iraqi hotel porter to understand. Aqil would playfully make fun of them, calling them Sharujays, a rather derogatory slang term for the Shia of southern Iraq. 111. New Year's Eve has arrived. The night is clear, and the sky is crossed with the gently arcing tracer rounds from bursts of celebratory gunfire. Below, the city is calm but tense. Everyone waits for something big. There are several parties underway for journos and NGOers and other occupiers. We pass on an invitation to the BBC's compound and instead head to an apartment we call the Italian Embassy, which is really just the offices of an Italian NGO. Before long the inevitable arrives in the form of a huge explosion with a dense angry core and wide rumbling echo. Attila and his translator Hamu D are the first to their feet. The blast was a kilometer to our east, but it was so loud that we're all disoriented. Some people think it came from behind us, others from out front. Again, we race to the roof scanning the night sky for smoke, then down to the cars. 6 of us cram into Attila and Hamudai's sedan. Hamudai races the almost empty streets, the very embodiment of speed. Attila barks directions that are occasionally followed, Yusu ally ignored. First up to Saydun Street, then, as ambulances and Iraqi police cars pass, we sweep back in pursuit through a police checkpoint flashing our press passes and shouting Sahafi! Sahafi! Suddenly we arrive at the remains of the upscale Nabil restaurant just as the first medics unload. A car bomb has killed 8 and wounded 35. The scene is Armageddon in miniature, illuminated by orange flame. The surrounding streets are strewn with debris, twisted metal, broken glass. Part of a tweed jacket, a steering rod, half of a severed human foot with toes. A thick torrent of flame streams from a 30-foot depression in the side of the building, shattered glass coats the area, parked cars are leaking fuel, some of which ignites. All around windows are blown out. Again. The push and pull between cops and the press, then soldiers and the press. Amidst the mayhem a woman sobs and pushes toward the restaurant A. 112. Man wanders dazed and bloody with a cloth dinner napkin pressed to his head. 2 Iraqi firefighters mount the heap of rubble closest to the blaze and spray a weak stream of water into the fiery pit. The whole scene is lit orange by flame, then obscured, then revealed in orange again to form a chaotic visual loop. Amidst it all is a tall man, the spitting image of Mexican President 6. Vicente Fox, constantly moving from place to place. Each time he comes to rest he is bathed in the glow of TV spotlights. It's the new chief of police. And this is his media debut. A blonde female TV journalist in a light blue flak vest is the only person not moving around. She stares intently into her cruise camera and floodlights, waiting to go live. Crazy Dave, whom I haven't seen in days, pops up. Hey, dude. I got in. Side. Got good shots of the bodies. Mostly just legs sticking out of rubble. There are, like, bottles of fine wine and silverware all over the place. It's weird. Reuters might buy the tape. An hour and a half after the blast and we're back at the Italian embassy drinking and eating while the music blares. Then at midnight it's back to the roof to watch the sky fill with tracer rounds. A woman at the party, Simone, exudes a charmed air. She seems to float around kissing everyone, wishing them a happy new year. On her way to the party, she by chance stopped at the Nabil for a drink, just an apéritif. 40 minutes after she left, the restaurant was blown to pieces. Now Simone is high on the BAC. Channelie and war drug, a cocktail of luck, denial, and ego. As an NGOer who must deal with the Baghdad cops on a regular basis, Simone has missed 3 bombings by less than an hour. Happy New Year, she says with a grin and a kiss. The drinking and dancing will go on all night. Very harame-rama, says Dave Martinez, playing on the Arabic word haram, meaning forbidden. At Tilo must file his story, so he and I head back to the Agadir. Trying to sleep. 113. I watch the bullets streak across the sky. The outer wall of my room is plate glass. Finally, it's too much. All I can think about are AK rounds smashing through the glass and into my guts. Feeling ridiculous, I open the sides of my flak vest and lay it across my body lengthwise like a short Kevlar blanket. I prop one of the removable ceramic plates up to block the side of my head and take 2 Valium. Slowly, I fall asleep, images of the Nabil fading in and out. In late March, the Mount Lebanon Hotel was bombed. The blast blew out windows at the nearby Agadir. I was gone by then, but my colleague Naomi Klein passed on some of the details. Her room at the Agadir was flooded with dust and broken glass from the blast. After that, the management asked all the foreigners to leave. Their presence was just too big a risk. Then the Shia rose up and journalists started getting kidnapped. Attila also ran into trouble, but of a different sort. His debts finally caught up with him. He owed his translator, he owed Martinez, he owed a local store, and he owed who knows how many others. So Attila quietly left for Budapest. It was, in many ways, a sadly fitting end to one little piece of the colonial circus in Iraq. From dreamland to Fallujah. We fought a military war, our opponents fought a political one. We sought physical attrition, our opponents aimed for our psychological exhaustion. In the process, we lost sight of one of the cardinal maxims of guerrilla warfare: the guerrilla wins if he does not lose. The conventional army loses if it does not win. Henry Kissinger on the Vietnam War. It's a cool winter afternoon in January 2004 and Operation Dozer, a large-scale incursion into the city of Fallujah, is taking longer than expected, much longer. Instead of lasting 2 or 3 hours, Dozer has lasted all day, and when the 82nd Airborne spends any extended period of time in Fallujah they get attacked. The mission is named for the bulldozer that is clearing away some guardrails and a mangled statue along one of the city's main thoroughfares. The resistance has been packing the backs of the rails with plastic explosives and using the broken statue to triangulate on passing convoys and time the detonation of their IEDs. One IED in this area killed a GI, Sergeant Paul Johnson, and wounded 7 others. A few months ago. So in a slow, clumsy, bureaucratic way, this operation is payback. Man, this is turning into a clusterfuck, quips a paratrooper with the 116. 82nd. He is perched in the back of a Humvee, looking down the barrel of an M249 saw. He's pulling security, watching the perimeter. Strapped to his body armor is a small, fist-sized brown teddy bear. Behind him a squad of soldiers is strung out along the street, crouching or leaning on walls, peering around corners. Other squads are searching houses, going through the bedclothes, rifling the cabinets, rooting among construction supplies in the courtyards, looking for weapons, IED materials, and bad guys. Overhead in the empty blue sky, 2 small Kiowa choppers skim the rooftops looking for snipers. All around, but at a distance, stand small and defiant clusters of Luhan men, smirking or glaring at the US troops. A boy of about 9 approaches an intelligence officer standing nearby and with hand signs demands the soldier's mirrored sunglasses. "No fucking way, Brad," the officer responds. The day is bright, cool, and crisp, but looking around one gets the sense that it can only end badly. We are an hour outside of central Baghdad at the heart of Iraq's SECU. Righty Riddle, the north side of Fallujah in the restive province of Al-Anbar, aka the Wild West. The locals call this neighborhood Al-Askari. The 82nd Airborne satellite photo maps have it marked with the moniker Queens. Other parts of town are called Manhattan, Brooklyn, Staten Island, and the Bronx. Al-Anbar province is one of Iraq's most culturally traditional and deeply religious regions. Here you can readily feel and taste how profoundly unprepared the US government is for its new role as overlord of the THIRD. To understand the war in these parts, you must first grasp a bit of Al-Anbar's physical and social geography. Fallujah is at the eastern edge of the province and lies on a bend in the Euphrates among fertile and rich floodplains hemmed in by vast desiccated wastelands. Here the river runs eastward in its otherwise southerly 17 course from Turkey and Syria through Iraq to the Gulf. The fertile part of Al-Anbar running up along the Euphrates toward Syria is called the Shamir, but most of this heavily Sunni province is sun-blasted desert. Its boundaries reach north and west to Syria and Jordan and south to Saudi Arabia. Here Iraq's tribes, which are more accurately described as large extended clans, still exercise considerable power, just as they have for millennia, regardless of who was titular master of their lands. The desert's harsh, impoverishing climate of searing heat in summer, bitter cold in winter, unrelenting wind, and constant dust helped give the Bedouin tribes here a relative autonomy that no state has ever fully eradicated. Even today there are families that roam the desert, largely ignoring the national borders that parse their homeland into Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Jordan and Syria. A similar disregard for state authority infuses the settled culture of the towns and provincial cities. Fallujah, or the site where the city now sits, has long been a borderland of sorts, a nexus of peoples, goods, and ideas where the ancient north-south and east-west trading routes intersect, and where the various groups from across the wastes converged for business, religious observances, and recreation. Today's east-west highway in and out of Iraq still follows the ancient trade route from the Levant through the desert to the multicultural regional hub of Baghdad. One still sees Bedouin families herding their sheep or rolling their big, high-wheeled Mercedes trucks across the open country parallel to the 4-lane divided highway. Fallujah is also a city of mosques, almost exclusively Sunni. The population of about 250,000, with another 200,000 living in the city's rural and Virans, supports scores of mosques large and small. The imams here are respected throughout Sunni Iraq, and their fatwas are regularly sought by people in Baghdad. When the British invaded Iraq, they largely bypassed Fallujah, its restive 118. And devout tribesmen were simply not worth the trouble. So the city remained an unofficial capital of warriors, nomads, and smugglers who were reluctant to recognize international borders or foreign authority. Ties. Saddam controlled Fallujah with a judicious mixture of minimal repression, ample cooptation and steady Ba'athist resettlement. The town became a popular home for former military and security men. Instead of directly challenging the power of the local clerics and tribal sheiks, Saddam sought to create bonds of debt and reciprocity by doling out aid and favors in exchange for loyalty or at least compliance. At times, he attempted to supplant the established spiritual leaders with younger imams from Baghdad and elsewhere. Amply funded by the government, they would subtly campaign to build pro-Ba'athist sentiment. Unlike the Shia, who have clear and formal ecclesiastical hierarchies of spiritual and scholarly rank, the Sunni are organized in the more horizontal fashion of a polynucleated scholarly meritocracy, which leaves more room for division and dissension. Fallujah's overlapping and clashing social forces of family, nation, party, and faith mean that the city and its sister settlement Ramadai, just down the highway, encapsulate the complex and dangerous politics of Iraq in a particularly concentrated form. For example, the feuds of competing clans overlap and intersect with political conflicts between Islamists, the Ba'athist Old Guard, and pro-coalition sheiks such as Amir Abdurazak, head of the provincial council in Al-Anbar, and his brother, Majd Abdurazak, who leads a pro-American tribal confederation. One bisecting all formal politics is the ubiquitous pull of family. Thus, someone might be killed in a political fight, which then sets off a family vendetta. Or conversely, old inter-family hostilities can be articulated through the new war's politics of assassination, snitching and ambush. To get back at a rival, tell the 19 Americans he is with the resistance. Or tell the resistance that your foe is a U.S. informant. And now, attempting to control this vortex come the Americans, a people with little sense of history, the world's latest and most unimaginative iteration of empire. Big-boned, well-armed, often well-meaning but almost always totally ignorant of who and what they are dealing with. The Americans are militarily proficient yet political inept. They stumble hopelessly at each crucial juncture. The Joes are here on 6-month tours, the Marines do year-long rotations. Their Arabic language skills and cultural knowledge are minimal, while the most important decisions get made in Washington by political advisors with little idea of what is actually happening on the ground. Between the fall of Baghdad and my visit to the 82nd, 5 different American commanders have passed through Fallujah. All agree that controlling Fallujah is the key to controlling Iraq, yet none has succeeded in taming the city. In the meantime, Al-Anbar province remains one of the very worst places to be a U.S. soldier. IEDs and mortar attacks kill and maim troops with clockwork regularity. In the week before Operation Dozer, the guerrillas near Fallujah shot down 3 helicopters. Relations between the locals and U.S. troops started heading south as soon as the invasion was over. In late April 2003, paratroopers from the 1st Battalion, 325th Regiment of the 82nd Airborne opened fire on a nighttime demonstration against the occupation. The volley cut down scores, leaving 13 dead and 75 wounded, including 3 young boys. The soldiers say they were attacked by gunmen in the crowd and on rooftops. The protesters insist their rally was peaceful. Things weren't helped by a second incident in which American soldiers killed 120. At least 8 Iraqi policemen and a civilian in a gun battle outside the Jordanian hospital on the edge of town. The shooting happened when a truckload of Iraqi police officers racing through the dark failed to stop for a U.S. checkpoint. Soldiers say the cops fired first. 3 Ryan Martin, a blonde and freckled ex-stoner from San Diego who played water polo in community college and then joined the 82nd on a whim, was there. He says that the gunfight was at such close quarters that he ended up blasting away at the back of the police truck with his 9mm pistol. He claims that the dead cops all had Fedayeen tattoos. The truth hardly matters in either of these cases. The people of Fallujah hate the U.S. occupation, they hate the U.S. troops, and they are committed to sending the invaders home. From September through March of that first year of occupation, Fallujah was the responsibility of the 1st Battalion of the 505th of the 82nd. They weren't exactly the same paratroopers who had killed the protesters, but they were close enough as far as the Fallujahns were concerned. To see their counterinsurgency methods up close, I decided to embed for a while at Forward Operating Base, Camp Volturno. Known informally among the grunts as Camp Dreamland, the base was once a middle-class resort for government apparatchiks and mid-level Baathist officers. Now its little bungalows are sandbagged barracks while the artificial lake is half empty, though it is still visited by exotic birds. I arrived at Dreamland with 2 filmmakers, Garrett Scott and his easygoing and talented collaborator, Ian Olds. Garrett had returned to Iraq hoping to make a documentary about Howell's squad of Florida National Guardsmen. But when he showed up at the club, Rodney Sanchez, the much reviled blew a gasket. Sanchez had not liked an article I'd written about his unit and blamed Garrett for my sins. Garrett in turn blamed me. He called me a sneak and a liar, said Garrett in a stony rage. As consolation, I invited him and Ian to join me in Fallujah. In the 21 and their month-and-a-half-long stay in Iraq's worst hotspot almost got them killed when they just missed an IED blast, but they came away with a film. Most of our time with the 82nd is spent hanging out, wandering around, talking with soldiers, and watching them watch TV. The squad we are with is run by Sergeant Chris Korshin. Like many Americans of his age and class, Korshin partied hard in his early 20s. He was a small-town metalhead, played in a band, hung out and drove around. He decided to get in gear by joining the military. Like many U.S. soldiers, Korshin is a second-generation career soldier. Now he's a staff sergeant, leading a squad of 8 paratroopers, though he hates jumping out of airplanes. I force myself to do it every time. It makes me sick. His job in Fallujah consists of searching for the elusive resistance, arresting suspected militants and supporters. When I first meet Korshin, he offers me candy. The reason there's no more candy in the United States, I am sure you've been wondering about this, is because they sent it all to Iraq. Have a Jolly Rancher, I insist. The squad's bungalow is crowded with little cots below which the soldiers keep their personal gear, on homemade plywood shelves along the wall, and next to their cots they stash their coffee, fake creamer, sugar, mugs, toothpaste and chewing tobacco. Scattered around are the ubiquitous 2 water bottles half full of dark tobacco spit. At one end of the room, above Korshin's cot, hangs a huge flag from Ranger School, a special forces-style training program for select paratroopers. Just by the door is a small supply closet that must have been a kitchen or bathroom before Dreamland was looted of all its doors, door frames, appliances, pipes, wiring, windows, window frames, and light fixtures. Now this bare cubicle is stacked with supplies, overflow personal stuff. 122. More candy, guns, body armor, and other gear. Near the supply closet hangs a Puerto Rican flag above the bunk of PFC. Juan Morales, from San Juan by way of Miami. Catty corner to that, across the room of cots, is Sergeant John Blyler's bunk, above which Old Glory hangs horizontally. Around each bunk the guys have pinned up personal photos, but mostly the walls are covered with neatly clipped and pasted up pictures of half-naked women, nothing truly pornographic, just the usual busted blondes leering at the camera. As the images crept up toward the ceiling and then onto it, the first sergeant, the top non-commissioned officer in the company, decided enough was enough and told the men that they could post no more than 3 photos each. When the news comes down, Blyler stands on his cot in an angry huff and rips down the images. Might as well get it over with. Meanwhile, Sergeant Eric Forbes flips through People magazine skimming the recipes. Well, I'll be damned. You can make a cake out of oranges. Isn't that something? His flat tone says, holy shit, I am in Iraq. Then looking up at the magazine images of the ladies, he begins the tale of how he jilted each one in succession. Yeah, she was a nice girl but just not my type. She was also nice, but, I don't know, just not really hot enough. He deadpans, indicating one particularly voluptuous and beautiful model. She was pretty heartbroken. But ya gotta do what ya gotta do. Must have been rough. Yeah, you know how it is. She was grabbing my legs begging, no. No. A few days later, when everyone is more relaxed, the inevitable NEC Rophilic humor of imperial war making comes out. How much money would it take for you to have sex with a male corpse at the 50-yard line during the Super Bowl halftime show? What? 5 million. 23. Corshin's squad is part of Alpha Company's 2nd platoon, which is the responsibility of Matt Basik, a thoughtful 25-year-old lieutenant and platoon leader, or PL. The IED that killed Sergeant Johnson in downtown Fallujah and wounded 7 others sent shrapnel into Basik's buttocks. The hot metal exited across and through his thighs, just missing his testicles. I really don't know why my stuff is still there, explains the somewhat bashful Basik. The holes just don't line up. After 2 weeks in the hose Pidal, the young officer was back at Volturno, and within a month he was back leading missions. There are other journalists at Volturno, cycling in and out. And there is also an author. The GIs I meet at the gate bring it up as soon as I arrive. Yeah, we've got a guy who's an author. He's been here like 2 months. He's fucking crazy. You mean good crazy? No, I mean fucking crazy. When I first meet Michael Tucker, he is marching through the mess hall, bearded and decked out in pale desert camo covered by a long peshmerga vest. At times like these he would often stop at a table and offer the troops some made-up toast to the war gods and victory, and then roll off Star Wars-esque aphorisms about the power of the Force. The GIs would look at him with polite smiles or blank stares and turn back to their Kellogg, brown and root-prepared beef stroganoff. Tucker is also prone to gratuitous use of the word outstanding. Outstanding bunch of guys. Truly outstanding operation. On missions he wears the usual uniform and helmet, carries a camera and an olive drab satchel on which he's written in black magic marker, Mike Tucker, oh. Thor. On his chest he carries a huge curved Gurkha knife with the sharp edge on the inside of the curve. The blade must be 10 inches long and 124. 4 inches at its widest. The scouts gave it to me up north. Outstanding. Bunch of guys, very hospitable. Tucker says he is a former Marine and that he has written a book about the Kurds. I found 2 Mike Tuckers on www.amazon.com, one writes about food, the other about dogs. Operation Dozer begins in the early morning with the squads all suiting up, donning their Imperator body armor and Kevlar helmets, strapping on the extra ammo for their M4 rifles, and loading onto the open bed Humvees. Then we roll out in a long line down to Volturno's south gate. Just before leaving the walls of Volturno, the company dismounts and gathers around their bespectacled company commander for one more talking through of the day's mission. The mission is to search houses and bulldoze away guardrails and other obstacles. The Captain Terence Caligire is 33 years old, short, skinny, an engineer. By training not what you would expect a paratroop captain to look like, but he is smart and his soldiers respect him. Okay, men. If we're ambushed, get out of the kill zone. Alright. Pause. What's the kill zone? That's the zone where they try to kill us. So if you're fired on, you keep moving through the zone, then stop, set up a perimeter, and respond. PLS, RTOS, says Caligire, addressing his platoon leaders and their radio and telephone operators. Remember. Report, report, report. Gotta let me know what's going on. If you don't report, I don't know. Around him the haze of his breath hangs in the cold morning air. Between sentences he adjusts the tobacco in his lip. All right, any questions? Everybody clear on the mission? Any gear broken? Pause. Anything anyone needs to tell me? Silence. All right. Let's go. 25. From the south gate we roll out to the edge of town in Humvees. 2. Stop bullets and shrapnel. The troops have welded thick metal sheets of Armatec plating to the sides of the truck beds, and when that's unavailable, they pile up sandbags and hang extra flak vests over the doors. We roll toward Fallujah in a cloud of dust. Everyone is tense but calm. At the edge of Fallujah, just before the highway overpass, the famous Cloverleaf, the paratroopers dismount and fan out across the trash-strewn desert looking for IEDs. Spread out. Keep distance. Then we sweep over the barren embankment of the elevated Highway 10 and down into the north side of town. Once the approach to the town under the highway is secured, the Humvees move in, followed by the bulldozer. Off to the east are elements of the 1st Infantry, the Big Red One, and, somewhere on the other edge of town, elements of the 10th Mountain Division. These units have been attached to the 82nd Airborne as part of Task Force Panther. As Alpha Company searches houses, I float between Korshin's squad, Captain Caligire, and LT Basik. After a morning searching houses and interrogating the locals, Basik and another platoon leader from Alpha Company move up to phase line Dagger, the next jumping off point for another cordon search of more houses. LT Basik is briefing a superior on his platoon's progress when suddenly we hear 2 or 3 loud explosions, someone yells RPG, and the air fills with gunfire. Basik is running, sprinting as best he can under the weight of a flak vest, ammo, and other gear. His young radio operator runs after him. The guns are still snapping away and the assault is coming from several directions at once. Basik rounds a corner and heads into some dense side streets to link up with his most forward squad, which is closest to the explosions. A round zings past our heads. I am running a few feet behind Basik. 126. 2-2, move up. Get those trucks out of the alley. Basik says. Addressing the sergeant in charge of 2nd Squad, 2nd Platoon. We are a block from where the RPGs hit. Word comes in that some of the shots might have originated from an empty school. Basik and Korshan's squad moves into search and clear. As we cross a wide empty lot toward the school, an amplified and fierce, impassioned sermon belts out from the tower of a nearby mosque. If this were a movie, the whole thing would reek of cliché. There is almost always some lilting Arabic verse floating in the air like eerie mood music. And now, with this high noon style walk across the dusty open ground, some unseen imam is yelling wildly in a language few of the paratroopers understand. What the fuck is he saying? Someone asks nervously. Oh, you know, kill the infidel Americans, they're over there by the school, deadpans Korshan. The school is cleared room by room, doors kicked in, locks sawed off, 2 stories and the roof searched. No RPGs are found, no brass shell casings from AK-47 rounds, and no shooters hid. Out. It's back to phase line dagger to search more houses. During these searches the paratroopers are not unduly aggressive, but, as in the school, they often have to damage property, and it is clear that many people, particularly the women and children, are scared. The men are more often humiliated and angry in most of Iraq. Women are not supposed to be seen by strange men. And now the weary troopers are rifling through their underwear drawers and hurting them outside while their men watch helplessly. Who shoots at us from these buildings? Are you with the Ba'ath Party? Hey, get a terp over here. Ask this guy if he's with the Ba'ath Party. 27. As a journalist, even being around these searchers is nauseating, let alone forcing myself to go inside and see or film the action up close. 1. Becomes party to the spectacle of occupation and the ritualized humiliation of the people of Fallujah. Even the soldiers, numbed as they are, feel this, and when pressed they will admit it. Who are we to search these people's homes? Do we really have the right to do this? Yeah, I wonder about that stuff a lot, says Staff Sergeant Luis Doc Pacheco, the company medic, one night in his hooch. During another interview, Staff Sergeant McGuire, who, like the PLE of Fallujah, is deeply religious, puts it quite succinctly, there's no nice way to search someone's house. I think about how if we did this in eastern Tennessee, where I am from, they'd just as soon shoot you as look at you. For some of these searches I tag along with an intelligence officer, Cap. Tain Mark Zahanshuki, aka Captain Z. His line of questioning keeps returning to the issue of foreign fighters. His subjects keep claiming that the attacks on Americans are the work of Syrians. The intelligence officer seems ideologically predisposed to seeing his work as part of the war on terrorism and fixates on this theme of bad outsiders. Maybe it's for my benefit. Ask him if Syrians come here, snaps Z to his interpreter. Oh, yeah. Look, tell him we got his wife inside, and she says there were Syrians here and that I want to know which one of them is telling the truth. But when I speak with other soldiers, including Captain Caligire, they confirm my suspicion that very few foreign fighters have been caught. The reality is that most attacks against US soldiers are the work of locals. When the locals blame Syrians, it is a rather transparent attempt to redirect the interest of the US military. What are they going to say? No, it's us Fallujans who are shooting at you. 128. The official line in the military now is, everything is intelligence driven. As one of the war's star generals put it, you have to be able to identify the structure of who is out there and who their leaders are, what their support system is, where their weapons caches are, who's funding them for. If that task is left to monolingual intelligence officers like Captain Z, then put your money on al-Mujahideen. Things on the radio net are getting confused. Because the paratroopers are using a device called Warlock, which jams the radio frequency size used by garage door openers and other remote control devices that trigger IEDs, their own radio network is getting scrambled. Basiq's RTO can hear certain parties but not communicate directly with them, so he has to relay messages through other units. In the confusion, Basiq is compelled to leave his platoon and walk up to where one of a few tank-like Bradley fighting vehicles are guarding the bulldozer's flank. The concern is that the Bradleys are out of touch and could fire on the paratroopers nearby. In fact, Basiq thinks the rounds that just missed us were from a Bradley. Basiq has received orders to tell the Bradleys to change position. As we move forward, Basiq stops to explain to LT Lipscomb what's going on. It's a quintessential example of stressed out combat vernacular. "What's up?" asks Lipscomb. "The first is down there. I gotta tell them to get their fucking crunchy fucking fucknuts the fuck out of there." "Roger that." Then it happens again, the rapid bomb of several RPGs and more small arms fire. This time an armor-piercing RPG has hit one of the Bradleys, the engine is destroyed, but no one is hurt. At this point I move forward with Garrett's cinematographer, Ian Olds. 29. We're creeping down some side streets toward the action, toward the disabled Bradley. On the ground are bits of RPG shrapnel. Along the wall of an abandoned building we see some guys from the 1st Infantry. Just before we head down an alley toward what seems to be the action, we meet LT Lipscomb and pause by his Humvee. He's from Delta Company and not a fan of being at war. As he crouches by his Humvee, the radio crack. "Hey, keep an eye out for Tucker." It seems that Tucker, assigned to the 10th Mountain, has split. He heard the RPGs and shooting and decided to move west looking for the action. Now guys from the Big Red 1 and 10th Mountain are creeping around trying to find him. But Tucker is around the corner with Basiq and Cal Agur and 2 squads looking for the shooter or shooters. There's more radio traffic about a white car with bad guys and an RPG launcher in it circling around. Things are feeling a bit chaotic. By now I am extremely hungry and drained but wired from the Adrenaline. Ian and I have to keep reminding each other to be careful, not to get complacent or too comfortable. Ian has the added task of shooting video, which he does superbly, but at the cost of sometimes becoming dangerously exposed. "Watch out, man. Your back is sticking around that corner." "Thanks. I don't really feel too scared." "Do you?" "No, not really, and I know that's kind of fucked up." Then someone is seen dashing across the rooftops of some well-built new 2-story homes. He's trapped. The paratroopers storm in and arrest the shooter, a kid of about 17. For good measure, they also round up 3 men in the house from which the kid fired. Bound and soon to be hooded, these guys will eventually end up in the vast and now notorious Abu Ghraib prison, home to almost 13,000 detainees, a subset 130 of more than 40,000 that the coalition has taken. Right now they are being interrogated. Then inside the house there's a commotion. "What the fuck are you looking at?" "Don't fucking look at me, bitch." "Don't look at me, bitch. We'll send your fucking ass to Cuba." It's Tucker, Gurkha knife drawn. He's losing it, flipping out on a young man who is bound and sitting in the house. Mike Tucker, author, on Vodka in Iraq, is threatening Haji with a huge knife. Mike Tucker, late 40s, white, former soldier, maybe a writer, is joyriding with the Legionnaires. This is war as extreme tourism or high-stakes role-playing game. It is the Canadian end of the river where Empire's lawless opportunities Mix with personal madness to form a potent political and psychedelic cocktail. But it is almost as if Tucker is invading the war movies running in all our heads. Ian and Garrett don't film the outburst because it is just too weird. The soldiers, who are also constantly documenting their own adventures with digital cameras, seem equally disconcerted. Is he really part of the script? Oh yes, he is. The scene doesn't last long. Alright, fuck this. Snaps Captain Z. He wants the suspects zip-tied, bagged and hauled out to the trucks. Get these fucking guys outta here. Take 'em all. I want 'em all in the fucking trucks. Now it's really late and the shadows are growing long. Several IEDs have been found and destroyed in huge controlled blasts. The longer we stay in town, the more time the resistance has to set up attacks. Ian and I pull back to where most of the paratroopers are staging to leave Fallujah. Their trucks line the main road in an orderly herringbone formation. As the coffle of prisoners is brought forward on a Humvee, then unloaded and marched to another, Tucker brings up the rear, bearded mug. In a mean grimace, his Gurkha knife raised straight above his head in a victory salute to the war gods. Later, Tucker spots me, his fellow writer, as I am moving along the line of Humvee trucks trying to find Basik and 31. Figure out what's going on. From about 50 yards away he stands up in the back of a Humvee, arm in the air, Gurkha knife to the sky, and hails me with a roar. Jedi warrior. I pretend not to hear. The trucks move out in slow, orderly stages, then make a high-speed dash under the cloverleaf and down the dusty stretch of road back to the safety of Fob Volturno, where the only risks are occasional mortar rounds. During Operation Dozer's after-action report, the issues discussed are all tactical. Alpha Company's commander, the very serious and bespec tackled Captain Caligire, runs down the list of what worked and what didn't. Absent from the discussion is the issue of winning hearts and minds. On that front, explains Caligire later, we do our best. We treat people with respect and dignity, but you can't win them all. Security comes first. Do people resent the house searches? Yes. But my job is to bring security to Fallujah and keep my men safe. And there's not gonna be any reconstruction or NGOs or UN in here if there isn't security first. Relaxing on his cot, Lt. Basik makes similar points. I do what I am told. If they want me to build a bridge, I'll do it. But right now we have to suppress this resistance. We fight with restraint and discipline and concern for civilians, but this is a war. In short, the 82nd is focusing on what seems to work best: search and attack. That means arresting and killing the underground and its supporters. The methods in this fight are cordon search operations, undercover special forces, local spies, and information extracted from detainees who, by the Pentagon's own admission, are subject to effective 132 psychological torture such as isolation and prolonged sleep deprivation. Using whatever intelligence it can get, the 82nd launches continuous lightning raids in and out of Fallujah. As for the delicate task of winning the people's loyalty, that will have to be someone else's job, someone who can provide work, fix the electricity, clean up the garbage and get Iraq's oil flowing. In the meantime, the war in Fallujah is far from over. What do the troops think of all this? Basik, a West Point grad, 25, and very good at what he does, stays on message, stays positive, and is circumspect about his doubts. Lt. Lipscomb, who I meet first at a big operational briefing and then later when his platoon from Delta Compa New York is holding down some streets in Fallujah, is immediately more candid. I am not sure I want to stay in the military. I've got a little baby I haven't seen. But opting to not re-enlist is a no-no in the culture of the professional military. The career NCOs cajole, then threaten, and ridicule and emotionally ice out soldiers who don't sign re-enlistment papers. Doc Pacheco is getting a taste of the re-enlistment pressure. The grunts call this campaign of harassment getting the Panther penis because they are part of Task Force Panther, sometimes it's just called the 82 inches. Pacheco is a valuable asset, muscled, tough, fit, he's a combat medic with advanced skills, and at the young age of 23 he could be good for at least a decade more of jumping out of airplanes, shooting at bad guys and clamping shut ripped open arteries. But Pacheco doesn't want to be a career soldier, he joined the military as a way to become a Chicago firefighter. The best way to get into the department is as an EMT. But those classes are really expensive. If you join the army they pay for it. Pacheco has done his time, which included cleaning up the brains of a friend who was shot in an accidental discharge in Afghanistan. Pacheco wants out. 33. When they try to get you to re-enlist, they always say, "What are you gonna do out there? You'll be sucking dick for beer money / that's one of the first sergeant's favorite lines, says Pacheco, sitting on the edge of his cot and jiggling his legs nervously. His bunkmates joke grimly about the military and how they are trying to screw Pacheco. But the doc, fresh from a hot trip to Fallujah, wears the expression of a hurt boy. I think I did my part. I never wanted to stay in the military my whole life. I think they should accept that and stop fucking with me." Along with the glares and verbal abuse from the NCOs, the Green Machine's faceless bureaucracy is also pushing the Panther penis by losing Pacheco's pay records, deleting his accumulated vacation time and making the ensuing appeal process a nightmare of red tape. Other soldiers seem less affected by the pressure. Ryan Martin, the WA Polo player, is oblivious to the pressure. Like many guys in this campaign, Martin also served in Afghanistan. Those recruiting posters? Man, the cooler that shit looks the more it sucks, says Martin. As he rails away, a meek lieutenant from the mortar platoon walks by, Bible in hand, headed to Sunday chapel, pretending not to hear the rant. Crawling through swamps, sleeping in the mud, putting paint on your face, all that special forces shit. I've done all that, it fucking sucks. I tell all my friends those ads, right, the cooler that shit looks the more it fucking sucks ass. One of Ryan's buddies is Joseph Wood, the company armorer and a roommate of Doc Pacheco. He's boyishly handsome, with a mother from Venezuela, the land of beauty queens, while his father is a dissolute, downwardly mobile southern aristocrat. Above his bunk hang Tibetan prayer flags, he burns incense, wears flip-flops around, and reads books about spirituality. He served in Afghanistan, jumping out of choppers and pulling security for teams of special forces operatives. Now he wants to 134. Move to New York and design women's clothing. He already has a stunningly crafted portfolio. So single-minded is Wood in his quest for an art education and a career that the Army's re-enlistment pressures are irrelevant to him. Man, the Army is for fucking zombies, people who can't think for themselves. And he's anti-war, but in a weird, frontline combat sort of way. I don't think we should be here, it's all about oil. But I am not a pacifist. Anyone fucks with us, we'll light 'em up. They gotta understand that. At another time he tells me, the Army sucks, but I am not saying people shouldn't join. I mean, The army can be cool, it's about defending our freedoms. Know what I mean? No, not sure I follow. Generally there is not much political discourse at Dreamland. The military inculcates a decidedly apolitical culture. The soldier's job is to serve and follow orders. They are free to believe anything or nothing at all as long as they serve America. I corner Lt. Basique in the gear-crowded hut of the platoon squad to ask him about politics and the war. American soldiers can feel however they want. If they don't like Iraqis, that's their right. We're all free-thinking Americans, says Basique. But they have to listen to what their leadership says. They have to obey orders. Soldiers don't have to like what they do, they just have to do it. This ethos creates a political culture of relative quiet, though GIs will express doubts and at times profound confusion. Pacheco in particular seemed to really struggle. I really wonder what this is all about. I really do. Talking to these young soldiers, I begin to feel that many of them didn't have the skills to answer their own questions. They have satellite TV and internet access, but putting the bits and pieces together, some BBC here, a critical article from the net there, is a rare thing on most 35 military bases. Usually, the war is framed as patriotic duty or through the narrative of private personal trauma. Eventually Fallujah would come to look like the beginning of the end for the American project in Iraq. Consider the state of reconstruction in Al-Anbar province. The Occupodians and their colleagues at Halle Burton were largely useless in improving or repairing services and providing jobs. The army did what it could on its own. Taking a page from the domestic war on drugs, the military allowed its front-line commanders to use seized cash for local reconstruction. This was called the Commanders' Emergency Assistance Program, or CEAP. But by November these funds were mostly gone, and the Army's small-scale potable water and garbage clearance programs began to go broke. In some places, like Baquba, not even the Iraqi police were getting paid. In Fallujah the 82nd Airborne tackled reconstruction in a particularly impotent fashion. For lack of money, the 82nd turned to the infinitely abundant ether of the internet and set up a website called Fallujah Works. The website allows building contractors or merchants to link up with potential customers, like homeowners or other businesses, explains Dreamlands Co., the grinning Lt. Col. Drinkwine, during an interview in front of Garrett's cameras. Drinkwine is sitting in a plastic chair, looking pudgy and pale, spouting one gung-ho platitude after another. Fallujah is a tough town, but it's a great place for young soldiers. We're a steely-eyed bunch. I say, if you want a challenge, if you want to be productive, join the army. Join the infantry. Come to Fallujah. The absurdity of Drinkwine's website scheme is amplified by its supreme condescension. Fallujah, ancient Bedouin trading center, a city at 136. War lacking a functioning phone system or steady electricity, is offered a website to kickstart its economic recovery. Fallujah Works is emblematic of bad U.S. military thinking. Though many U.S. officers are very bright and well educated, the vast majority of those I met held engineering or chemistry degrees. They tended to approach problems in a mechanical or purely tactical fashion. Few had degrees or had even taken classes in history, psychology, or anthropology. Cultural intuition was not their strong suit. Shortly after I left Camp Dreamland there occurred a rather spectacular assault. On February 14 more than 40 insurgents launched a Multi-pronged attack on the police station in the heart of the city, while other insurgents pinned down the Iraqi Civil Defense Force and provided blocking measures that included at least 3 attacks on the 82nd. APDA described the attack as follows: guerrillas shouting "God is great" launched a bold daylight assault, meeting little resistance as they gunned down policemen and freed prisoners in a battle that killed 23 people. The 82nd Airborne's press release described the day as follows: mentioning the assault as if it were unrelated to a blocking maneuver against its Quick Reaction Force or QRF. During the morning of February 14 in Fallujah, 30 to 35 enemy personnel conducted an attack on the Iraqi police station and Iraqi Civil Defense Corps headquarters. The attacks killed 23 Iraqi policemen and wounded 30 other people, while the ICDC had no casualties. Enemy forces conducted a supporting attack against the ICDC headquarters while they conducted the main attack against the police station, freeing 72 prisoners. At approximately 9 a.m. February 14, paratroopers were attacked by rocket-propelled grenades and small arms fire. Coalition forces suffered 1 U.S. wounded in action from the engagement, but his wounds were not life-threatening. 37. At approximately 11:15 a.m. February 14 in 3rd Brigade's area of operations, paratroopers were conducting a combat patrol when they were attacked with an improvised explosive device north of Lutafia. The blast wounded 1 soldier. 5. Garrett and Ian were at Dreamland that day, waiting at the gate for a ride back to Baghdad, when they heard the shooting. We had all met some of the guys from the company that sent the QRF, which got ambushed at the Cloverleaf. One GI we had met at the gate on our first day was very badly wounded and shipped to Germany for treatment. In Baghdad, the coalition's dissemblers tried to implicate Al-Qaeda in the Fallujah attack, hoping that this could give the occupation legitimacy as part of the global war on terror. But then came glimpses of the truth. U.S. forces arrested the mayor of Fallujah. He was one of 8 local officials who quit a day after the bloody guerrilla raid in the town. And there were rumors that the 2 insurgents who were captured alive were members of THIRD-WORLDISM. After that attack, Muhammad's army, which U.S. officials say appears to be an umbrella group for former Iraqi intelligence agents and army officers, distributed pamphlets warning Iraqis who collaborated with the Americans to prepare for harsh consequences. Before long I got an email from Joseph Wood. Hey, in other news, some craziness has been going on some of our interpreters and contractors getting shot up by locals. The other day, Sammy was driving to Baghdad one of our interpreters, and some dudes pulled them over to the side of the road and shot them. The interpreter was killed and Sammy is in ICU. A few days earlier, the chicken man got whacked also. Pretty crazy, huh? 138. By March the Army was handing Dreamland over to the Marine 1st Expeditionary Force. The Marines had criticized the Army's methods in Fallujah as weak. Through some unspecified combination of better tactics, the Marines were going to tame the city. They sent in a big foot patrol, which got attacked. Then the 4 mercenaries from Blackwater Incorporated were ambushed, and their bodies were burned, dragged through the streets, and hung from a bridge. As revenge, the Marines laid siege to the city for almost a month. During that time some friends of mine, Dar Jamal, Joe Wilding, and David Martinez, went into Fallujah. They saw a city in rebellion with hundreds of civilians killed and wounded. At one point Joe and David were riding in an ambulance that was fired on by Marine snipers. Soon the Marines were bombing mosques in Fallujah. Marine Lieutenant Colonel Brennan Byrne, looking dazed and disassociated, told the BBC, "We always win. We're the Marines." Meanwhile, in Fort Bragg, Basique, Cortion, Pacheco, and the rest of the guys from the 1st of the 505th downshifted to half-days on duty, meals at Outback Steakhouse and the freedom of rolling in their own private automobiles. The Reuters Financial Wire brought the following. New York, April 7. COMEX gold prices reversed course and moved into positive territory Wednesday morning after reports said an Iraqi mosque had been shelled and 40 people killed, traders said. COMEX silver trimmed. Substantial losses on the reports. Gold added to gains when Reuters reported witnesses saying the office of a religious organization near the mosque in Fallujah was hit by a rocket during heavy fighting between U.S. troops and guerrillas. They said there were a number of casualties. Gold's popping up on that news, and silver popped up. We're reacting to this thing. We're rallying on this thing, said one COMEX floor broker. 6:39. Not a month before, Proconsul Bremer had told the press that the low-cal resistance was beaten or mostly finished, all that remained were some foreign jihadists. By the end of April the Marines had called off their siege and given Fallujah over to a new militia of former Ba'athist soldiers, called the Fallujah Protection Army. When Dar Jamal went back into Fallujah on May 10 he saw the FPA and the Iraqi police fraternizing with the armed Mujahideen. The locals consider their city liberated. On world markets oil climbed toward $40 a barrel as speculators finally started to worry about the adventure in Iraq. Land of the lost. The Christian in me says it's wrong, but the corrections officer in me says, I love to make a grown man piss himself. Abu Ghraib guard SBC. Charles Grainer. As quoted by SBC. Joseph M. Darby. The true nature of Operation Iraqi Freedom appears most clearly in its capricious use of mass detention. It is in this regard that the American occupation most resembles the regime it replaced. Abu Ghraib, Iraq's largest prison, sits just east of Baghdad. From the highway it offers only the sterile view of a long cement wall punctuated by guard towers. The wall runs parallel to the Amman-Baghdad road for roughly 3/4 of a mile, but it seems farther. Inside Abu Ghraib as many as 15,000 detainees at any one time are held in large open-air camps, tents surrounded by razor wire and watched over by armed guards in Iraqi Andersonville. In February 2004 a confidential Red Cross report quoted an American military intelligence officer as estimating that between 70 and 90% of all Iraqi prisoners had been arrested by mistake. Months before the infamous torture photos hit the news I make my 142 way to Abu Ghraib on a bright sunny day, accompanying a young woman from Adamiyah named Zainab who is looking for her father and brother. They had been arrested during a house search conducted by the 124th Infantry, the same unit that includes Howell's squad. The raid was typical: bad intel, wrong address, no weapons, the fam. Ali gets busted anyway. Zainab speaks English and works at an internet cafe. She wears stylish clothes and a cream-colored hijab that makes her face look puffy and stressed. She has a girlish manner but at the same time exudes a cool, disassociated confidence, a sense of mission. At a restaurant, Zainab, accompanied by a male friend, explains how her relatives were arrested. One of the soldiers tried to pull off my headscarf and I screamed. My father tried to stop the soldier and they just arrested him. And when my brother complained they arrested him, too. After the bust, Zainab worked up her courage and went to the club, the base where I had embedded, and confronted the soldiers at the gate. I was very angry, she says. I yelled and screamed at them for my father. I think the soldiers became scared of me. Finally, the Florida guardsman relented to Zainab's yelling and brought down an officer, who looked Into the matter. Zainab's father and brother had already been sent to Abu Ghraib, charged with assaulting U.S. soldiers. Since the raid, Zainab's mother has become sick and depressed. She's been having strange stress-related seizures. She's an older woman, middle class, and has lived her entire adult life with Zainab's father. Now he is lost in the bowels of a huge detention camp. The responsibility of earning money and getting the men out of prison has fallen to Zainab. She copes with the stress by taking Valium. So I can sleep, she giggles. Zainab has a contact of sorts at the prison, a lecherous Iraqi translator. He says if I marry him he will let me see my father. She has no plans to 143. Marry the collaborator or to perform any sexual favors for him, but she's trying to play him while he does the same to her. I think he will let me in if I just act like I will marry him. Zainab, Akil and I head out to the prison in an old Mercedes cab. Zainab will try to get some medicine to her father. She says that the sleazy translator has offered to free her father for $15,000. I think I can get him down to $3,000, says Zainab. Anyway, that is all we have. In front of Abu Ghraib there are always small crowds of people trying to find their relatives. To even speak with soldiers or translators at the front gate, visitors must wait in a line that snakes through a gravel-filled lot divided by a maze of jersey barriers topped with razor wire. Above the scene rises a cement gun tower, its windows blocked with sandbags. To be in line is to be in a pen, watched over by soldiers. GIs occasionally emerge from the tower to yell at the civilians who approach the front gate without joining the immobile line. Move. Get back. Move. No one on the ground understands. One man asks Akil if the soldiers are yelling insults. While Zainab liaises with the creepy translator, Akil and I do interviews and surreptitiously snap photos, both of which are prohibited outside Abu Ghraib. One journalist I know was booted out of the parking lot by MPs as soon as he arrived. Another, a woman, was attacked by the crowd but quickly escaped. The people milling about in front of the prison include some former detainees who have returned to help their friends and family inside. One such man is Harb Muhammad, a farmer from Tikrit who had been arrested and detained with 8 of his male relatives. After almost 6 months he was released, but his kin are still locked away. I was accused of being the eyes for the resistance, watching the melee while I worked my fields, Muhammad explains. INST-1 was held 144 near Tikrit and interrogated. But after about a week he and his relatives were shipped to Abu Ghraib, on August 5, 2003, and never again questioned. Once in Abu Ghraib Muhammad languished in an open-air camp, growing a beard and wearing a filthy prison jumpsuit. He waited for months without explanation. Then one day in December they came with a truck and just told me to get in. And over by the market they told us to get out, he says, pointing toward Abu Ghraib village on the other side of the prison. They still have 8 of my relatives in there. I have to help them. If they have no future, I have no future. There are fathers in there with their sons who are as young as 13. There are lots of teenagers, says Muhammad. At one point our family got a lawyer, but he just took our money and left. There is no law here. Even 90% of the soldiers say they know you are innocent. But they can do nothing to let you go. It is very bad. There is not enough food, not enough water, and many people are sick inside. During Eid, at the end of Ramadan, we had a big demonstration in some of the camps. We shouted Allahu Akbar. Some people threw stones and the soldiers started shooting. I heard that they injured 20 people, but I only saw one man shot in the hand. During the interview we try to be inconspicuous, crouching on the gravel behind a berm and some blast barriers. Muhammad says that he saw 3 different demonstrations by prisoners during his detention. The protests in response to bad conditions were met with more abuse. The soldiers do very bad things. They step on the food to make it dirty. He and other men who are standing nearby tell stories of frequent psychological torture, mostly sleep deprivation, lack of adequate food, limited water and widespread illness and bureaucratic chaos. There is no process, no lawyers. They just put you in a tent and forget about you. I ask about Sunni-Shia relations. There is no division. We are all unit. 145. Ed. We are all Muslims and we all hate the Americans. At this point an other former detainee joins in. His name is Haji Sabor, and he shows me some discharge papers with a serial number. He says he was in Camp 6. Inside Abu Ghraib. With Akil translating, he says, "Look, I have a message for George Bush. Tell him he is an asshole. But also, I thank George Bush because now we are all brothers Shia and Sunni together." What does he think should be done? Solution. Says Haji Sabor. They take mothers away from their little children. This is an affront to Islam. They are awful. There is no solution, there is no formal way out of this. There is only al-jihad. I check with Akil as to what exactly Sabor means by this. He means jihad. Holy war, not just struggle in the path of God, explains Akil with a look that says, "Silly journalist, what do you think is going on here? Jihad is not the answer one usually gets in Iraq. More often one finds a complex and contradictory, sometimes unrealistic set of suggestions that come down to, leave our oil alone and get the UN in to supervise elections so we can have an Islamic government." What exactly that last point means is interpreted in a whole spectrum of ways. But rarely do Iraqis who have been through 2 decades of constant fighting suggest more war. Other men join the conversation with more stories. They smashed everything in my house because I was a member of the Ba'ath Party, says one man. They capture lots of students, they are afraid of the Iraqi students, says another. One man calmly pushes closer, while the others are getting riled up and talking with each other. Write this down, they shot a man in the chest. His name was Mazen Thuwani. Dud, number 152615. He was shot in the chest and they took him away. I do not know if he lived. I am not lying. Write it down. Our little throng isn't so little or quiet anymore and has attracted the attention of some MPs in a Humvee. They pull upon the other side of the 146 wire-topped berm. One of the MPs gets out and swaggers up and down, his helmet and body armor stiffening his gait, a huge unlit cigar jammed in the side of his mouth, hatred radiating through his wrap-around mirror. Roared shades. He is such a cliché that I recall feeling disappointment and thinking, too bad no one will actually believe how ridiculous this guy is. When I try to describe him, in the near distance are 3 loud explosions, too big to be mortars. Everyone's attention is drawn to the horizon. The throng disperses and the swaggering GI gets back in his Humvee and takes off. After several more trips to Abu Ghraib, Zainab gets to see her father and brother. They confirm the general story: bad food, abuse, lack of water, no due process. My father says they have half of Fallujah in there, says Zainab after her visit. I do not ask Zainab what sort of deal she has worked out with the Iraqi translator. The lobby of the Swan Lake Hotel has the decor of a Chinese restaurant, the walls are dark, the couches and lounge chairs are of the overstuffed, slightly fuzzy red and purple variety. Garish vases hold barren twig arrangements. To one side is the hotel bar, but no alcohol is served, only tea. The Swan Lake, with its big white English language sign out front, is Al Jazeera's Baghdad bureau. Many of the staff live and work upstairs. I am having tea with Salah Hassan, a haggard and sad-looking Al Jazeera cameraman. He is 32 years old, the father of 2 young children, and he is telling me about being tortured by American soldiers in Abu Ghraib. It's late January 2004, and the photo revelations of tour at the hands of Lindy England, Charles Grainer, and the rest of that demented night shift are still months away. As Salah unwinds his tale. 147. I worry that my editors in New York might not believe him. Salah Hassan explains how on November 3 of last year he raced to the site of a roadside bomb attack on a U.S. military convoy in Diyala, near the eastern Iraqi city of Baquba. While he was interviewing people at the scene, U.S. troops who had previously taken photographs of Hassan at other events arrested him, took him to a police station, interrogated him, and repeatedly accused him of knowing in advance about the bomb attack and of lying in wait to get video footage. I told them to review my tapes, that it was clear I had arrived 30 or 40 minutes after the blast. They told me I was a liar, says Hassan. From Baquba, Hassan was taken to the military base at Baghdad International Airport, held in a bathroom for 2 days, then flown hooded and bound to Tikrit. After 2 more days in another bathroom, he was loaded onto a 5-truck convoy of detainees and shipped south to Abu Ghraib. Once inside the sprawling prison, Hassan says he was greeted by U.S. soldiers who sang happy birthday to him through his tight plastic hood, stripped him naked and addressed him only as Al Jazeera, boy, or bitch. He was forced to stand hooded, bound, and naked for 11 hours in the bitter autumn night air. When he fell, soldiers kicked his legs to get him up again. In the morning, he was made to wear a dirty red jumpsuit that was covered with someone else's fresh vomit and was then interrogated by 2 Americans in civilian clothes, perhaps one of the infamous Tiger teams contracted from Kachi International with Lynn Gists from Titan Inc. They made the usual accusations that Hassan and Al Jazeera were in cahoots with terrorists. While most Abu Ghraib prisoners are held in large, barrack-like tents in open-air compounds surrounded by razor wire, Hassan says he was 148. Locked in a high-security isolation unit of tiny cells. Down the tier from him was an old woman who sobbed incessantly and a mentally deranged 13-year-old girl who would scream and shriek until the American guards released her into the hall, where she would run up and down, exhausted. She would eventually return to her cell voluntarily. Hassan says that all the other prisoners in the unit, mostly men, were ordered to remain silent or risk being punished with denial of food, water, and light. Elsewhere in Abu Ghraib, Hassan's colleague Suhaib Badr Darwish was also in lockup. He had been arrested in Samarra on November 18. And, according to a colleague of his at Al Jazeera, was badly beaten by U.S. troops. Meanwhile, on the outside, the network hired a top-flight lawyer named Haider Nur al-Mulha to start working Hassan's case through Iraq's largely wrecked court system. Eventually Hassan was brought before a panel of the Iraqi Governing Council's freshly minted Supreme Court, which was set up alongside its War Crimes Tribunal for trying the likes of Saddam Hussein and his henchmen. The case of Salah Hassan, journalist, was the court's first. He was released for lack of evidence against him. After 3 more days in Abu Ghraib, this time held in one of the prison's open air camps, Hassan, still in his vomit-stained red jumpsuit, was dumped on a street just outside Baghdad on December 18. Darwish was released more than a month later on January 25, again for lack of incriminating evidence. Mass incarceration is only a subset of a larger logic, collective punishment of civilians as counterinsurgency. It is a strategy, or set of tactics, born of political failure and desperation. In Samarra, I meet the newly arrived Stryker Brigade, named after the 149 unit's special new armored personnel carriers, which have high wheels and elaborate medieval-looking metal grills skirting their sides. The cage-like grills are designed to catch and thus minimize the blast time. Packed of RPGs. Adela, Dar, and I drove up to Samarra through Operation Ivy Blizzard because Adela had heard reports of house demolitions. On the way up we saw US troops burning brush along the roadside, cutting down trees and sweeping the villages. They've been only 3 weeks in country and the strikers have already lost 5 guys and 2 vehicles. One of the nervous GIs, in the middle of a big cordon search operation, confirms what some local men told us. Not far away the resistance knocked out a striker with a mine. In response, the Stryker Brigade destroyed 2 homes with bulldozers. Kiowa choppers circle low overhead looking for snipers while the soldiers search homes and interrogate suspects. A female civil affairs officer approaches us. She gives me her father's phone number. Can you call him? Tell him I am okay. We haven't had any email or mail or phone calls since we got here. She seems dazed and profoundly freaked out. Near Balad, there is more of the same. The village of Abu Hishma, a hamlet of 7,000 on a flat plain above a wide bend in the Tigris near where I met the rural resistance cell, is on lockdown. After a series of resistance attacks, one of which killed a GI, the local U.S. commander, Lt. Colonel Nathan Sassaman, sealed the village with triple coils of razor wire and threatened to deport the residents to a resettlement camp further east if the violence continued. Now the people of Abu Hishma carry special identification cards and must abide by a dawn-to-dusk curfew. There is only one way in and out of town, which passes through a police-controlled checkpoint. On top of that, Colonel Sassaman has forced 126 community leaders, family sheikhs and less 150 powerful Mokhtars, to sign a contract promising that each signatory will submit to incarceration if there is any resistance activity in their areas of responsibility. It's a form of institutional hostage-taking and it makes perfect sense in a vicious, colonial sort of way. At the village gate the mood is one of defeat. They treat us like Palestinians, complains a farmer, then in English adds, Sassaman Ariel Sharon number 1. Several Iraqi police are standing nearby playing with their Kalashnikov rifles, but instead of trying to shut down the criticism, they join in. They treat us like dirt. We just take orders from the Americans. The whole thing is ridiculous. Then breaking into laughter one cop adds, our chief of police is in jail in Balad right now. Saddam's hometown of Aja, further north near Tikrit, is also surrounded by wire. Since the triple layer of shiny sharp coils went up and the residents started carrying new IDs, guerrilla activity in this area has dropped off dramatically. Any Haji comes near the wire, we shoot him. One of our scouts has like 55 confirmed kills, claims SPC Keltner, a soldier with the 22nd Infantry who is guarding the checkpoint at the village entrance. Inside Aja all is quiet. The few people around seem meek and resigned, but as we leave the troops at the gate uncover a cache of RPGs. Fucking more. Tarman. Says a GI, referring to a lone resistance fighter who still plagues them. This was right on the other side of the berm. They were gonna hit the guard shack. We snap some photos and leave before Mortar Man makes his next move. On the southern edge of Baghdad, under a date palm canopy and among the misty winter fields of Al-Dura, there is more evidence of collective punishment, the logic of detention on a national scale. A day ago an IED took out an American Humvee. The road where the bomb struck is littered with debris and a few bloody military issued 151 bandages, but the Humvee has been carted off. In retaliation, the local U.S. forces spent the night dropping mortar rounds on nearby farms. A man named Abdel gives us a tour of his crop beds. Poking up from the brown stalks are between 15 and 20 clean, white unexploded U.S. mortar rounds. Another farmer from the area claimed that the military said it would remove the explosives only when the farmers handed over resistance fighters. Abdel is furious, how I am going to plant my crops. As he laments the situation, a gaggle of young boys who have followed us to the field start throwing rocks at the mortar rounds. The explosives are all around us. I am with Ian Olds on this outing, and we've both been taking close-up photos and shooting video. We are well within the potent tile blast range. Hey. Whoa. Whoa. Stop. What the fuck are they doing? I can't believe my eyes. An older boy yells at the kids to stop, and Abdel gives them a quick scolding. We move away from the unexploded rounds. And then Abdel very formally resumes his comments right where he had left off. In the distance a brace of Black Hawk copters races toward us, skimming low across the treetops so that gunmen on the ground have less time to aim. Their rotors beat with an ominous clatter, the pulse of war. Subjects of the new regime. The new state of Iraq owes to the British Royal Air Force a debt bigger than it can ever repay. For it was the work of the Air Force which more than anything else enabled the League of Nations in 1932 to decide that Iraq was fit for independence. Ernst Mayne, Iraq, From Mandate to Independence, 1935. The sky above Ramadi is heavy with brown dust, gusts of wind bend the reeds along the road, the palms sway erratically. Akil, Rob and I have come here to find one of the town's leading sheikhs. Al-Ramadi, a city of about 400,000, is the capital of Al-Anbar Province and lies along the Euphrates only about an hour and a half west of Baghdad. The city seems untouched by the green zone's Occupian fantasies. Some 9 months after the conquest, Ramadi still suffers water shortages and long blackouts. The local population of farmers, merchants, state sector-oriented building contractors and clerics is angry. And the resistance here is strong. The vibe is one of constant danger. Western reporters tend to steer clear of Ramadi, though there are exceptions. Like the superb Patrick Graham, who lived here for a while. BBC and Akil, Mr. Bravado himself, is on his best behavior. With the Sheikah's blessings. 154. We hope to travel around Ramadi and its environs in relative safety so we can interview civilians about life under U.S. occupation. On our first trip to find the Sheikh, the resistance kills 2 French contractors and we get caught in the ensuing traffic jam. Akil's buddy Hassan, a taciturn shopkeeper from Adhamiya, is at the wheel of his minivan. We are playing a musical driving game that Iraqis call "This Is Your Fate." With the car radio on, someone will announce, "The next song is Your Fate," and name someone else in the car. Whatever music follows is deciphered for its metaphorical meanings. Akil gets the first tune, a cloying globo-pop love song perfect, since his future wife is psychologically torturing him by running hot, then cold, then hot. Eshelman is next with a bad cover of American Woman, which fits since he is hooking up with a cute British lady and an American aide worker he had been flirting with had just cracked one of his ribs in a play. Full wrestling match. I get the James Bond theme song. Then just before Hassan's turn he says, "Watch, it'll be the weather." Instead, we hit traffic, never a good sign after dark in the middle of the Iraqi desert. Soon, cars in front of us are cutting across the scrubland. Alongside the highway, their headlight beams bouncing through the columns of dust. Ahead on the road, soldiers are conducting some sort of sweep, occasionally popping illumination flares into the sky. The brilliant incandescence floats down on small parachutes to reveal a quick, 5 or 6 second snapshot of the scene below. Somewhere farther on are the 2 dead contractors. Now you see more of the traffic freedom. Isn't it really great? I feel so lucky that you Americans came to my country, says Akil as we bounce 55 into the desert past the US soldiers. Heading out the next day, Rob is somewhat testy. They whacked 2 honkies on this road yesterday and we're right behind them. Let's just say I am a little bit edgy, okay. Eshelman is rarely nervous. A former housing activist, street fight ing Berlin squatter and more recently the chief aide to San Francisco's president of the Board of Supervisors, Rob generally stays pretty cool. A punk rock, working class autodidact with a masochistic streak, Rob has recently been reporting from the West Bank. In San Francisco I had seen him pick fights with guys much bigger than himself. One such incident ended with Rob's leg in a cast. He was also the first American to do prison time in the Czech Republic. There was a misunderstanding that ended with Rob serving several months on misplaced charges of attempted auto theft. He lived in a cell full of illegal Russian immigrants, playing cards and getting time in the yard only once a week. For him to be nervous about the trip to Ramadai is not good. When we finally arrive, Akil has to stop for smokes. Waiting on the street for him we hear a loud, close bang. A speeding pickup truck has just bottomed out in a rut a few yards away. It tears past at lightning speed. Then the driver slams on the brakes and takes a sharp left a few blocks down. In the truck's bed is an Ababa or resistance fighter, an Akil head's scarf wrapped around his face, a Kalashnikov in one hand while the other hand grips the side of the vehicle for dear life. In hot pursuit comes a police car, both officers waving guns out the window. "Welcome to Ramadai," says Rob with a mock grin. We drive all over town and see no American patrols. 156. Muhammad Mahmud Latif is a leading religious sheikh in R.A. Mahdi. He's a member of the powerful Dulami clan. Tall and regal, he wears a long grey dashadasha and the red checked akil common among the Alanbar tribes. Only 38 years old, the sheikh is already a venerated scholar and mediator with a PhD in religious studies. He is president of the religious sanctum of Anbar, a community of Shoals associated with the Ramadai's main mosque, and he is president of the Department of Quranic Studies at Anbar College. As a religious sheikh or leader, Dr. Latif's status is scholarly and ecclesiastic. He is not a tribal sheikh, his status does not flow simply from holding a place of prominence in a powerful and politically connected family. Nor is his status the product of being rich or good at business. In fact, his home is surprisingly modest. The majority of people in Alanbar, regardless of their occupation, are still connected to the old rhythms of the desert or the agriculture villages. Along the Euphrates, which bends through here. Like Fallujah, Ramadai is an old trading center, very religious with complicated local politics. It is one of those backwaters, like rural Maine, or parts of the U.S. South, that for insiders feels like the center of a universe, distinct and better than those soft places outside and beyond. But to a visitor Ramadai feels isolated. The sheikh bears all the local Bedouin pride but also exudes a worldliness and intellectual sophistication that clashes with the dusty provincialism of Ramadai's sand-colored homes and quiet streets. On the way in, Akil had turned around from the front passenger seat of Hassan's van and explained, with a guy like this, you don't really ask many questions. It's more about letting him talk and just listening. When we meet Sheikh Latif the second time, he ushers us into his divan and introduces us to his brother and a cousin. Then he begins to explain the situation: sporadic electricity and water, no work, no recon 57. Struction, poorly funded schools, hospitals without medicines. As we meet, there is no electricity or water in his neighborhood. His younger brother has to bring water from a neighbor's house for us to wash with and to make chai. The divan is cold and dark. The sheikh apologizes for the dry tap and cold, dim room, illuminated only through a vine-covered front window. The money of my country is still in only a few hands, and is still used only to pay spies and servants, explains the sheikh. The Americans are freak people. They try to insult us. They don't know anything about our way of life or how to treat people. They do not know how to treat Iraqis, says the sheikh in a tone of genuine concern. The sheikh is calm, articulate, focused. He is a man with an intense personal charisma. They cover their faces with black masks and walk into homes and mosques in their boots. They urinate on mosques. They uncover and touch and insult Iraqi women. For our people, for a good Muslim man, he would rather die than allow a U.S. soldier into his bedroom with his wife half naked. U.S. troops had searched the sheikh's home over the summer, and along with rifling through his books and personal quarters, they had seized his computer. Echoing a turn of phrase I'd heard elsewhere, he adds, the American soldiers are acting like monsters. The sheikh says that when Americans search a home, they immediately go for the books, and he tours to his own books. They threw them all on the floor, even the Holy Quran. They seem to know nothing about us. They can't even tell the Quran from other books. The aesthetics of Islam do not typically represent God and the cast of spiritual notables in the visual way most Christian faiths do, with the cross, images of Jesus, Mary, the saints, and stories from the Bible. Instead, the Quran, the word of God as told to the Prophet Muhammad, becomes a representation of God, thus the Adhan 158. Shintu, and decoration of words and verses within the culture of Islam. In an abstract way, the Quran even embodies God. This reverence for words both spoken and written has its deepest roots in the poetic traditions of the Bedouins. Though Christians revere the Bible, Islam imbues the physical form and object qualities of the Quran with a different, more intense political, spiritual, and aesthetic significance that is not fully captured by the simple equation Quran equals Bible. It is this complex relationship to the book and its scholarly traditions that now animates the sheikh. They kick the Holy Quran, and rip its pages and throw it to the ground. That means they do not respect Islam. They do not respect us. They do not respect our culture. The abstract pieces of an argument about culture, dignity, knowledge, and politics are suddenly and horribly concrete. I imagine some foreign force, or just the NYPD, ransacking my bookshelves back in New York, smashing the few pieces of art I own and strip searching my girlfriend. At one point, when chai is served, Akil moves a small table and in the process pulls off its top. "You're so strong. You should be with the resistance," says the sheik slyly. Akil giggles and does not translate the comment until a few moments later when the sheik is talking to another cousin who has just arrived. Then from behind the wall the unseen women of the sheik's family release a sweetly confident little boy of 4 with big brown eyes, the sheik's son. As a religious man in Ramadai, Dr. Letieff is suspected of involvement with the resistance. A man of his position would not likely plant IEDs, but there is no doubt that there are men at his mosque who are fighters. The Americans know this, that's why they seized Dr. Letieff's computer and keep a close eye on his mosque. "The troops treat us like we were the right hand of Saddam," says the sheik. "But we suffered under Saddam. We do not struggle for Saddam." 59. "But for our country and because we love our country. We suffered in the past and we suffer now." He tells the story of a young boy who threw a rock at a tank. In response, the soldiers fired on a nearby mosque, his mosque, and demanded that the people there hand over the child. The soldiers said, "You are all responsible, all the adults are responsible for the boy's actions." It is that new American drug war, zero tolerance fashion of thinking. I imagine the soldier hearing the Clinton-esque voice of his superego, "It takes a village to get a child to throw a stone at my tank." The sheik offers another story, "They know nothing. For example, we have many mosques here, the Mosque of the Eight, the Abu Had Mosque and Al-Jihad Mosque. The Americans arrested the sheik of Al-Jihad Mosque simply because of its name, jihad. They think that means war. It means struggle in the path of God. The detained sheik was named Wasmi Qasim Hussein. He was 68 when the GIs hauled him off to the local jail with some of his students. There he was beaten and humiliated in front of the pupils. Between his high blood pressure, the beatings, and the sleep deprivation, Sheikh Wasmi Qasim Hussein ended up dead. Then Dr. Letieff's cousin, a quiet young man in a long leather jacket, produces Wasmi Qasim Hussein's file and gives me a copy of his detention photo, a bald-headed man, eyes cast upward, hands behind his back. Stands against a wall. Below the photocopied picture of Hussein is his full name in English, a patient number, and a note reading CSSG come and go, followed by a military-only phone number. The next photocopy snapshot shows a photo of Qasim Hussein dead, naked, his face swollen. On his chest is a sign identifying Qasim Hussein as an N.A. prisoner of war, EPW 458, July 1803. This is one of the cases we are working hard on. We are trying to get justice, we want compensation for the family DND, we want the soldier 160 who killed him to be punished, says the sheik. So far progress has been very slow. Perhaps Qasim Hussein was with the resistance, or perhaps he wasn't. But his death in custody and his humiliation in front of his pupils no doubt served to recruit many young men to Al-Mujahideen. When the dead Sheikah's students were released from detention and came home to a town with no services, no reconstruction, limited power and water supplies, and empty clinics, some of them no doubt put their names on the list, as Iraqis say, and awaited orders from the armed underground. Sheikh Letieff wants us to meet a family that was, he says, unjustly raided and had many members killed. As we drive east toward Hab Bani Ya beneath the still dusty brown sky with palm trees and reeds bending in the wind, we pass the edge of a large cordon search operation. ELE. Ments of the 82nd Airborne's Task Force All-American are at work. Several Humvees with mounted guns hold the perimeter while a squad of soldiers leads a boy of about 10 toward a Bradley. We skirt around the scene and roll down a rutted dirt side road, under a canopy of widely spaced date palms into the village of Al-Sigariya. Nearby is an old British air base and a place called Camp Cooley. In July, US troops raided the family compound of a farmer named Shakir Mahmoud Makhlef and, in what seemed like a moment of panic and overreaction, shot down almost the entire family. When Shakir's home was raided, he, his wife Tahal Thumal and their adult son ran into the courtyard thinking they were being robbed. From the other side came young GIs with guns blazing. The unarmed family was cut down. We are shown the compound where they fell. Some dried drops of blood still splatter the wall. The surviving family members seem to be keeping 61. These as evidence. The courtyard's old metal door has been blown open with an explosive charge. Shakir was suspected of making IEDs. The sheikh says no weapons or bomb-making supplies were found at the compound. In the shooting, Shakir's daughter Allah was hit in the arm. The killing seemed to have been a mistake, and the troops involved tried to cover their tracks. Allah, her arm bandaged, was put on a chopper with the corpses of her mother, father, and brother and flown to the military hospital in Babel. She was treated and sent home, while the corpses were introduced into the labyrinthine archipelago of U.S. Army morgues, hospitals, collective graves, and hostile bureaucracies. Allah is now the responsibility of her uncle's family, one of Shakir's brothers, Ali Makhlef. Uncle Ali wears a dark winter robe and the red checked headscarf. His face is puffy, and he has a graying mustache, no beard. It was Ali who shouldered the task of finding and retrieving the bodies of his brother's family. This proved to be a vexing job involving endless waiting, the military runaround, long stints of travel, lots of filling out of forms and struggling with bad translation. Sheikh Latif helped Ali in all of this using what influence he had among those involved. Eventually, Shakir's body was recovered from the morgue of the civilian hospital to which it had been transferred without explanation. The corpse of Tahal, Shakir's wife, was finally exhumed from a collective grave at the military hospital in Babel some weeks later. They bound her hands when they buried her, says Ali. She was not in a coffin, only wrapped in plastic. The soldiers would not bring her body home in an ambulance. They just brought her to the checkpoint. I had to find a taxi cab that would bring her body back. It is a long drive, an hour and a half. 162. I try to imagine the horror of forcing the stiff, decomposing, aired corpse of one's sister-in-law into the back seat or trunk of a taxicab. How does one get a corpse into a taxicab? How does one ask a cabbie to help transport the rotting human remains of a relative? The body of Ali's nephew is still missing. We don't know where the boy is. Standing in the courtyard with various male relatives milling around, Rob and I take notes and shoot some video. Soon our questions fall flat. The faces of our hosts are slack and emotionally empty. Ali points to Allah, who is standing politely in a black abaya and hijab, her hands folded in front of her. Allah was very smart, the best in her class. Now she is last. She only gets zeros. She cannot concentrate. Allah begins to cry. There are offices in Baghdad for rectifying problems like these. They are called the Civil Military Operations Centers, or CMOCs. But as Rob found out when he did a story on the CMOCs, the offices are often just some folding tables in a parking lot staffed by overwhelmed and hostile GIs from the 1st Armored Division. Furthermore, these CMOC offices are open for only a few hours a day, a few days a week, and all of them are in Baghdad. Uncle Ali has been to a CMOC, they lost his paperwork. Ali and Sheikh Latif have been pressuring as best they can for some sort of redress, compensation and acknowledgement of wrongdoing. They pursue American and Iraqi channels, methods both formal and informal. Ali found his sister-in-law's body by beseeching Iraqi doctors and morgue staff to look at his family photos. A mortician had recognized Tahal, the murdered mother of the family, and with no help from the military had her corpse exhumed. In the therapy culture of America we would say that Ali and 63. The Sheikh are looking for some closure. Horribly, Ali's situation is not unique in the new Iraq. An English Lan. Gage human rights report issued jointly by the National Association for the Defense of Human Rights in Iraq and the now-defunct Occupation Watch offers the following summary of another mistaken shooting and harrowing corpse recovery. Mazen Antoine Hanna Noureddin was a 32-year-old Christian sales representative for a pharmaceutical company and at times a translator for the U.S. Army. He lived with his wife and 2 daughters. Mazen was headed to work with his pharmaceutical sample case in hand when he was cut down in the crossfire of a shootout during a resistance ambush of an American patrol. Mazen, it seems, was killed by the American return fire. Below is the relevant part of the Occupation Watch/DHRI report. The unit must bring the corpse to the airport for forensic examination. They allow Mazen's father to accompany the body. Fortunately, he speaks and understands some English. He waits 2 hours at the airport before being told he can take his son's corpse home by taxi. Mr. Antoine Mazen's father, 72 years old, refuses, telling the soldiers that no taxi driver will pick him up with the corpse and that it is hard to find taxis near the airport to begin with. After some discussion, the same unit received the order to return Mazen's body and his father to his home, but they insist he get out at the nearest intersection instead. Mazen's father, told to carry the body the rest of the way, replied that he cannot and that there is no problem in reaching the house. His impression is that the soldiers are afraid. He insists and the unit agrees on the condition he runs in front of the truck a human shield. When the unit reaches Mazen's road, they stop again, and this time they refuse to go ahead, and some friends on the street assist Mazen's father in carrying the body back to the house. 164. Despite much effort by Abu Mazen, compensation for this case was rejected by a CMOC on November 21, 2003. As we leave the Mokhlef compound, our interviews complete, Sheikh Latif tells Akil, "You will eat with me. I will take one of the journalists as a hostage to make sure you come back to my house." The Sheik's mouth curls in ever so slight a smile and he points to me. Akil laughs nervously and instead offers Rob, who is younger and whom Akil has not known as long. It is all very Iraqi. "Rob, I think maybe you will go with the Sheikh," says Akil. Eshelman looks at the Sheikh, then at Akil, then at me. His eyes betray a faint flicker of concern. "We'll be right behind you. The Sheikh just wants some company," I tell him, not that I really know what's going on. As we roll out, Akil explains how the Sheikh used the word hostage. I realize that it's just droll Iraqi humor, but it's still a bit unsettling. I am ashamed to say it, but I am glad you gave him Rob. Yeah, C.P. he really wanted you. But I thought you wouldn't like that. When we arrive back in Sheikh Latif's dark divan, the smells of rich food waft in from the back rooms where the women are cooking. I feel bad for having doubted Dr. Latif even for a moment and feel ashamed that perhaps he worried that we would not take his invitation seriously. Before we eat, the Sheikh performs his afternoon prayers at one side of the dark room facing south toward Mecca. Then his young cousin in the black leather coat comes in and unrolls a floral printed oilcloth across the floor. Next come the heaped communal plates of roast chicken, rice, beans, pickles, salad, bowls of soup, hot peppers and warm flat bread. 65. All this is served by the Sheikah's young cousin. The women stay hidden. We move cushions from the wooden couches to the floor and, after a moment of waiting for all the dishes to arrive and for the Sheikh to start, we dig in. The women will eat what we do not finish, the bad side of Bedouin culture. When the extra food and empty plates have been returned and the rounds of strong, sweet tea are brought out on a tin tray, and the light begins to fade, we stand and prepare to leave, beginning the rounds of long goodbyes and solemn pledges to return. As we talk and rustle around, a wail begins to rise from the back rooms. The Sheikah's 4-year-old son is weeping, screaming inconsolably on the other side of the thin wall. Finally the unseen women let the boy into the divan. He rushes to his father, his little face contorted and streaked with tears. "What's wrong with the little guy? He thinks you and Rob are here to take his father. He is saying, 'Don't go, the Americans will kill you,'" explains Akil, lighting a cigarette. Vuli. The Sheikh gathers the boy in his arms and tries to calm him. La, Habibi. They are our friends. It's okay. Searching, breaking, humiliating, intimidating, and killing are, after all, the quotidian details of military occupation. In Iraq the examples seem endless, so here's one more story. In Baghdad's Kadamiyya neighborhood, a working-class Shia district, Rob and I meet another family suffering from an encounter with trigger-happy GIs. Abu Samar Razak Jawad keeps his son's bullet-ridden white sedan in the gated driveway of his solid cement home. Abu Samar's son Abdel Wahab was killed by U.S. troops while approaching a checkpoint. Abu Samar is short and thin with a deeply lined face. He wears a loose 166 white turban. The story of his son's demise is typical. It involves brutal death and bereavement, but also the bureaucratic humiliation of the survivors. Over the customary glasses of strong, sweet chai, the victim's older brother Samar Abdel Razak Jawad recounts the tale of Abdel Wahab's disappearance. On July 13, 2003, Abdel, a freelance machinist and repairman, never came home from work. Days later his family found his bullet-riddled and blood-soaked car parked by the side of a road along a canal. They had no idea what had happened. Was Abdel dead or wounded and in some hospital? Had he even been driving the car? Who shot up the car? Thieves? Police? Soldiers? The mystery went unsolved despite the family's inquiries. With hospitals, police, courts, the military and other agencies. For almost 2 months they had no idea what had happened. They feared the worst, and hoped for the best. Then Abdel's brother, Samar, overheard a man on a bus discussing a shooting he'd witnessed at a checkpoint near the place where Abdel's car was found. The man, Mazen Jamal Atiyah, had been an interpreter for the U.S. military during the summer of 2003. He was distressed and haunted by some of what he had seen and had quit as a result. Now he was randomly unburdening himself to a stranger on the bus when Samar overheard. By chance Samar had stumbled upon a witness to his brother's murder. Mazen Jamal Atiyah, the former interpreter, lives with his family in a cinder block house on the outskirts of Sadr city, not far from an American base called Camp War Eagle. I went down the neighborhood's rutted streets to find Atiyah but only made contact with his brother, who confirmed the story. Samar gave me a copy of a sworn affidavit in which Mazen Jamal Atiyah describes the murder of Abdel Wahab. It reads as follows. 67. About 6 a.m. on July 13, 2003 I went on patrol number 14 with Lieutenant Yorker, which lasted until 8 p.m. that day. we were joined by another patrol under the same number led by Lieutenant Pistwin, where they set up a roadblock in an unsuitable place and time as it was getting dark, and it was the canal highway, where drivers usually drive fast on that road. They set up obstacles to make the road narrow so they could control the oncoming traffic. As a result, there was a long queue of cars, and as a result of that the oncoming traffic was unable to see the checkpoint clearly. After checking a few cars, darkness fell, which made the situation worse for both drivers and the soldiers controlling the checkpoint. All of a sudden, I saw a white car coming forward, but turned right just before reaching the checkpoint to avoid other cars which were already there. I thought this was the right thing to do, but the American soldiers fired at him. The driver lost control of the car and drove towards the checkpoint slowly until the car was very close to the checkpoint. The soldiers fired at the car when it was about 70 meters away from them. Lieutenant Pistwin shouted to the driver to get out of the car, but the driver made no move to get out of the car. I turned to the officer and said, "How can he get out? He is dead." The officer came close to the car, opened the car door and pulled the driver from it by his shirt and dragged him along the street without any respect, as he was bleeding from the head and chest. He dragged for more than 20 meters, and gave orders to 2 of his soldiers to watch him and ordered the soldiers to search the car, hoping to find any excuse that can justify the shooting. They did not find anything, not even a knife. The soldiers spent about more than half an hour searching the car, leaving the man bleeding heavily, while 2 soldiers, of which one of them was a woman soldier, stood by the man chatting and laughing, which really made me very upset. I asked them why they were laughing and pointing their weapons toward the man while he was in this state, and asked them again, "Are you afraid of him?" So they stopped and turned their weapons away from him. I searched the man and found his ID card. He was Abdel Wahab Abin, and I could not read his last name, as the bullet had gone through the card and destroyed that pen of it. 168. Capt. Head. The leader of the patrol number 14 arrived on the scene, also the leader of the camp, who I only know as the colonel. He ordered the soldiers to send the MPs away from the place at once without knowing any details about the shooting. A reporter arrived at the scene by chance. He tried to take pictures, but was threatened not to do so and ordered to leave at once. The colonel told me to take the reporter away from the scene and not to say anything to him against us, but I told the reporter that they have killed the man deliberately without mercy. He had no fault at all, he just tried to avoid colliding with the other cars and the checkpoint. A soldier came and tried to take the man's shirt off to count the number of bullet holes which hit him. The man raised his hand as if to ask for help, but the soldier pushed his hand away violently and ripped his shirt off to count the bullets. Then he was put on a stretcher and a drip feed was attached to him. He was strapped on the car bonnet and was taken to the American military hospital. They asked me to come and have a drink of water or soft drink, as I was in a bad state, but I refused. I put his ID card in his car in the hope that his family might find it, and asked the people on the scene to help me push his car off the road. I asked Lieutenant Yorker to write down my name, that of the MP, and the wounded man's name. I didn't know why. In the next day they asked me to go with them on patrol as normal, but I refused and told them that I was in a bad state because of what happened the night before. After they left, I went to talk to the person responsible for the translators and told him that I did not wish to continue this job. The patrol returned to camp and they said they have cancelled the patrol duty that day because I refused to go with them. We met at the officer in charge office and I surrendered my translator ID card to them. When I was asked about the reason, I replied, "Just to help the Iraqi people." The patrol officer took me aside and asked me if he had done something wrong to me and if I have any ill feeling towards him. I told him no. After that he said that had heard them saying that the man who was shot was drunk. I said he was not, as I was there and I saw what happened. 69. At this point the affidavit starts naming the soldiers involved. As I hold the Arabic version of the deposition in the divan of Abu Samar's home. The bereaved father explains the story. The translator says they let my son bleed for 45 minutes before the soldiers drove him to the hospital. Wahab died the next day at Baghdad's Al-Jadida police station and they put him in the police morgue. They could have saved my son but they let him die. From the Al-Jadida police station Wahab's body was taken to Najaf and buried by some of the officers, who somehow knew or guessed that Wahab was Shia. It is Shia custom to honor the dead with burial in the holy city of Najaf, where Imam Ali was martyred. Bodies from all over Iraq are shipped to Najaf for interment, and the city is said to hold the world's largest cemetery. As is always the case with real tragedies, the details of the story are full of weird, irrational twists. For example, the police aiding the U.S. military in a cover-up but then honoring the body with burial in Najaf. The old man goes on to explain how at first he had liked the Americans and gave their patrols water. He had hated Saddam, but now everything has reversed. They are the terrorists. I want them punished by international law. They killed my son and they didn't even tell me. How does one properly end such an interview? I never could get the technique right. Often these "my son is dead thanks to your freedom" interviews do not properly conclude or wrap up, they just dissolve into awkward silence, back where it all began. Abdel Wahab Razak Jawad was dead when we arrived, he is still dead, and he will be dead tomorrow. The old man's eyes are vacant with rage. He takes another deep drag on his cigarette and looks at me from the other end of the hard wooden couch. J. 10. Things fall apart. The people of England have been led in Mesopotamia into a trap from which it will be hard to escape with dignity and honor. They have been tricked into it by a steady withholding of information. The Baghdad communiques are belated, insincere, incomplete. Things have been far worse than we have been told, our administration more bloody and inefficient than the public knows. It is a disgrace to our imperial record, and may soon be too inflamed for any ordinary cure. We are today not far from a disaster. T. E. Lawrence, A Report on Mesopotamia. The Sunday Times, August 22, 1920. A young white South African pilot leans in the cockpit doorway of a small NGO chartered prop plane and gives his passengers the pre-flight pep talk. At 10,000 feet above Baghdad International Airport, we will begin our descent in a spiral dive. This avoids surface-to-air missiles and ground fire, we hope. But don't worry, the maneuver is well within the technical capacities of the machine. Enjoy the flight to Baghdad. The flight is fine but the dive is fast, steep and scary. It is early June 2004. Since April most roads into the capital of Iraq have been closed by sporadic combat and marauding gangs of looters. 172. Westerners are special targets. Some elements in the resistance are said to pay $20,000 a head for hostages. The only truly open road is the heavily patrolled route north through Kurdistan to Turkey or Iran. I am headed back for my third trip to Iraq, and like most journalists now, I am flying in. It's the safe way to reach Baghdad, a politically diseased metropolis that, after 14 months of U.S. occupation and alleged reconstruction, is still tormented by a fever of violence, social breakdown, administrative anarchy, and economic decline. The crisis now seems to feed on itself in an epidemic fashion, with symptoms reinforcing root causes in a downward spiral. Lack of security. The central issue means lack of electricity, which means no work, which means more violence, and so the spiral continues. In response, Iraqis either cling to a blind faith that America will sort things out, or turn increasingly to tradition, self-organization, Islam and armed resistance. At the 1970s-style passenger terminal where we land, the long hallways and lounges are empty. Outside I find some Kroll security men headed to Baghdad and bum a ride. The 20-kilometer dash from here to the city is called RPG Alley. This, despite the airport being contained within a huge US military base. This road is ridiculous, says the flak-jacketed Brit riding shotgun. He chambers around in his Heckler and Koch assault rifle. Recent ambushes have hit several convoys here. The only one that made the news ended with 4 more dead mercenaries from Blackwater Incorporated, their SUV in flames. The first CAV should have checkpoints every few clicks. I have no idea how they think this is supposed to work without a secure airport. It's been a bad month. The malady of occupation is in full recruits sense, car bombs killing scores each week, assassins culling the political class, routine but underreported sabotage. In the slums of East Baghdad Sadr City, the newly arrived 1st Cavalry Division has almost night. Things fall apart. 173. Lee shootouts with Muqtada al-Sadr's Mahdi army. The only journalists from the Agadir crew who have come back recently are Dare Jamal and Dave Enders. The 3 of us are bivouacked in a cheap, almost empty Baghdad hotel run by a friendly but thuggish man from Fallujah. The accommodations, along with our recently grown beards, dark tans, locally purchased clothes and preference for beat-up old cars are all part of a low-tech security strategy if most Western journalists live in walled compounds with armed guards and still get kidnapped or shot up. We figure that our best bet is to do the opposite. Go local, blend in, try to pass as Iraqi, to the extent that we are able. It's just 10 days to sovereignty and the city waits. I awake, as usual, in a sweat to the sound of a rumbling boom. The big explosions usually occur in the morning. This one sounds close. Car bomb, yells Dare from down the hall. Abu Talat called. The bomb was right by where his wife works. He's headed over, says Dare. We're outta here in 5 minutes. At Al-Rashid Street, in Old Baghdad, blocks from the Central Bank of Iraq, we find the aftermath. It wasn't a car bomb, just a big IED set to hit a money truck. But the timing was off by a few seconds, and commuters took the blast instead. 4 are wounded, and 1 may have already died. Iraqi cops and bank security men with Kalashnikovs mill around a smashed wall and some twisted metal gates, while 2 Arab TV crews shoot video. 30 feet away sits a victim's shattered car. Looters are already at work stripping the salvageable parts. The cops pay no attention. Thanks in part to police inaction, kidnapping, carjacking and murder impose an informal dusk-to-dawn curfew in many parts of the city. The 174 director of the Baghdad morgue tells me that he now sees an average of at least 600 unsolved murders every month, adding, there are many more cases we don't receive. In a city of roughly 4 million, this translates into a crime rate about 10 or 15 times higher than the most violent cities in America, a crime rate that has serious economic consequences. Little things create big economic problems, explains Asad Wit. Wit, an elegant but casual Iraqi burgher who owns 4 factories, 3 of which are currently closed. Security is the biggest problem. We're meeting in the riverfront offices of the Iraqi Federation of Industry, a lobby group for private sector manufacturers. Witwit is a leading board member. As we speak in English, 3 of his colleagues are working the phones in fast, angry Arabic. The Federation just bought a new, truck-sized generator for its building, but the machine was stolen before it was even delivered. Iraq's badly battered infra Structure is another problem, explains Witwit. For example, you cannot make paint if you do not have clean water. Salts and minerals in the water ruin the paint. Or to make ice, or can food, or process meat, you need clean water. We don't have that, he says philosophically. Behind him his colleagues rage on in Arabic about the son of a whore who sold them the generator and then most likely stole it back himself. Then there are the cheap imports that have flooded the country since the US invasion. Witwit's sole working factory is a plastics plant that makes thermoses and coolers, but he has laid off most of his 30 employees because Chinese and Iranian imports are driving down prices. Upgrading and retooling would require capital. We need loan programs. Investment, but the Americans do nothing. They only talk about the free market. In the meantime, the violence escalates. Things fall apart. 175. The main road into Baquba, 30 miles northeast of Baghdad, is closed by U.S. Army Humvees and tanks. A column of smoke rises from the outskirts of the city. It's mid-morning on Thursday, June 24. Less than a week before the handover of sovereignty in Iraq, and the day is turning out to be hot, hazy, and violent. 4 major Iraqi towns have broken out into open rebellion. In the north, Mosul is ripped by 5 car bombs, leaving more than 200 wounded and many dead. To the west, in Fallujah, insurgents repel a marine assault and withstand aerial bombing, while farther west, in Ramadai, the Razis Tans attacks several police stations. Other small attacks are reported in hamlets throughout central Iraq. In Baquba, where the rebellion is most intense, the action begins at 5 a.m., when local mujahideen attack a U.S. patrol with RPGs, killing 2 GIs and wounding 7. 45 minutes later, mujahideen units overrun and destroy part of the police station, killing an estimated 20 Iraqis, 7 of them cops. The U.S. military responds by dropping 3 500-pound bombs on Mujah positions near the Baquba soccer field. By midday, U.S. Army spokesman Brig. Gen. Mark Kimmett is admitting that Baquba is out of U.S. control. By 10 a.m., Dahr, Abu Talib, and I are headed north from Baghdad to Baquba. All we've heard are rumors that there's unrest to the south of Baquba, with civilian casualties arriving at the local hospital. We'll try to enter the city and visit the hospital to see what's going on. At the town's main entrance we bypass the first U.S. military roadblock to try approaching from further east. 5 miles on, there's another roadblock. A small cluster of cars and trucks idle in a fearful knot. Across some 500 yards of empty, shimmering blacktop sit 2 mean-looking Humvees, their guns pointed at the stalled traffic. The city is closed, says an Iraqi trucker, throwing his hands up. 176. Frustration. But after a moment we see dust rising from a rough plain of cropland and irrigation canals to the south. A few vehicles are leaving Baquba, and a few others are headed in the opposite direction, trying to circumvent the blockade by crossing the fields on rutted farming roads. We follow the dust, heading off the main road through the fields and then through the street grid of a flattened and overgrown former Iraqi military base. The facility was destroyed during the U.S. invasion of 2003. Now poor squatters live in the few barracks still standing. In the sky to our left, beyond some palm groves, appear 2 Apache helicopter gunships circling low over Baquba, occasionally dipping and diving. They look like they are strafing. The situation seems worse than we had thought, but we drive on. Then, several hundred yards ahead, we see a Bradley fighting vehicle parked in an empty lot, facing out toward us. From behind it, along a tree-lined street, Come 5 tanks. Just as we turn right, away from the Bradley, 3 or 4 shots crack past our car in what feels like a long, slow succession. In the back seat, I hit the floor. Luckily, the right turn puts some buildings between us and the Bradley that fired at us, or perhaps over us. That was not the sound of the gun. That was bullets passing us, says Abu Talib, a tough but jolly retired army captain. That means the rounds were close. The tanks seem to be following us, but then they continue past as we turn again along a street with trees, some walls, and the first real houses on the edge of Bakuba. At this point we don't dare turn back or continue along the edge of the town. Fuck. What have we gotten into? As the numb fear from the close call with the Bradley fades, I begin to feel trapped and sick with dread. Even Abu Talib seems nervous. Dar, on the other hand, seems to have simply switched off the fear. He smokes. Things fall apart. 177 cigarettes and scans the scene in silence. Overhead we hear drones, and from our left the occasional clatter of the Apache choppers, but there is no gunfire in the streets, no armed fighters in sight. It is eerily calm. In the heart of the city the streets are empty and all the shops are shuttered. The few cars we see are usually taxis full of young men cruising around. Probably Mujahideen patrols. Some of them eye us suspiciously. Boys, we are in a bad situation. Yes, very bad, says Abu Talib, as if commenting on the intense heat. The goal now is to find a certain religious sheikh we know before running into any Mujahideen checkpoints. The local fighters might be cool or they might kill us. The sheikh's store is closed, but we interview 2 men standing in front of it. They tell us about the dawn attacks and claim that the Mujahideen hold the city and that US forces have been driven out. We keep looking for the sheikh, asking questions of the few men we see on the streets. They tell us that the chief of police has had his home burned down by Mujahideen. We visit one mosque, then another. At the second mosque, an old man, Haji Faisal, agrees to take us to the sheikh's home by a circuitous drive through the empty market. He says that there have been sporadic firefights and some tank incursions all morning. We head deeper still into Bakuba's narrow side streets, closer to the Apaches. As we cross each intersection, our nerves are taut with anxiety. We don't know who or what is down the next street. But we have to find the sheikh, since that's how things are done in Iraq. If you know an important local, your chances of survival go up dramatically. If you wander around alone without contacts, you find trouble. By the grace of God our friend the sheikh is at home and receives us warmly. He even speaks English. He demands that we stay for lunch and tea in his divan. The walls are painted blue and decorated with a beautiful 178 full Chinese print, a framed Quranic verse, and a small piece of thrift store-style art, a big-eyed portrait of a coy little girl. In the past 4 days US forces had been conducting operations just south of town. Apart from fighting in the Baghdad neighborhood of Sadr city and some IEDs in Al-Anbar, it was the only real combat occurring in the past week. We ask if this fighting is related to the US operations. No, this time the Mujahideen attacked. The United States is on the defensive, says the sheikh. The resistance sent out flyers warning us to stay in today, and they attacked at dawn. At several points our interview is interrupted by a series of huge, extremely loud explosions that sound very close. Mr. Christian, do not be so scared, says the sheikh. These are just for sound, to scare us. But for us, we've had so much war it is normal. He's so calm I start suspecting that he's high on Valium. The sheikh says that the Americans cut power to the whole city as part of their siege, but other than that his story is similar to the one offered by the 1st Infantry Division. The Mujahideen attacked first and the United States responded with tanks, helicopters, and warplanes, but US forces are still stuck on the edge of town. The fighters here are very well armed and well prepared. They have Kalashnikovs and RPGs, says the sheikh. Why this uprising? We do not like the occupation. Look, everything is smashed, no electricity, no security, nothing gets fixed. People have no work. They are sick of waiting. The Tartars occupied us, the Turks occupied us, the British. All were driven out. The West cannot win this fight. The Sheikh's brother adds, when the resistance is from inside Iraq I put my hand with them. But we do not like the foreign fighters, the Saudis or Syrians. He is simultaneously dismissing claims that Al-Qaeda is running the Iraqi rebellion and acknowledging the controversial presence. Things fall apart. 179. Of internationalist mujahideen in the country. Lunch is served. We sit on cushions on the floor and eat from a big tray. Then tea is served, and we get a disquisition from the sheikh on all the secular aspects of the Quran. Outside, things have quieted down. It's been an hour at least with no bombs, no shooting, and no choppers overhead. The sheikh's brother reports that 15 or more civilians are dead. We had wanted to go to the hospital, but it was too close to the Mujahideen positions downtown. We decide it's time to go before the fighting starts again. We thank the sheikh and start to leave. Every man has his fate, says the sheikh as we climb back into the car. If you die here today it is the will of God. Don't worry. It is all in God's hands. For some reason, I do not find this comment reassuring. The eucalyptus-lined main road out of Bakuba is empty. Just before we get to the highway, we pass a car straddling the median. It's shot full of holes. A corpse is sprawled in the street, and the ground is covered in blood and oil. 100 feet ahead are the obvious scars of tank or Bradley tread marks and a heap of spent brass shells from a .50 caliber machine gun. We stop to take photos, but then Abu Talib sees a van and some men lurking in the trees near the road. No, let's go, he says. We drive away fast, then lurch to a halt. Humvees, says Abu Talib. I can't see them at first. They're about a quarter mile away, at the end of the wide, empty road. We pull over, not sure what to do. We have the Mujahideen behind us and trigger-happy US troops ahead. We'll have to walk out. Dare and I leave our gear with Abu Talib and, with our hands in the air, press passes held high, start a seemingly endless trek toward the US lines. The road is quiet, hot and bright. When we're equidistant between the fresh corpse behind us and the guns ahead. 180. We start yelling, American journalists don't shoot. After what seems like a very long time we reach the line of GIs. They're mellow, spaced out from the heat, tired. Some of them seem a bit freaked out about having killed the motorist down the road. He rammed a tank. That's why we lit him up, says one soldier. It seems an unlikely story. The car showed no sign of a collision. Perhaps the car was speeding and a soldier got scared, thought it was a car bomb, and opened up. The troops clear us to pass. I walk back for Abu Talib, they search the car, and then we race at top speed back to Baghdad. Boys, that was 100% dangerous, chides Abu Talib in his avuncular, military way. But I think my wife will be very happy to see me when I get back tonight. He grins. And then, as if to warn us for real, he says, You know, all the modern Iraqi revolutions, they always happen in July. A day or two before Dar and I go to Bakuba, a young guy named Tarek shows up at our hotel. He knew Dar's editors and had met Rob Eshelman in Palestine. Tarek is an upper-middle-class Canadian medical student of Palestinian origin. He's a Muslim, fluent in Arabic and English, very smart, very young, very brave, and a bit naive. He is an obsessive computer geek with a tendency toward pedantry on matters technological. Over the past 2 years he has spent several months in Palestine doing solidarity work. The same day we get shot at in Bakuba, Tarek, against the advice of even a pro-resistance ex-army officer, heads off to Fallujah, a city controlled by the Mujahideen and under low-level U.S. siege. In early May the U.S. Marines had essentially given control of the city to the insurgents. But on June 24 fighting flared up again when U.S. planes bombed several things fall apart 181 houses, and the Marines tried to enter the city. That's the day that Tarek heads to Fallujah. His plan is to work in a civilian hospital. Once in Fallujah, Tarek periodically calls in over the next few days to Dave and a filmmaker named Rick Rowley, who has also moved into our dive hotel. It seems Tarek has been intercepted by the local Mujah. They want to check him out before they let him work at the hospital. But with each call it seems they're still checking him out. Tarek has been in Fallujah for a week and it's been almost 48 hours since his last phone call. We are ready to hit the panic button when he finally shows up at the hotel. Tarek looks gaunt, smells bad, wears somebody else's clothes, and is totally freaked out. His description of Fallujah, tinged with Stockholm Syndrome rationalizations, paints a picture of what can only be described as collective insanity. This is his story. Tarek took a bus to Fallujah, but before he could find the hospital he was intercepted by Mujahideen fighters and taken to the US-trained Iraqi Civil Defense Corps, made up of Iraqi army veterans, many of them former Baathists. The ICDC renamed the Iraqi National Guard after the June 28 handover, asked him some questions, then deposited him with 2 plainclothes guys who turned out to be leaders of a Mujahideen cell. In Fallujah, everyone is Mujahideen, the ICDC, the US-trained Iraqi police, and most of the people. More than anywhere else in Iraq, Fallujah is tribal, religious, and insular, a unique piece of the bigger picture. 182. The 2 men took charge of Tarek, telling him they had to check him out before he could do any medical work. For the rest of his stay in Fallujah he was in the custody of a resistance cell made up of about 10 local Fallujah boys who had military experience but very little education. They had started their organizing and training a year before the U.S. invasion. Tarek repeatedly requested placement in a hospital or clinic but was instead held by the cell and given a tour of life among the fighters. Every few hours he was moved from house to house in cars packed with machine guns, rocket-propelled grenades, and what seemed to be heavily modified Sidewinder missiles. They were really nice guys, says Tarek. At first the nice guys were convinced that Tarek was a spy. The group tried to check his encrypted, Linux-loaded laptop but couldn't get it working. To save face, the local Mujah computer expert pretended that the laptop was okay, but then snagged it for safekeeping. On the first day that Tarek was held, but not as a hostage, as the Mujah cell kept telling him they ran into a fighter who had been grazed by a bullet. Tarek was able to patch him up with no problem. The cell began to trust the med student, plus they were very impressed that he had a stethoscope. They really are simple people. Really, says Tarek, unwinding his tale. In our hotel, it's all about trust and family. They have no idea about security, technology. It is just God, Kin and the nation. It's Alabama in Arabic. It really is. Even though Tarek gained the trust of the cell, they lied to him and manipulated him every day, taking his passport and his computer, never delivering him to the hospital as they had promised and often taking him. Things fall apart 183. To the front lines against his will. In Fallujah the front is the north edge of town, along the Askari neighborhood, which ends at the edge of Iraq's main east-west highway. In the desert on the other side of the highway were the U.S. Marines in their armored vehicles. Most of the time the front was quiet, but at night it got busy. Tarek says that between 5 and 7 Mujahideen fighters were being killed each day, usually by aerial bombing. During the first 2 days he was there the Marines attempted ground assaults, but thereafter mostly hung back. The Mujahideen would counter-attack, but did not venture too far into the open desert. Tarek says that the whole time he was there, Fallujah was buzzed by F-16 fighter jets and Predator drones. The sound makes you crazy. At night the cell would often head to the front to shoot at the Marines while dodging incoming U.S. rounds. On most of these occasions they left Tarek behind, because he insisted that he only wanted to do civilian work. After each night of fighting the cell would turn on a little mechanical stuffed monkey that played a jingle. This was one of the few things Tarek was allowed to videotape on his small digital camera. The culture of the local fighters, as described by Tarek, is a closed, self-referential world. They don't even watch the news, he tells us. They just watch DVDs of sermons and speeches and Mujahideen music videos. Even the top guys had no idea what was going on in the rest of Iraq. Of course, Tarek wasn't really sure who the top guys were. But there were hints. At one point in the fighting during Tarek's visit the ICDC actually told the Mujahideen irregulars to move to the wings and give them their heavy weapons. These US-trained professionals then did the bulk of the fighting against their would-be masters, the Marines. Tarek also says that the air strikes on alleged safe houses in Fallujah, such as the one on June 22 that killed about 20 people or the one on July 1 that killed 184 and wounded 10, were in fact precision strikes, in which spies had first dropped infrared beacons just before the attacks. Tarek says the victims were mostly foreign fighters, though not connected to the Jordanian terrorist Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, as the U.S. military has claimed. People joked about Zarqawi, says Tarek. There were foreign fighters in Fallujah, and some were killed in those strikes. But I don't think Zarqawi was around. Fallujah is very Iraqi. Quite disturbingly, Tarek says that Sharia law, or perhaps more accurately, a kind of Sharia lawlessness, was in full effect in Fallujah, with hands cut off for theft, women kept away from men, etc. Even worse was the routine killing of spies and suspected spies. The leader of the cell that watched over Tarek confessed one such crime to him. Tarek, at the edge of a couch in our hotel, reads his notes quoting the man verbatim, "We are all sinners, Tarek, all of us, I swear. The things we've done make us sinners. There was a Turkmen who ran a hotel, he had a wife and family. We thought he was a spy, so we beat him. We broke every bone in his body, but he wouldn't confess. Then we cut a checkerboard in his back with a knife and poured salt on his wounds. He begged us to kill him, but he would not confess. We knew by then that he was innocent. To kill him was an act of mercy. We are sinners all, Tarek. Despite the Islamic motifs of life in Fallujah, the Mujahideen there are not Tal Ibn purists. The commanders all drive nice cars, BMWs, and Mercedes. No one has clean clothes, but the top guys are immaculate. They're just Gangsters, says Tarek, switching momentarily from a tone of respect to one of disgust. What comes through most clearly in his tale is the desperation of being under siege. At one point they brought in this young guy who was dead. That night his mother, who just went nuts with grief, came out and woke her 3 other sons and told them to go the front, saying, "Your things fall apart." 185. Brother is not dead. Finish his work. When Tarek tried to talk politics with the Mujah, he found them surprisingly uninformed and self-contradictory. At times they would say that Fallujah would be the capital of a new Islamic state and that America would be destroyed. At other times they would admit that the only real solution to Iraq's occupation was political and that their military effort had limited effect. Eventually a lower-ranking Mujah stole $400 from Tarek. There was an inquest, with lots of swearing on the Quran. It was clear who the culprit was, but once the Quran had been sworn on, it was between the thief and God. Nonetheless, the man of the house in which the cell was then staying had his honor at stake. The man, also a fighter, sold off some weapons and demanded that Tarek take the money. Tarek refused, which infuriated and demeaned his host. Finally Tarek agreed to accept part of the sum, which he then quietly left in the host's living room. At this point Tarek negotiated the return of his passport and was finally allowed to work in a clinic. But by then the stress was getting to him. He told the cell commander that he needed to go back to Baghdad to the hotel where I am staying, in fact to think things over. The Mujah let him go but asked him to come back. Then they said they would bring his computer to the hotel. Tarek was kidnapped, but he is too proud to admit it, said the ex-military man who advised him against going to Fallujah. And he put your lives in danger, without asking or warning. As Tarek recuperates in our hotel, he oscillates between flippant jokes and humble epiphanies about Iraq, war, himself, and the meaning of solidarity in a conflict where madness has become the norm. 11. Chaos the Sovereign. We are in for many more years of turmoil and misery in the Middle East, where one of the main problems is, to put it as plainly as possible, American power. Edwards said, July 20, 2003. If Iraq's social geography were reduced to political antipodes, one pole would be the fortified and manicured Green Zone, the huge American-occupied palace and office complex originally built by Saddam. The other pole would be the fetid, baking East Baghdad slum of Sadr City, also known as Al-Thura. A year into the occupation and entering the Green Zone is still like consuming a 1,000-milligram tablet of denial washed down with fresh squeezed orange juice. The air conditioning here is superb, every one looks happy. David Bourne is working on his laptop at the Iraqi Business Center, a near-empty, glass-walled subsection of the convention center. Bourne, wearing a crisp, medium blue Oxford shirt and dark slacks, exudes Ivy League confidence. His mission here is to do good and to do well at the same time. 188. When we get the business center running, local subcontractors will be able to network and learn about bidding, he explains, as if the occupation weren't already 14 months old. A lot of the reconstruction hasn't begun yet, and the center will facilitate capacity building with low-cal firms. He pauses, and then adds with considered honesty, a lot of Iraqis think it's just about who you know. But government-funded work requires competitive bidding, transparency, quality control, all that. He won't comment on how Halliburton and Bechtel got their huge slices of the $18.5 billion reconstruction pie. But that's already a matter of public record. Bechtel got the first installment of its no-bid $1 billion LAR contract in April 2003, after secretive dealings with USAID. On the other side of the glass wall, a uniformed janitor pushes a Zamboni-like buffer across a shining expanse of floor. Iraq seems 1,000 miles away. Now unplugged from the matrix, the temperature suddenly soars to a brutal 115 degrees Fahrenheit, the air reeks of sewage, and hot furnace. Like gusts blow grit into your eyes. An urbanized plain of misery and squalor opens before you, the hyperviolent Sadr city. The wide boulevards, laid down in the late 1950s by the optimistic planners of the Qasim regime, are now flooded for blocks at a stretch with ankle-deep pools of green, algae-rich sewage. Heaps of garbage smolder on the medians and in empty lots. Pirated electrical wires crisscross dense side streets of mud brick homes. Small flocks of mangy goats and sheep, shepherded by women in flowing black abayas, forage in the trash. The lumpen Shia who live here are derided by Baghdad's more urbane Sunnis as Sharujahs, an insulting term meaning Easterners but cannot ing ignorance and filth. Like the N-word among some African Americans. Sharujah has been defiantly appropriated by streetwise young Shiites for their own use. 189. The sewage problem in Sadr city is not merely unsightly, it is a major health threat. As the head of the local public works department, or Baladiya, explains, the sewers here were never very effective, but the constant backup and nauseating overflow are new problems. First there was bomb damage, and then, as Baghdad's garbage trucks were looted or destroyed, trash clogged the sewers. Most of the trucks needed to clear the lines were also looted. The last 4 were recently commandeered by U.S. contractors for use elsewhere. Bechtel has the $1.8 billion contract to rebuild Iraq's water, sewage, and electrical systems. Electrical grid and THIRD system work are also being done by Washington Group International. Local engineers say the firm has done next to nothing. At Sadr city's Al Jawader hospital the halls are crowded with worried-looking men and women. An emaciated man with greenish skin is wheeled by on a gurney. Here one clearly sees the social impact of the sewer problem and the general chaos of which it is a subset. The hospital director, Dr. Qasim al-Nusri, explains that the hospital serves at least 1.5 million people and sees 3,000 patients a day, but lacks adequate medicine and medical equipment, clean water and security. We have to get clean water shipped in, he says. A German NGO delivers it in a tanker truck. Typhoid is rampant, he adds, and an outbreak of hepatitis E is gathering momentum, with 40 new cases a week. The coalition promises money and supplies, but there is never enough. I am forced to reuse needles and deny people anesthesia. We do only serious emergency surgeries. Upstairs on one of the wards we meet a 25-year-old internist named Akadhem. Like many Iraqi doctors, he speaks English. His face is open and boyishly innocent, and he possesses an understated yet intense charisma. When he talks, the other doctors and orderlies watch and listen. 190. Ali says that gunmen frequently enter the hospital demanding special treatment for relatives. 2 weeks ago an addict pulled a pistol on him and stole morphine. One doctor was shot by thieves right in front of the hospital. He says that since April, U.S. troops have raided the wards on 3 different occasions, looking for wounded Mahdi army fighters. They interrogated the wounded and searched in a very rough way and tore down religious posters. Several wounded Mahdi men, as well as civilians, have fled the hospital in fear of the raids. I know that some of these people died because they hid in their homes and we could not treat them, says Ali. We could have saved them. The cause of all these problems is the Cans. We need for them to go. The Mahdi uprising in Karbala and Najaf, provoked in large part by U.S. assaults, alienated large sections of the mainstream Shiite community, particularly the merchant class, which depends on pilgrim traffic to the holy cities. But spend a day or two in Al-Thora and it's not hard to understand why people follow Muqtada al-Sadr. He is a junior religious scholar, unlike his father, who was an Ayatollah, but Muqtada's leadership is primarily political, and his following is mainly Shiite but religiously diverse. His power is rooted in his willingness to oppose the occupation openly, just as his martyred father opposed Saddam. More practically, he is followed because the branches of his organization deliver a small measure of order and stability to a few parts of Baghdad and cities farther south. In front of the hospital, a man named Uda Moham explains the logic: everyone cooperates with the Mahdi. There are no police here, no government. The Mahdi direct traffic, they fix things, they do all the work. At an office on one of Al-Thora's main streets, I try to meet Muqtada's local representative, a 29-year-old sheikh named Hassan Ed Hari. But he is on the run. The first CAV wants him, dead or alive. His two Pred-191 successors are already in Abu Ghraib. A few weeks ago, U.S. tanks blew up his office. Reconstruction started the next day at dawn. Little boys cleaned the bricks while the men rebuilt, explains a local man named Samir. Now the walled compound, draped in black banners mourning the dead and topped with big fluttering green and black flags, looks as good as new. The men here are all Mahdi, but they are unarmed by day. There can be no formal interviews without the Sheikah's permission. For the better part of a week I return again and again looking for Sheikh Ed Hari, but he's still on the lam. As I am leaving the office after one more failed attempt, a young Mahdi man says to me, "Look, the Americans attack us. That is why we fight. We have a right to respond." It's late afternoon, and we're on another trip to Sadr city. Dare and I and a translator named Samir roll out, determined to find the Mahdi in action. They're out here somewhere. We've already seen a U.S. patrol of 2 tanks and 3 armored Humvees. On one of the slum's main thoroughfares, Al-Radhui Street, are several walls marked with a message in English. Big block letters read Viet Nam Street. Farther on, a wall bears a crudely painted mural depicting a modified version of an infamous Abu Ghraib torture photo. It is the prisoner in the hood and cloak standing on a box, arms outstretched. Electrical wires dangling from his limbs. Next to him in the mural is the Statue of Liberty, but in place of her torch she holds the lever of an electrical switch connected to the wires. Below is scrawled the Freedom Form George Bosch. We snap photos and move on. Then, before we find them, the Mahdi army find us. 2 men in a sedan are suddenly next to us. Pull over. Now they are at our car doors. 192. Hands on the pistols in their waistbands. Who are you? What are you doing here? Why are you photographing things? Sahafi Kanadi, Sahafi Kanadi. I show them my counterfeit CA. Nadayan press pass. Our translator is talking fast, explaining that we are anti-occupation, that we are trying to show the truth. He's naming his family, naming sheiks, naming Sadr men who are old friends. The undercover Mahdi guys fire back questions and suggest that we get out of the car. We show them the digital photos of the graffiti and offer to erase all the shots, but we ignore their request to get out. More fast Arabic. Finally the Mahdi begin to relax. This is called Vietnam Street because this is where we kill Americans, says one of them. We are in a war with them. That is why we stopped. You understand? We have to protect our people. The man in charge adjusts his pistol one more time, looks around, then says, "You can go." We thank them profusely and then hit the gas. The hard spike of adrenaline line in my chest releases in a warm wash of endorphins. The next day I head back looking for Sheikh Ed Harry, but he's still underground. On our way a pickup truck just ahead of us abruptly reverses into our taxi cab with a slam, then does a 3-point turn over the me. Dion. Suddenly everyone is backing up and turning around fast. Fighting ahead. We have to go, says Hussein, a translator, journalist and computer hacker who hangs out with our ragtag crew. The next day Al Jazeera reports that around 20 Iraqi resistance fighters were killed or wounded in clashes all over Sadr city. There's more evidence of war at the offices of the District Advisory Council, a body elected in a hasty, poorly publicized, us-managed referendum. Sorry, man. Nobody around. We're just here to secure the building, says Staff SGT Josh York. The 25-member DAC dispersed several weeks ago after their leader was blown away in a political hit. 193. Now the council's compound is a small U.S. fire base. They've been hitting us with RPGs every night, says Sergeant York. No casualties yet, but last night we took 11 RPGs, one at a time all through the night. The young soldier doesn't look nervous or afraid, just beat down tired. Finally Sheikh Ed Harry surfaces. Perhaps this has something to do with the Americans' new offer to allow al-Sadra's organization to participate in electoral politics. Ed Harry grants an interview, but mostly we just sit and watch him in action, Hussein quietly translating the conversations. Around us, Ed Harry wears a white turban and flowing robes. His beard is full but short, like Muqtada al-Sadra's. He is dark, intense, and very handsome. I can't help thinking that Ed Harry looks like a cinematically improved version of the real Muqtada al-Sadr, who is stooped, pudgy and frowning. A stream of supplicants files through Ed Harry's little office, asking for advice, money, and letters. One lives in a camp for internally displaced people and his shelter has no roof. Can the organization help? Ed Harry says, I don't have enough people to go investigate your claim. But if you can find a religious sheikh in your area to write a letter on your behalf, then come back. A young doctor explains that a group of medical workers has some money and wants to open a free or low-cost pharmacy to serve the PLE. Can the office contribute some money? The sheikh leans close and plays with his string of black prayer beads as the young man talks. Finally, he tells the doctor that Hussein, our hacker pal, can help the clinic with its computers. Hussein and the doctor exchange numbers. 194. Then come a few high-tension cell phone calls. Some sweaty Mahdi fighters rush in. They've just busted looters with 4 stolen trucks full of sugar. It turns out that the trucks belong to a European NGO, not the government or some rich company. The sheikh wants the vehicles and sugar returned, via the police, to the NGO. We have the trucks in storage. Can we turn them over tomorrow? Asks the rotund Mahdi man in charge of the bust. He's wearing a dirty football jersey. I am your servant. I have given my whole life to the really Jun, but I really cannot do this tonight. Someone else bends over and whispers to the sheikh. Ed Harry looks worried. There's more whispering. Ed Harry leans away from the men at his desk and snaps taut a section of his black prayer beads, then counts the little glass balls. He is asking God for advice. An even bead count means yes, Odd means no. 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 Absolutely not. The sheik bounces up from the desk, his black outer robe slipping from one shoulder. He's addressing the sweaty man. The trucks must be returned tonight. If the trucks do not move now, we will be blamed. Either you do it now, or just go and don't do it at all. I will find someone else. The sheik is electric with stress but at the same time is dignified. I am your servant. As you wish, says the Mahdi guy, but he looks pissed as he and his posse sweep out to deal with the trucks. If there is anything like progress in Iraq, it takes place here, under the radar, in the rubble of occupation. Al-Sadra's followers, despite many faults, including thuggishness and misogyny, are central to creating what order there is in this ravaged ghetto. On the last Friday before the handover, I go back to Vietnam Street with Dave Enders for a mass prayer. This time, the Jihadi are out in full force, armed with pistols and AK-47s. Line after line of them are 195. Politely and efficiently searching a crowd of more than 10,000 people who have come to lay their prayer mats in the street, worship, and hear a political sermon. The Mahdi search us several times, and we are ushered to the front, walking barefoot across the solid field of prayer mats. Some are mere towels, others are colorful, intricately patterned carpets. I bet this is the first pair of Brooks Brothers socks that's ever touched down on Vietnam Street, quips Enders, pointing to his feet. The sermon, by an Al-Sadr sheikh named Us al-Kafi, attacks the occupation but asks the people to remain calm. The Mahdi have declared a ceasefire. Under a blazing sun, with squads of men and boys spraying rose water on the congregants, the crowd chants, Ya Allah, Ya Ali, Ya Hussein, meaning with Allah, etc., then Muqtada. 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 At the end the worshippers all shake hands, then disperse. Later I am granted an interview with some Mahdi fighters. They make sure I can't see where we are headed as we drive deep into the side streets of Sadr city. Our interview takes place in an abandoned shop. There are 3 fighters, 2 of whom were jailed and tortured under Saddam. They repeat the party line about wanting peace but add, if the Americans arrest people, we will strike. One of them moves a tarp and reveals a huge 155mm artillery shell and a long spool of wire. It's an IED. If they attack, we have this rat poison for the American rats, says the fighter, pointing to the bomb. But, God willing, we will not be forced to use it. It's time for me to go. Clearly sovereignty remains fragmented, localized, ephemeral and mostly imaginary. Neither Iraqis nor the Americans have control. The new Prime Minister, Iyad Allawi, threatens to declare martial law. How he might impose martial law and how it would differ from the current methods of the occupation are difficult to envision. In the new Iraq, only chaos is truly sovereign. 12. Disneyland burning. Fight for the sake of God those that fight against you, but do not attack them first. God does not love the aggressors. The Quran. The first thing I notice when Jay Sellers pulls into the dirt parking lot is the small Arabic language Iraqi license plate on the front of his truck. He has gained a little weight. Back in Baghdad, at the club, he looked gaunt. The 3 months home are showing. Yeah, it's the Haji Mobaji, he says, pointing a thumb back to his truck. As we head toward a beachside bar. I got the plate when we raided this Fadayin guy who had a whole command post set up in his house. He had a bunch of Iraqi IDs and license plates. In the back seat of the Haji Mobaji Sellers has a new M4 rifle with a mag light strapped to the bar. Rel, Baghdad style. It's all legal and shit, but you could easily make it fully automatic. You never know when shit might jump off here. Garrett and I are doing another short embed, this time in North Floor, Ida. We are here for a number of reasons. One is to see the guys we met in Iraq, but we also want to know what fighting in Iraq does to young Americans, and by extension to America. Will these used and abused 198 vets return with the scales lifted from their eyes? Or will they clutch even tighter to the lies that sold the war, their macho sense of self and patriotic cachet all the more hardened? After a day in Tallahassee with Tyler Brunel, John Crawford, and some of the other recently demobilized guys from the 3rd of the 124th, we've dropped down to Port St. Joe on the Panhandle's forgotten coast to find Sellers. The drive south from Tallahassee took us through the plantations of the mighty St. Joe Paper Company, mile after mile of scrawny, fast-growing pines planted in perfectly straight rows. Soon it will all be toilet paper that is the specialty here. It's sobering, a vast industrial force devoted solely to wiping asses. Sellers is, as ever, the maverick, an artist at heart. We head to the bars deck on the beach to order beer and raw oysters. The visuals are Yusu ally pretty good here, he says, referring to the ladies. Sellers is warm and very candid about how he feels, about the difficulty of adjusting, about everything. He is working with the family sign painting business and looking forward to going back to school next semester. My vocabulary just totally collapsed in Baghdad. I kind of feel dumb, he says. You know, it's fucked up, but sometimes I miss Baghdad. Think about it. Over there you have the power to kill people, or more like, make 'em think you're gonna kill 'em. I get back here, I'm a civilian. During the first few weeks back, Sellers got into a few fist fights, one ended with him getting pepper sprayed by a female cop. Welcome home. He relays the story common to all vets fresh from combat zones. Fights, insomnia, occasional paranoia, heavy drinking, trouble with authority. But he's clearly getting it under control, he has weaned himself off Valium and is starting to sleep better, relate to his girlfriend and her kids, and get into his work. It is an impressive shift. And during our Disneyland burning 199 Errol hours by the beach, none of us ends up too drunk. But many vets can't cope. The Miles Foundation, which deals with domestic violence and sexual abuse in the military, reports that it gets 150 calls for assistance every week, compared to 75 calls a month before the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq started. The stories from Sellers, and from the guys up in Tallahassee and a few of the paratroopers from the 82nd Airborne who demobilized back to Fort Bragg, are at times both sad and chilling. One guy tells of some heavy drinking that leads to a drive past his on-again off-again girlfriend's house. Out front is a strange pickup truck. Some other man's vehicle. So the vet goes home, puts on his old ERT battle uniform, sharpens up an Iraqi bayonet, and creeps through the night back to her house. It was a good insertion, he says, using the military lingo. At the edge of her driveway the soldier pops a squat and starts some surveillance, slowly working himself into a lethal rage, getting ready for the attack. Then he notices that the license plate of the truck is from the next state over, and he realizes to his shame and horror that it belongs to the woman's brother, who is visiting. A tragedy is averted. Another guy tells the story of heading out for dinner with his lady when suddenly he is gripped by a combat-style premonition that his neighbors are about to break into his house. It's the feeling one gets about an undetected IED hidden in a heap of trash. He knows that something is wrong. Out of place. In Iraq, these flashes of intuition can save lives. The soldier grabs a pistol, drives to his father's and explains the situation, then the two of them head back to case the neighbor's house. But the neighbors aren't going anywhere and his house is fine. Nothing is wrong. It is just another quiet night in suburbia. Slowly the premonition dissolves. In Tallahassee we hook up with Brunel and Crawford. I had helped 200 get a few of Crawford's stories published in a New York magazine, the Brooklyn Rail. Then I put him in touch with a literary agent, who has snagged him a huge book contract. "Oh, that first part of the advance," says Crawford with a mischievous grin. "Yeah, that's gone. The ex took part of it, and we been partying pretty hard. A bunch of guys from Alpha Company have rented a ranch house together on a shaded side street. In the front room is a pool table, some couches, a TV and an American flag. The vets roll as a posse, watching each other's backs, helping each other mac on the young co-eds and generally trying to unwind. The afternoon starts at a frat-style drinking joint and turns into an evening and then a very late night as we relocate to several other venues, each one flowing with beer, packed with bleached blondes and vibrating with loud, nondescript rock and hip-hop. The beer arrives as big, plastic $3 pitchers of Bud Light. At one spot, refills are free if you wait in line. On the way to our last stop with Tyler, who, ever the gentleman, is acting as our host, we are suddenly surrounded by hundreds of African American teenagers. They are yelling excitedly and running through the streets and across nearby lawns and parking lots. Behind them come some of Tallahassee's finest, with a pop firing paintball style gas guns loaded with pepper spray rounds. We park and wend our way through the mini riot. It seems there had been a phone party, a spontaneous convergence by hundreds of high school students all in contact with each other by cell phone. The kids had filled a large McDonald's parking lot, and then someone called the police. Too many black people in one place. As Tyler explains, this is Florida, but it is still the South. At the bar, a sprawling Irish pub full of kids from Tallahassee State, someone asks, "You guys come through all those coons on the way in?" Disneyland burning 201. Bizarrely, this casual racism is the only spontaneous and organically political comment of the evening. This group of guys, recently forced to spend a year of their young lives fighting an imperial war with global implications, are politically mute. They are neither pro-war, hopped up on patriotism, nor bitter, cynical and anti-war. Even when prodded by my occasional questions, they are reluctant, or unable, to discuss the larger politics of what they have just lived. "Yeah, I feel bad about it, but I don't really watch the news. At first I did, but I've stopped," says Gleason, a quiet, stocky guy who lives with Crawford. It is as if the very landscape of America has been flooded with an odorless, anesthetic gas that prohibits analysis. At one point, though, Crawford does say, "I get back and gas is $1.70 a gallon. What were we fighting for?" In conversation I realize that the only available script for most of these guys to process their experience with is the discourse of personal trauma. But they reject the trope of the damaged vet. Hanging out on the quiet beach with Sellers, I ask again what he thinks of the war. He looks away and then back. To be honest, I am sort of confused. I am not sure what I think about it. But come on. You're not gonna vote for that draft dodger in the White House? I ask, referring to George Bush. "No, I guess not. But I don't know. I voted in a local referendum to give confined hogs more space, he says, as if offering a compromise. Then, without skipping a beat, he tells me to scan right as a young woman in a string bikini passes. Camilo Mejia was also in the Florida National Guard, 1st Battalion of the 124th, which draws its troops from South Florida. His unit missed the invasion but was stationed out in Ramadai and saw some nasty 202 action in the counterinsurgency. Camilo was a staff sergeant like Creed Howell, in charge of 8 guys. In October 2003, after 5 months of kicking indoors, being in fire fights, and helping to kill and imprison people, Camilo was allowed to go home on temporary leave to sort out problems with his immigration status. He is a joint Nicaraguan/Costa Rican citizen and only a resident alien in the U.S. By this time Camilo was having serious doubts about the war and what he was doing in Iraq, and in the stress of combat he turned to God. Already a Catholic, his faith deepened, and through that he became profoundly opposed to the war. On the last day of his furlough, Sergeant Mejia decided to ditch the killing and chaos of a conquest gone bad. For the rest of the autumn and winter he lived like a fugitive, never using cell phones, credit cards or the internet for fear of being tracked down and busted. He was frequently on the move and survived on the goodwill of friends. The official policy of America's volunteer army is to let deserters go without too much fuss, but better safe than sorry. Dozens of other soldiers also go AWOL, but Mejia is different from most. He plans to make his disobedience into a political protest. On a cold December afternoon in New York, just before I head back to Iraq for my second trip, I meet Camilo in a small cafe uptown. He seems tired and stressed but politically clear. This is an immoral, unjust, and illegal war, he says. The whole thing is based on lies. There are no weapons of mass destruction and there was no link with terrorism. It's about oil, reconstruction contracts, and controlling the Middle East. Over the winter Camilo and I become friends and hang out occasion. Ally, sometimes my girlfriend and I make him dinner at my house, joking about how we're aiding and abetting a fugitive, or we go to bars in Brooklyn and talk about Iraq. Unlike most U.S. soldiers, Camilo is from a left-wing and bohemian family. His father is Carlos Mejia Godoy, N.I. Disneyland Burning 203. Caragua's most famous musician and once the musical laureate of the Sandinista Revolution. Camilo was the only kid in his large family who didn't play music, and he was apolitical. I was a brat. I was a child of the Sandinista elite, and I took politics for granted. After the revolution collapsed, Camilo's mother moved to Miami and so did he. Suddenly I was a working class kid, trying to learn English working at Burger King. Explains Camilo. I wanted to become an American, to know the culture. Be part of it. So I joined the military, the 3rd ACR. After 4 years of active duty Camilo became a reservist and filled his service obligation in the Florida National Guard, which also provided money for college so he could study psychology. Just before Mejia's military service was completed his unit got shipped to Iraq for what was supposed to be a clean, quick war of liberation. After the war people were cheering, but within a week or two they were getting angry and asking when we were going to leave. And then it became clear that nothing was getting reconstructed, people's lives weren't getting better. We had all these deadlines for setting up the police, getting the power back on, whatever, and nothing ever got done. Nothing changed or got better, Camilo explains. Then the resistance started. To make matters worse, Mejia found his officers to be glory-obsessed and intentionally reckless with the safety of their men. In particular, the officers wanted the Army's much-coveted combat infantry baton Award bestowed only on those who have met and engaged the enemy. To be a 20-year career infantry officer and not have your CIB is like being a chef and having never cooked, or being a fireman and never having put out a fire, says Mejia. These guys were really hungry, and we were their bait. In one attempt to draw enemy fire, Mejia's company, about 120 guys, 204, divided evenly into 4 platoons, was ordered to occupy key intersections in Ramadai for several days running. All the guys were really vu. This was a total violation of standard operating procedure. They train you to keep moving, not sit in the open. Finally the enemy attacked, and a platoon in Mejia's company took casualties. When the troops were ordered to perform the same maneuver all over again, Mejia refused. I told them, I quit. Luckily for him, the 4 staff sergeants of the platoon that had taken casualties also refused to go out. Technically, refusing an order in a combat situation can be charged as mutiny. But in a tense meeting with their commanding officer, the staff sergeants negotiated a new plan of action that allowed the GIs to vary the timing and movement of their patrols. Because of these changes, Mejia agreed to go back out. We went out 2 hours earlier than usual, and because of that we caught these young guys setting an IED of 3 mortar shells wrapped together. If Mejia's squad had set out according to the commanding of Fiser's original plan, if there had not been a small rebellion, some of his squad might well have been killed or maimed by that IED. More disturbing than what Mejia's sociopath officers were doing to him and his comrades were the things that Mejia was forced to do to ERS. One job involved running a small detention camp. They didn't call it a POW camp because it didn't meet Red Cross standards, he explained. One winter night, these intelligence guys, I don't know who they were, CIA, DIA or just contractors, there were 3 of them, they wanted 3 of the prisoners softened up. That's how they put it. My commanding officer told me to keep the prisoners awake for like 48 hours, or maybe it was longer. The 3 resistance suspects, hooded and bound, were locked in tiny metal sheds while Camillo's squad worked in shift slamming the metal Disneyland burning 205 boxes with a sledgehammer around the clock for more than 2 days. The only breaks from this were occasional mock executions, in which a soldier would press an unloaded pistol against the head of an increasingly disoriented and tormented prisoner and pull the trigger. We had one guy lose his mind. He started crying and begging to lie down. When asked how the prisoners were fed and given water, Mejia stares off into space for a minute. Then he says, I don't remember how we fed them. When contemplating his fate, Camillo explains that he would rather do the 5 to 10 years in prison for desertion than kill a child by mistake. When you are getting shot at, you shoot back. It doesn't matter if there are civilians around. Prison ends, but you never get over killing a kid. Camillo is a father, and one of the stories that seems to work at him is the one about a close friend of his who shot a child, a boy of 10 who had been carrying a gun. This soft-spoken young man has plenty of other bad stories as well. There's the time his squad killed a civilian who ran a checkpoint, and the time they shot a demonstrator. There's the officer who forged orders so he could get his unit into combat, and the other officer who broke his own ankle to get out of combat. There is the father who wasn't allowed temporary leave even though his young daughter had been raped. Or there's the story of the GI who took shrapnel in the head and now can't talk, can't take care of himself, can't recognize his family, and wakes up in the middle of the night confused and sobbing. In every guerrilla war where lack of real reform has lost the battle for hearts and minds, that is, where corruption has fatally undermined attempts to co-opt the insurgency, the government or occupation. 206. Forces have had to escalate their use of violence. If the proverbial carrot is consumed by the maggots of graft, nepotism, and theft, then all that remains is the stick. In that case, separating the fish of the gorilla from the sea of the people must become a matter of bombardment, crop destruction, depopulation, forced resettlement, and torture. From the American plains of the 1870s to the Philippines of the early 1900s to the Cold War-era conflicts in Vietnam, El Salvador, Guatemala, and Colombia, military terror against civilian populations has been the central feature of American counterinsurgency. In the Iraq War, which unfolds on a media-saturated and largely urbanized terrain, the U.S. faces untested political constraints on the level of the violence it can unleash. This means that in Iraq real reconstruction is even more important than it was in the more rural counterinsurgency campaigns that typified the previous century. In El Salvador and Vietnam the countryside belonged to the guerrillas while the cities were government controlled. In Iraq the insurgency has its bases in the cities. Can Fallujah, Baquba, Najaf, or Baghdad's Al-Thara be treated like the countryside of Vietnam, drained of population? Russia has applied such a strategy to Grozny, but the war there goes on. Urban massacres in Iraq by American troops would massively undermine the already tattered political legitimacy of the United States on the world stage. In short, the US is trapped in a political maze where no path leads to victory. Considering all these dynamics, it seems that failure is, in fact, ICA's only option. And when the full history of this bloody circus is written, people will look back slack-jawed at the scale and brazenness of the occupation's corruption and incompetence. History will record Halliburton's colossal greed, the Bush administration's reckless ideology, Cal delusions, Paul Bremer's capricious mismanagement, the venality and Disneyland burning 207. Duplicity of Chalabi, Alawi, and the other disobedient, incompetent pets. And this criminal farce will be visually branded, linked to images of bombed mosques in Fallujah, the burning Baghdad library with idle US troops watching, sexual torture and humiliation in Abu Ghraib, and to the swollen skulls of children sick from radiation poisoning. March 15, 2004, starts with a chilly gray morning. Camillo is going to turn himself into the military. I drive from New York to the Peace Abbey in Sherborne, Massachusetts, where he will hold a press conference and then surrender. Camillo has hooked up with two activist groups, Citizen Soldier and Military Families Speak Out. Their organizing efforts have brought the press out in force. At the Abbey, Camillo is wearing a medallion that has lacquered into it a bit of cloth stained by the blood of the slain Salvadoran Archbishop Oscar Romero. "This is to give me strength," he says as he shows me the talisman. The questions from the press are insipid but the coverage is good. Worldwide. In Nicaragua thousands march in Camillo's honor. The moment when Camillo is cuffed and taken away at the gate of Hanscom Air Force Base west of Boston is awful, the state bares its teeth and swallows. My friend. In the end Camillo is court-martialed at Fort Stewart in Georgia and sentenced to a year in prison. But Camillo bears it like the soldier he is. And in so doing he points the way forward, he connects all the pieces, personal trauma, moral responsibility and a critique of American empire. Like a soldier, he takes action and makes sacrifices in the interest of others. And like all soldiers he will pay a dear price, but this time his fight is just and worth the cost. 208. Meanwhile, Saddam is gone and that is good, but much of Iraq spirals toward greater chaos or perhaps a return to brutal despotism. Where it will all end is impossible to say, but for Iraq and the Middle East as a whole this war has been a tragedy of staggering proportions. It has Rectly caused immeasurable damage and indirectly unleashed irredentist and fundamentalist dynamics that are already playing out in horrifically brutal ways. Perhaps the only aspect of the current crisis that is remotely positive is that the official vision of Planet America, run by bullying from Washington, is beginning to dissolve like a bad hallucination ebbing away.